Oh, folks, I don't know what's happening anymore. One monitor is completely dead. The other monitor is functional, but super laggy. I had to reboot the entire computer. This is what it is. We're going to try to catch up here to things that are going on. Apologies, but we will make it work. Shoot. Start. Close. They're not at 55 minutes anymore. Oh. We're just playing catch up, though. This is round 3. Our 128 players, at least that updated. My other monitor is just like, don't know why. Try a couple things. Hold down the fort out.
I got you, yep.
I did change the latency, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like it fixed the problem too. I can go ahead and fill you guys in on what happened the first turn that you guys missed. He attacked with a dagger, and then even bigger than that, red took a pursuit of knowledge, made the quicken token, attacked with a snatch. He blocked with 2 equipment, and then let the pursuit of knowledge hit with a Goliath gauntlet, and then he drew up the 5. And then now you're seeing the following turn, the boost dashes turn into the 5-card hand blocking. So that catches us up. It's only been the first turn. John Bravo beat Dash in the last round.
Oh, team, we fixed it. We fixed it. We fixed it. We fixed it. Okay, let's not touch anything. Let's not have anyone kick nothing. Let's just get back to how things were operating before. I think what it was, there's a powered port on that USB hub, and I think this
I'm not getting anything from them. They're
oh yeah, sorry. I do need to start voice moving. So that you can hear me. We'll boot and stuff. Sorry, we're playing catch up, team. Do you hear it now?
No.
No? Okay, you are this one.
Hear it now.
I am. Okay.
Same reactions, yeah.
Should be good then. Okay. Let's move this back. Man, this mouse is also. I feel like we're teetering on the edge. Yeah, it does think there's a wrong way. Alright, come on. Let's apply these changes. Let's make it work, team. This here. Come on. Let me full screen you. Oh my god, this mouse. Oh, yeah, there you go. Just click A button. That seems to work. Is that? Maybe a hardwired mouse is going to end up being better than this stuff. We'll fix that when we can. Yeah, don't move this one because it's screen capturing mine. This one is to the edge. Alright, we're just going to not touch it anymore. Let me just do a couple things to get this back. This guy is shorter. What's his name? Oh, it's Bryan! Oh, it's Bryan! Oh, we love Bryan. Didn't know he lost. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think you might be in time for a new mouse here too.
Yeah. I think it has to be a wired mouse as we're finding out. Anything's going on? No?
Yep.
Oops. It is Bryan, right? Or am I like absolutely blind? Oh, that's not Bryan. I'm actually blind. Once he moved his face,
I'll
it
get the
wasn't
name.
Bryan. Yeah, ask his name.
So we're taking one. White. Oh, because it's the down. Yeah.
All right, sorry, team.
We are back live. What's your name is? Tony?
Tony. All right, his name is Tony. We don't know more than that. That's good enough. Yeah, I heard that.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
All right.
Now we can get back to it. At least the camera feed and all that should be fine. The issues are coming from other parts of it.
All right. So we should have also fixed the buffering in this process.
I think still mildly, like there's dropped frames just from where we are internet-wise, but
better.
Yes, we did fix some of the latency.
All right, we're back stream.
Some of the preset was a bit off.
I can get back to giving you guys cards here too.
Yeah. Sorry.
These Arakni ones, I'm sure, are new for a lot of people.
Unfortunately, this is now a new link, so I do need to
This
go-
looks like Eradicate.
Edition, batch 5. Okay. Top 5. What colors on it?
And then he pops Mask into it. So he's letting it hit and losing the top 5 cards here.
Alright, I'll just repost the new link here. Do. Post.
It's 5, right?
Some technical difficulties. Okay. Hopefully.
So one thing that's cool about this Arakni deck is the continual blocks from his equipment once he gets rolling. I was watching Philip play last round as they were getting closer to time. And just seeing that recursion from both their effects and the block is so valuable.
Sorry, Alex, I'm hella distracted. You gotta carry
You're
this
good, you're
for a
good, I
second.
got you.
I'm just fixing some of the links here since we had to restart.
We're getting our links for all the streams back in the right places so people don't get frustrated. If you guys are on the stream now and you can drop them places, drop this, the new fresh link, we would greatly appreciate that too. I'm sure anyone you sent this to earlier, there's going to be a whole new link now.
Yeah, there was a preset on the latency that I think should help the stream now. We'll see. It's probably just like a mild zone, but if anything to help is warranted. Did you tell him this is a 1-1 record, by the way?
Yes, these are the 1-1 records, guys. We wanted to get you an Arakni video. Also wanted to get Philip on stream, one of the premier players on a brand new deck. He had a tough match last round, went to time against Oldham, and Philip conceded to the Oldham rather than drawing them both, which I think was really quite a good player thing to do there.
Yeah, he does be a good dude for the most part. He's my roommate for the weekend, actually. Love Phil. Nice little man. Today's actually his birthday as well.
Happy birthday to Phil.
I would actually add birthday boy to the title, but you know what? Fuck it. I don't want to touch the mouse. The mouse is bugging out like a little bit too much these days. Yes, Hell Puppy, thank you for banning these bots. I am tabbed over and mildly.
And for those of you that aren't new on these weapons, this is his weapon. Once per turn action, 2-mana attack, go again. If it's a hero, next time they defend with 1 or more, those cards have -1 while defending.
Yeah, so the whole play pattern that Arakni tries to use is normally using the daggers to make the block very inefficient on these assassin cards. The assassin cards come in for natural breakpoints of 3 and 5, or sorry, 4 and 5, which means they're normally not a 1-card block anyway, unless it's a defense reaction, something like that. But what the daggers can do is really punish the ability for you to just block with a card and a piece of equipment on any of the relevant assassin attacks that start to come up. So the little spider's bite there saps some of the defensive block.
Yeah, and it took me a second to get this card for you, but it's Annihilate the Arms is what he played, and he popped the boots into a go again here for it. So it hits, completes the contract, he makes the silver, boots gives it go again here. And then he's coming in for one of the best arted cards in the game.
Not just best arted, this is the assassin card. This one is hot.
Leave No Witnesses.
Oh yeah. Leave no witnesses. So this one actually hits Arsenal as well. Looks like Not going to be super relevant in this scenario, but
Looks
it
like he
also looks
takes
to
it here.
banish red cards, which it does do.
So it completes the contract. He gets his second and third silver here.
Yep, because it checks all contracts on the chain. Those contracts are considered open. They don't complete on a single trigger. They will stay open for the entire combat chain. So whenever he can give an attack go again, which he has a couple, fancy ways to do it in this deck. He's got the even bigger than that for one. Of course, he has the boots. Some Razor Reflex, I believe. Those are all ways to push multiple contracts on a singular chain and really squeeze value out of the mill and get back your silver so that you can recur your defensive pieces, which are also your utility pieces. It's just crazy. Love the math manipulates.
Blocking 9. Yep.
I think that's this card. Yeah.
Um,
We got a
that is
combustible
just
courier
combustible,
for
yeah.
8, so it gets his whole hand here to prevent that +3 on the next thing.
Yeah, so smart block by Phil. I mean, he doesn't have the equipment block on the table right now because it is in the graveyard, which he will get back soon enough. But because he doesn't have it, he does have to commit his entire hand to actually respecting what the combustible courier can present. Now, the good news is the assassin class is actually very happy to just return with 1-card hands. When they just swing back with a singular 0 for 4, that tends to be a great return. And there's hit effects,
This
even though
is
they're
courier into double throttle, which is like,
Yeah.
and a gun, which is really tough.
Yeah,
That's a 20-point turn, ladies and gentlemen.
that's straight. Yeah, straight.
This is a
20.
straight up
That was with 2
20-point
yellow
turn.
throttles. 2 yellow throttles. Definitely cost an equipment, cost a counter on his gun, but it was all supplemented there by the Technicore resource to really make that possible. Poor Phil blocked with 3 full cards.
So
And still 8 that much damage. Well done.
that is a tough swing back for the assassin here. He does get to demonstrate the boots coming back here, which is pretty cool. Looks like that's just a swing back with a dagger.
Ooh, that is actually so unfortunate. I hadn't seen what was in Phil's arsenal, but I was hoping it was an attack. Because he could at least then present 0 for 4 and then even bigger if it does hit. To actually spy a bit, try to get a token, maybe pull like a 5-card on top, draw it in arsenal. But instead, holy moly, it is just pitching that red antique resource to swing for 1. To swing for 1. Very, very unfortunate. Alright, Dear Garat says so hot. I don't know if you're talking about Phil, his shirt, maybe Arakni himself. But everything to do with Phil's side is definitely pretty hot and sticky. Agree. He's a lovely man.
The brew space is really big, and you know what a great website for that would be? Would be Fabric. Part of our commercial reel.
Oh yeah, Fabric. Look at that hanging out in the chat. Yeah, brew space for this game. You know how you can actually find out some of the great details on cards to build with cards to start considering if you're a new player, if you're a veteran player, whatever you want to add to your deck. Fabric.gg. Great stat database there. Alright, so looks like there's still, if you're trying to watch live, there's definitely still a bit of issues with the buffering. So same deal if you just click back 30 seconds.
So he did have the 0. He chose to go Spider Bite into Snatch instead.
Oh, interesting.
Which is fine, I think.
Okay, well, a bit surprising then, even for me. I thought his turn was just.
It looks like he let
Oh,
Spider Bite
sorry,
hit, so
so-
now the next thing that blocks has... So he had to give him 2 cards rather than
I see.
Yeah.
I see. So still a way to take 2. I do think Tony, if he valued the potential for those cards to convert to damage, he probably could have just risked the draw on the Snatch. Not every card is super live for Phil's arsenal.
He also didn't have Go again, too, so that could have just been
Yeah.
a dead draw.
Yeah. Before he hand shuffles, I wonder what he did have on his first draw there.
So it looks like
We won't quite
the
know.
dash just has Teklo Core and T-Bone here. Not quite sure what the go-to is.
T-Bone. So actually, there's a lot of scenarios here where T-Bone just eats Tunic. Luckily, Phil did complete some contracts earlier and actually was able to recur that Black Tech Whispers. If he didn't, I mean, T-Bone, free value. Eat Tunic. Wonderful. But, God, poor Phil. Blocking now with a Razor Reflex. That's how you know the hand is not good enough to pull you ahead, because if you can't actually force Razor to do anything big. Because this is not an impressive turn on Tony's side either. Definitely was a way for Phil to maybe
Yeah,
just
but
say
this
no
is-
blocks, buy in.
This is T-Bone into Gun into Teklo Core with 2 cards is probably fine.
Well, I mean, there's a lot worse it could have been.
True. At
right?
6
In
life,
terms
yeah,
of
could have been damage.
Like that could have been maximum like 8 damage per second.
Looks like we're gonna get a whole assassin hand back here, minus that one razor. This is the go-to place. I watched Philip play a couple of times now, and it's dagger into even bigger than that.
Yep.
Is really the bread and butter we're seeing in this build.
I know myself.
Well, it's so juicy because, especially, I think that's a 1 cost that he has in hand. If he's able to even bigger for a 4, go ahead, draw that 4, play the 4.
Oh, and he got eradicate off of it.
Into then the 1 for 5. You can push quite a bit.
So he
Although
did
maybe
hit a
it's
1
0
for 4 here.
because he went and kept the eradicate. Okay, it is a 0 for. It must be a 0 for 4. I don't recognize the card art yet.
I'm working on it. Looks like Fleece the Frail.
Nice the Frail.
And it is a 0 for 4 contract. Is to hit cards with 2 or less block.
Okay, so then his cost curve really worked out here because the eradicate cost that last 1, which he does
Yeah,
have.
so he's going to get the go again from the Quicken token. So 0 for 4 go again. And then he's still going to get an eradicate afterwards, which is a really good line here off those 3 cards.
Yeah, and actually, what he's doing here as well when he completes these contracts is buying back some life because this is going to let him go ahead and get the mask out of the graveyard on the start of his next turn, which is 1 extra life. So if he can rack up these silvers, then he's likely looking to buy back another 2 HP in the remainder of this game. If it goes pretty short, if it goes longer, of course, he can buy even more than that. But from what I'm looking at now, he probably will end up just buying barely 2 HP back, definitely 1, with just 1 more contract completed, which will not be this turn. But Tony's actually respecting these on hits quite a bit. I think it might be a bit of a mistake sometimes when you play into assassin in these early days. Still, is the on hits. I mean, yeah, it takes the card from your deck, but as long as it wasn't leave no witnesses, you're actually pretty okay to just eat some of these, throw your hand back for more damage. Because it does, the assassin class doesn't scale with damage incredibly well. Like they're not going to just keep a large hand and throw like 20 at you. That's never their line. They might be cheeky with it, get like 1 go again, maybe a 2nd go again, but you're looking at like 12 damage maybe from a turn like that.
It's interesting that Tony's not trying to just push pressure here.
Yeah, I would definitely be doing that in his sheets for sure. Just punish.
Love the pistol. The pistol has a counter, so I'll load the chamber and then pistol for 2. Yeah, floating after the fountain.
You see Phil just completely pause. I thought he was frozen for a second, but no, it was complete. Excuse me, what? Just double check what's going on with the board state there. Sometimes the shortcutting by dash players, I don't think that was excessive. It can get excessive just from all the counters and things that they.
Looks like he took both pistols to 1 here to try to give him back a hand that matters. So.
All right, well, this is Phil. I mean, he's got to make his play with this 3-card hand. He's got to leave no witnesses, which is definitely the right way to start, because it's going to put pressure on interrupting Tony's 5-card hand. The thing is, though, Tony, especially with 1 more counter on the tech load too,
First thing he played with.
he's probably okay to still block 2 cards down on the leave no witnesses. You shouldn't be that scared about it.
That's Nyx the Nimble here.
I think Phil's also hedging quite a bit that Tony lets this hit, because if Tony doesn't, then he isn't able to black tech and actually give it go again. But that's completely the line Phil's trying to play for here. Is this hits, he black techs, he goes again into leave no witnesses. If he's not able to pull that off, then this really
All these
apart.
card arts really look
Yeah.
awfully similar.
Okay, so Tony, I don't think is familiar enough with the matchup there. Although to be fair, like maybe he is, because there are a lot of ways for Phil to get around blocks. Like he blocks 2 and he's able to shred it, or he's able to do the other pump card, which I don't know.
So we started with a sack the shifty here.
Sack shifting, perfect.
There we go.
Good man, Alex.
And then moved into boots for go again, and then into leave no witnesses here.
So the leave no witnesses is the big one. He definitely wants to demand Tony's hand here, but at the same time, like Tony can just say, all right, instead of giving you 2 cards, I just give you Arsenal and 4 damage, which is. That's a decent trade, right? Because if Tony's able to then keep the 4 and Phil's at 1, plus he's got a Teklo up and he's got Achilles, it's very likely he just kills Phil on this next turn. So I think that's probably the line you start to look for, but no, he does still.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay, so Phil's digging for the 1-for-5s because none of the 4s will be live. So it looks like he didn't snap find a 1-for-5, or would have been way happier to put that on top. He's just choosing to cycle out the even bigger than that, because even bigger definitely demands like more of a hand to operate. If he can just go ahead and cycle the even 1-for-5 in Arsenal, then on a 1-card hand he can just go ahead and like swing with Dagger into it or something. So he goes and finds the Moonwish, and this is actually... Technocore doesn't count. Yeah, no, he didn't get the silver. He didn't catch that. Sorry, we are working on a bit of delay. It just is what it is. But yeah, he did not get the silver from the Technocore because it's a non-block value instead of less than value. So really cool because he found the Moonwish off the top. And this is something Phil was... I really love his thought process on this. So he went deep into the like lore behind how Arakni is built. Right? Arakni was made for Arcane Rising. But they axed him from Arcane Rising because they deemed the rest of the set too unbalanced for draft because he manipulated the top of the deck when all the other heroes cared about the top of the deck. So they cut him for draft purposes, and then I guess redesigned him along the way. Then released him now. But if you look at the generic pool around Arcane Rising, there are cards that were never really...
TommyFresh here. I want to stay live on this one as the game's almost over.
Oh, true. Yeah, he did boost, so he's got the Achilles accelerator to get around the left back. Oh, he played High Octane anyway.
Yeah, High Octane into it.
High Octane turn.
High Octane into an action point. Gave him the free cards from TommyFresh.
Yeah. All
just come in and push
yeah, so
his entire hand.
Phil will definitely be dead. He's just going to attack 2 wide with pistols. So that will be all she wrote. All right, GG's. All right, so to finish the lore thought, so Phil, when he was looking at building the Arakni deck, he tried to go deep into Arcane Rising. What did Arcane Rising have that wasn't really tapped as far as like the draft set went? And he figured Moonwish plus Sunkiss is something that Arakni uses better than any of the other Arcane Rising heroes, even though he wasn't officially in Arcane Rising, he was supposed to be. Right. So he tried to build his deck around actually abusing the fact that that can become a really powerful value play when you give it go again through even bigger than that, which is something that he also is really trying to abuse with this deck, because you get to lead with not only Spider's Bite, which is huge for it, but also go again is just something that you love on your contra cards anyway.
Right.
So then you try to bake in the value cards like Moonwish, and Moonwish needs go again to be insane, because you'll search out then Sunkiss. Sunkiss checks you played Moonwish, you gain 3 life, you go again, you thin your deck a card. You got 8 value off 1 card.
Yeah.
So that's his whole plan with that card. We didn't really see it to great effect this game, but as far as like value goes, that was the reason he brought it to me.
Maybe we check on Phil, see if he wants to touch on Arakni, how he feels the deck is.
Oh yeah, if
over
he
on
wants to
stream.
jump in.
Yeah.
So like,
You can steal my spot for a second.
Yeah.
to actually play turns. Like, you went turn 1 pound, and you like play 2 seconds. So like, frick. Yeah, you can double dagger. Your OBS just disconnected.
Come back in a second. This thing's up.
But yeah, I think like stuff like Command and Conquer and like Leave No Witnesses is how you actually win that matchup. It's just blocking out doesn't actually do anything. You got to actually stop their damage coming through. So rather just like they don't have a threat than that I'm blocking their threats out. So yeah, CNC, amazing in the deck. Obviously, you can Spider's Bite into it. You can Spider's Bite into Leave No Witnesses. Those are 2 really good interactions. Spider's Bite into Surgical Extraction. But yeah, not drawing those cards feels real bad. Moonwish also gives you sustainability in that matchup because you get the +3 life on the Sunkiss when you hit it. So yeah, I mean the deck should be really good into these sorts of matchups. I mean, like my first round was into Fi and I crushed them. So
Get the Fies out of here. We don't want to find that again.
yeah. I think probably the hardest matchup right now is on the list that I'm on right now is probably Oldhim, but it's weird.
Because you went to time against Oldhim last round.
Yeah, I just conceded.
Was that actually close, or you just conceded?
It was pretty close. But I think like double losses are just ridiculous. So
Yeah.
I tend to just concede, especially in an event like this. Or, you know, yeah. it is what it is. So
Also, just for stream, it looks like we were on a bit of a delay on purpose to try to save latency, and then it dropped, and then came back, and then all of a sudden you missed like 3 minutes. But I brought Phil over because you're gonna miss the whole. We walked over, I grabbed his hand, we walked back, and did a little frolic. You're gonna miss all that, unfortunately. But we got Phil to talk a little bit about Arakni. I don't know how much of that you caught because of the reset.
Yeah.
But he's unfortunately now 1-2.
I know, so sad, man.
Not
So
in the
sad.
running, not in the running. But maybe there's.
Oh wait, he's not in the running.
Oh god, you gotta be
Really?
X1.
How many
And
rounds
not
is that?
even every X1 makes it.
Oh wow, what a
No, no,
miserable event.
These are insane. I mean, even at San Jose, not every. I think it was 9 rounds and like only 2 X2s made it or something for only top 8 prizing out of almost 300 people.
Wow.
Like
Okay.
these battle hardens are ruthless. You gotta actually make it X1 or better.
Seems a little bit high roller,
Crazy.
for sure. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I always bubble out of these. That's my life. I'm like always right at like X1 early loss or something.
I just have the stream curse. I just can't win on stream.
Oh, well, sorry. You didn't
Yeah,
have to,
he did this to me at Denver as well. You put me on stream, I immediately lost.
Yeah. That was well, that one was even more of a stomp than this. This was
Bro, what are you talking about? Both of the games that you've had me on stream for have been absolutely absurd draws from my opponent. I'm just sitting there with like an average draw.
This guy was like 2 card hand, pistol Teklo. Like that wasn't
two-card
insane.
hand, 2-card hand.
That
Bro,
wasn't insane.
Turn 1 Teklo pounder.
Okay.
3 high octanes, ends the game with the 3rd high octane top deck
Okay, that's
into the
fair.
Tome
Yes.
of Fyendal.
Yes, that's
Bro,
right.
what are
His
you
high
talking
octanes- His high octanes were insane. But in terms of like tracking turn by turn, there were some weak ones in there. Also, he totally baited him on the Black Tech Whispers play. I don't know if he really shouldn't have blocked,
Which play?
but there was you had like a 3-card hand.
Yeah.
You go in and it's like obviously a Black Tech turn.
Okay.
But he just says no blocks, you Black Tech, and then you lead in with the leave no witnesses.
Yeah, but he didn't have an arsenal anyway, so who
But-
cares, right?
Yeah,
Did he
yeah.
have an arsenal? Oh no, he had the other tome.
He did have an arsenal, but I think
Yeah.
no matter what, like you end up taking 2 cards that turn. It's just he could have done it a bit better, although maybe playing to like shred or something. So I don't know, but as far as your opponent like respecting Arakni, it didn't really look like he did that much.
Yeah, I think he didn't
that was
really
a bit
know what the cards
unfortunate.
did,
That was a bit unfortunate.
which is like fine if I don't draw the cards, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really like it's really such a weird game. Like 0 cut to the chases, like no command and conquers, no surgicals as well. That was really rough. Just like weird.
Hey, to be fair, you drew a CNC on the turn you died. Hold up.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Hold
Yeah, fuck. Mate, I'm so keen. So keen to draw the best card in my deck on the last turn of the game. Yeah, I think Eradicate's probably more important in that matchup, but like, you know, day 1, Arakni, so just still kind of messing around. Yeah, definitely the Moonwish Sunkiss is, like, in theory it should be really good, so I'm just messing around with it today. In practice, it just means if it fails, then I have 6 more slots that I can turn into something else, so...
Well, to be fair, the I don't think your opponent was running almost any new cards. I don't think I saw a single one.
I don't know.
Because he was still on like yellow throttles and stuff, which I think is something you definitely start to cut.
Yeah, I wasn't paying
So
attention.
props,
Yeah.
props to you, experimenting. You know,
Yeah.
well done. Well done.
As soon as my opponent ever flips over dash, I kind of just like turn my brain off. I'm not gonna lie. Don't know if Arakni hadn't gone to 1 for no reason, having 0 block cards in his deck. That should have been a pretty easy win. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't want to repeat the same thing over and over again, but like maybe if I could draw some of the cards in my deck, that would have been cool.
It's been like such a card game. Go back to the casino.
I don't know why I went to 1. I had to go to 1. I actually had no other line. At that point, like, yeah, just I guess I should have, I don't know, drawn more cards that block early on. Like, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, with
I don't know why you would ever
deck-
play this deck and not play even bigger than that. It's like it's actually cracked in the deck. It's probably one of the, if not the best enabler.
Yeah, you definitely sold me on that card. I do wonder what would have been different if you did preserve HP a little bit more, just because of how low you were in
When?
deck.
When?
Oh, well, I mean, I guess
that's like
I didn't
I'd
feel it the
love
first few
to.
turns
Yeah.
because of freaking equipment issues. But
Yeah.
like, how many cards did he have? He literally had like maybe a hand left, right, in
Okay.
his deck.
Yeah,
So,
but I
in
didn't have
theory-
enough. I blocked fully, like early on. It's just like when I drew even bigger than that, both times early, he came in for like 25 or 28. Just like some massive turn, or like threatened that much, had like combustible couriers and stuff like that. So like, yeah, I have
Yeah,
to block out, right?
that's
But
fair. He
then
had that dirty
I still leak
combustible.
damage, so it doesn't matter. Like I don't really know if that's the reason that match went badly. There's like healing, there's burst in the deck. So
Also, I think the only even bigger than that looked awkward was when you pitched it plus Tunic for the snatch play. Like that's the one even bigger that was like, oh, that could have been a 3-block.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think that's fine.
I did draw cards that had 0 blocks. Sick. Good input, bro. Absolutely phenomenal. Look, I mean, that kind of sucked, but it was just like they came at the wrong time, right?
Yeah.
Like that's probably the biggest downside of like even bigger than that is an insanely strong card. That's why it has 0 block. Like that card can't exist with block on it. But there's like it's literally built to be used with Spider's Bite. Like just the numbers on it are just insanely good. Yeah, it is always harder when I'm on stream because my luck is just worse on stream. It's actually criminal.
Well, here,
Can you stop putting me on stream?
It's your birthday, so I'm gonna give you a present.
Oh, what?
Happy birthday, Phil. You now
thank
get
you.
the Emperor sleeves.
Emperor
I don't know if
sleeves?
they're like actually out. I don't think they are, but Dragon Shield sent some of them to me, and now you own them.
Oh,
So happy birthday. my
thank
friend.
you.
Show 'em off
Appreciate
again.
that. Yeah, we'll get those. Seems like a good tempo covered Arakni is meant for tempo. I think it's a bit of a hot take. I think it's kind of like hybrid mid-range.
Jamie's full of hot takes, just FYI.
Was Moonrush Sunkist the card you mentioned someone found that would work amazing in Arakni? I don't think anyone really found it. I mean, if you just kind of think about when like Arakni was supposed to be released in Arcane Rising, it's not too much of a stretch to think that like Moonwish is probably a card that you should be considering. It's definitely just something I'm playing around with. Like the fatigue version of the deck is pretty cool. Oh, Matt Foulkes. Matt Foulkes is gonna come
Matt
on.
wants to come on.
Yeah.
Boys,
It's just a whole party.
Boys,
We got.
I just
How are you?
attacked someone with a mech
Oh, you
7
did
times
it.
in a turn.
Is this
Baby.
I mech'd him 7 times in one turn.
Wow.
What, the
did,
Voltron?
but did you
Yeah,
still
and
lose?
then we were
Did you
sat
still
there,
lose?
and he was just like, and I was like, yeah, it's just 41. And he's like, but you just attacked me 3 times, and I'm like, yeah, just 41.
Oh,
And he's like,
God.
and then the people around me are like, did you just say 6, 7 times? Well, it's 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 5.
Yeah.
Because the last one's only 5.
Yeah, because the thing burns out, right?
It's crazy.
That's crazy. Why couldn't you do that last game?
Yeah.
I tried
What
to
is
play
going
Boost
on?
instead.
I'm
made
just
it-
like nuking you guys. I bring Matt on, he's out. No, that's not true. You two on.
Not down, man.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what everyone says in chat. They're all-
Yeah,
they're all
They just like stop drawing even bigger than that.
Yeah.
Ah, fair. Okay.
It's
Arachni's
alright.
just so bad. Bro, this is
Jamie,
this
you
is
just-
miserable
You should
already.
hype up.
You get
You
the
should
flame?
hype up
Really
Arakni,
flame?
Jamie, so that
Ah,
you
yeah.
get to play Dromai
What's
into
this?
more and just win more. All
Why
right, because
did-
the entire Arakni Discord is like, I can't beat Dromai. So you should hype it up. Tell people to play this hero
Just mad.
so that you win more.
That's
That's
it.
it.
Say murder. I went to
Plan.
3, and he was on 31,
Oh my god,
and then I overkilled him by 10.
Get in the mech.
that's insane.
Yeah, maybe we should just be playing mech from now on.
Ah,
Can I go now?
It was the most fun.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
ever
I'm
done.
done. Everyone on
No,
stream
you-
is just bullying me.
You guys are good.
Actually,
You
I should
guys
have
are
done it
good.
against
No,
Bravo.
no,
I
get
pushed
them
it
outta
out.
here. Get
I
this
pushed
shit
it out.
outta
I
here.
should have
All
made
right,
the
all right,
Bravo.
we're switching to Adriel.
Alright.
Flesh and blood. Out of all the locations of Wraith, the newest expansion, Dynasty, takes us to the Imperial throne of Volkor, right in the midst of the ensuing power struggle between the reigning Jokai and the rebellious Foulkes. As the world of Wraith watches the mighty houses clash, a lone operative from the pits threw the realm into chaos. In a flash, the Emperor of Volkor lay dead at the hands of Arakni, Huntsman. Dynasty gives players the tools to play their part in the chaotic fallout. Will you take aim as a ranger, smash and bash with a rock, close contracts as an assassin, or even man the controls of a mech construct? Dynasty is the perfect product for both new and established players. From a box, you can build a brand new assassin deck or add cards to your favorite hero. Find it at your local LGS today.
No matter the format or level of competition you're looking for with Flesh and Blood, SCGCon has got you covered with 3 days filled with as much gaming as possible. On top of big events like Armory and Battle Hardened tournaments, a full suite of side events is always at the ready for any format you want to play. From Classic Constructed, to Blitz, to limited events like Sealed and Draft, on-demand side events will make sure you can get a game whenever you want. Armory events award prize wall tickets and special Armory promos. Check StarCityGames.com/SCGCon to see what format will be featured at the Armory event you're attending. Battle Hardened events provide a higher level of competition and a higher rewards to go along with it. Battle through a number of rounds of Swiss and a single elimination top 8 to win cash prizes, special playmats, and 2 Pro Tour invitations for the finalists. The winner even walks away with an extremely rare Gold Cold Foil Legendary card. Formats vary for Battle Hardened events, so check the schedule before registering. Classic Constructed is considered the quintessential Flesh and Blood experience. Bring an 80 card deck with an adult hero, up to 3 copies of each card, and settle in for a lengthy battle against each opponent. Rounds are 50 minutes long and usually go the distance. Blitz is a constructed format aimed at quicker, fast-paced games. Decks are 40 cards and use young heroes with a limit of 2 copies of each card in your deck. To keep a quick pace, rounds are only 30 minutes long. Draft and Sealed are perfect for players that don't have a deck ready to go. In Sealed, you open up 6 packs and build a 30-card deck. A deck can only use generic cards and cards with the same class and or talent as your hero. Don't worry if your packs don't have a specific hero, weapon, or equipment, those are provided. Draft is a bit different. 8 players have 3 packs and build decks by opening packs one at a time and taking a single card, passing the packs around the table, taking 1 card from each pack. After all cards are selected, players build a 30-card deck just like in Sealed. Not quite sure how to play, but wanting to get involved in Flesh and Blood? Check out our How to Play video. No matter how you play, we look forward to seeing you in the Flesh and Blood at SCGCon.
Oh, sweet Leviah, let's just clean you up for camera a little. And there we go. Hey, I'm Sant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. Fabrec, found at fabrec.gg. If you play or have played Magic the Gathering, you're probably familiar with EDHREC, a powerful website that has become a community staple with useful content and data analysis. Fabrec is made by that same great team. What Fabrec does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. On the homepage here, we can see all the heroes from Flesh and Blood. It's defaulted to show both the young and old, but you can set your tab to Blitz or CC only if you'd like. And here we have Dromai, Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. As expected, Dromai has a high number of red cards, and a high number of 0 and 1 cost cards. Additionally, this card distribution chart shows the significant usage of defense reactions. Now, as we scroll down, you will see the most commonly played cards in Dromai separated by their type. Notice the high usage of Phantasmal Footsteps, and lesser so with more niche cards like Crown of Reflection that you normally see coming up in a Dromai's sideboard. Now, scrolling down further, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Maragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Now further down we see the dragons people tend to pass up on in their Dromai decks, namely Vincerikai and Themai. So back at the homepage, there are similar data for all the heroes in the world of Wraith. It's a great way for new players to explore each hero and see what cards and types of cards that hero likes to use. Additionally, you can check out the most popular cards in Blitz and Classic Constructed in their Staples tab. Here we see the most popular generic cards that are showing up in each deck, which is really useful for deciding which to invest in as you are getting into the game, since these cards are being used for sure across multiple heroes. Similarly, you can see class staples on this page here, and don't you know it, I'm going to go ahead and click on Brute. Now, as expected, here are the most popular cards by type that are used across each Brute hero, including our favorite, Leviah. Now, we'd like to thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Sant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Leviah, and keep your eye out for Fabrec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Imagine a world where you create your own card sleeves. Leave the crayons. Your phone? I don't think so. No time for arts and craft. Please don't. What? A blender? Stop. Look here. I'll show you. Use the Sleeve Crafter. Upload your own images and print it on a Dragon Shield sleeve. Dragon Shield Sleeve Crafter.
watch this. Get Brody. He's dude.
we live?
Yeah, I was just gonna say a quick hello. All right,
You're
everyone.
gonna catch us ordering food live.
Yeah, we've got Brody Spurlock, who is undefeated. We got Pat Eschke, who's also undefeated. I don't think they're playing this round, but there are some big names up at the top table.
Oh, let me go get his.
Yeah, so hopefully we get some really good people on stream soon. Looks like Brody's opponent maybe does not want to be on stream, is maybe what's happening. It's still awkward because it's not like anyone signed anything. This stream is just for fun. I would hope it becomes more mainstay. Streaming card games is freaking nice. Yeah, not everyone's on board with it. I do understand. Like Pat Eschke does not want to be on stream unless his game doesn't matter. Unless he's like already locked for top 8, then he'll go on stream. Because stream pressures. I get it. But it looks like the computer stuff is like for the most part fixed. We switched to a 5G internet. It's still a hotspot, but like maybe that helps across the board. We'll see. What's chat saying? Ask Brody how many ham sandwiches he's had. Well, Fino, if you caught it, I switched the camera to him, and we saw him eating ham out of its wrapper. Because at whatever store he went to this morning, there was no bread. So he just bought ham. And he's just been quietly eating ham. Just unwrap it a little bit. Put it back away. That's what he's been up to. But yeah, I think as soon as his opponent gets over here, he's still missing. We'll be into our next game. I also need to order food. I also need a coffee. It's been a long one. It's been a long one already. But let me switch over to the scene and see what's up. Oh, shoot. I need to turn on the camera. That's right. All right, and
I got you.
okay. What's your name?
Jeremy Langevin.
Jeremy.
I can send you or whatever.
I'll just type your first name and last name. So Jeremy L.
Jeremy L.
Angus Blaxel.
Angus B.
Yeah. We're gonna give you 4 meters from the station.
This is a new experience.
Yeah. I'll use it.
Yeah.
Just try your best. If it like throws you off to use the tokens, you don't have to.
Okay.
But if you're like attacking for something unique or weird, like you close it,
buffed it.
yeah,
Okay, yeah.
put the thing out there.
Try my
He's
best.
gonna give you the time extension as soon as you guys put your stuff on the table to go.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I need to.
Yeah, we're all good. We got a sideboard. We got a. Do you wanna roll? Can we roll?
Yeah, do it as you want.
You wanna odd or even?
Let's go on.
These, by the way, are all double-sided, so it'll be like 9-19.
Okay,
things like
perfect.
that.
Playing Dromai.
Yes, I'm playing Dromai.
I'll go first.
Okay, sounds good. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, have fun.
Can we use the clip those?
Yeah, if you can, just like somewhere like here. You're not going to be like top mic, it's just so we can hear.
So you can get talk.
Yeah.
Also for the judge calls.
We got everything.
Oh, we got instant replay?
Yeah, you guys have
Oh, we have
cams,
hand
hand cams,
Wow.
player cams.
All right.
Alright.
The stream's actually great, and the VOD will be on too, so you can rewatch it.
That's
Yeah, I
awesome.
get to see all the time.
All right, yo, Fino, chill, bro. My camera was freaking out a little, like just so I could actually preserve the screen. I had to turn it off. I had to give it a little cool down, you know. But we are back once again. Timer won't be perfect. It's gonna be a little off. C'est la vie. But
Mic up.
is this overlay actually?
Yeah, we have extra 5 minutes to figure it out. We already have. Yeah, we have extra.
Yeah,
we have 3
we
minutes.
have the format.
Wait, what happened here? Is it like 1 pixel off? I think it was. Oh, beautiful. We're fixing all the tiny things. All right, we've
Okay,
got
next space.
Jeremy and Angus, and this is an interesting matchup. Unfortunately, like some of the new decks are losing. That's just how it is. But I love seeing Dromai, and this is a matchup that still is not been caught on camera very well for how interesting it actually is. So Dromai versus Briar. I'm actually
An
really gonna
undefeated
be keen to
Dromai
watch
and
this.
an
And this is
undefeated
table
Briar.
one.
This is table one.
So they're both undefeated. And I played against Angus.
Change
I
it to
either
round
played against
four.
him last night. Oh, round 4. Thank you. either played against him last night or played against his friend or played against someone who just looks like him. But I have a feeling I like him. And also Jeremy looks cool, so we got that going for us. Sweet. I think we're in. And hopefully for the best quality round yet as we slowly tinker and fix things.
Alright, add your food so we can order too.
Oh yeah. In the background while they get set up, I need sustenance or I'm gonna pass out.
All the way up to the top, it's like they
Sandwiches.
and then also like they have these like platters of fruit in there.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll not use it.
Chicken and beef.
Yeah, we all switched over to this game today. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. We got MTG converts. They're talking in the background how they ditched that game.
Magic, where it's like I need a very special deck in the trade. So that like oh you don't. Okay. Let's extend that.
I think that's good just as is. Thank you. All right, as soon as Jeremy leans over, we should get a bit more fixed on that glare. There is that sun visor, but his head should also assist in that one glare spot. That one, there we go. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you. Keep leaning over, my guy. Hey, Jeremy actually looks strikingly familiar. I have a friend named Sam who looks exactly like him. So, Sam, if you're watching the stream, shout out.
Although I won't defend you if the coach comes over and says you need to do that.
It's fine. They're usually fine with it, so.
It's such a. Oh, you need to actually have an ad for every single one. You know. It's a token. You're fine.
Oh, let's also swap this over. So for whatever reason, Dromai still doesn't have a little token in this pop-up system. However, we have Briar.
Resource dice, but.
Is it the eroded Briar? I don't think it is. Whenever an attack action card you control... So in this card pop-up, we have the old Briar. So just to note, this obviously has been eroded since. I think he's actually playing with the correct errata as well. So the embodiment can only trigger once per turn. But as we wait for them to jump in here, last time I saw this matchup was really, really well done. It was actually by Dark Odious, who was on the channel recently to do a Dromai deck tag. Dark Odious, shout out. He was in the chat earlier, don't know if he dipped. But he was playing against Brody in the top 4, maybe? It was either top 4 or top 8 of the Battle Hardens over there in Columbus. And Dark Odious fatigued out Brody. Even though his game plan was never to fatigue, it's just kind of what happened with that game. Because this is a very organic matchup. It's a matchup where the Dromai definitely needs to play to build a board state, play to punish the low amount of poppers that Briar has, and just try to swing wide with dragons. Meanwhile, Briar, of course, has the one game plan, which is to just present overwhelming damage and end the game with her insane CMH turns. But Dromai can react to that pretty fluidly. They don't have the direct interaction like with an Arclight Sentinel, but they have the board set that they can build and can enable off of just a singular red card. So it's a very interesting game. Really, really cool to watch. I'm excited for this.
I'm curious to see what this guy's what this list looks like being undefeated on Dromai. We haven't seen a lot of him at the top tables, but he's obviously doing really well today. So it'd be cool to see if he's got some unique take on it. Maybe he's playing a different style of list.
Well,
we shall see.
The thing to note about these battle hardens, you have to play on a razor's edge because you take one loss, and if it's in the wrong round, you are just out. Like, sorry,
Yeah.
you're just out. So these players get even more particular, even more careful, calculated as they move on with undefeated records, because they're not necessarily in the clear yet. A round 4 loss is safer. It's safer than the previous rounds, but it's still teetering on that edge of maybe they don't make it. So these are like the super critical rounds. You can't coast too much yet.
It would be a lot better if they had the 8th round, and then you could.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, and then
Of course.
all the X1s make it.
Yeah, so it's funky because I think 129 players actually pushes it to 8 rounds. So we're playing at like the exact max for 7 today.
Oh man, that's tough.
A bit of a break for us. We don't have to sit here for that extra hour. Although who knows what the top 8 will bring.
All right.
Maybe
Also,
it's
as you guys know, I don't know if you heard it on stream, but Briar goes first here. He won the die roll and chose to go first.
Okay, good. I did not hear that. All right, we got Jeremy took off his hat, and he's actually not going to lean forward for us. So that is Dromai on the left, just FYI.
Yeah,
It is what it is.
best place for glare is on a hero. It's like we all know what that card is. As long as the combat chain's clear.
Let's start strong.
All right, also to note, looks like for the latency thing again, just click back a couple seconds. It's the best we can do still. And with that lead-in, Angus, just trying to cheese out free damage on turn 0 because Jeremy did not take Arcane Barrier. He is opting to use the Ash Wings for Arcane Barrier as the game progresses. He's not going to start with any. And because of that, Angus is more inclined to just say, okay, free damage with Sonata. But he whiffed.
He whiffed. Whiff on a Sonata feels real close to home for the Runeblade player over here. Snapdragon Scalers and Dromai, is that usual, or is this something that, like...
It's non-standard, but at the same time, it's hard to say what is standard in the leg slot. It does between like Phantasmal's Footsteps, Major Master Boots is kind of the normal back and forth. But Snaps has been in the mix before as just that extra way to, if anything, if you're running E-Strikes, which is kind of the norm these days thanks to Dark Odious, E-Strike plus Snaps.
So it looks like he is going for the Nimblism play into Lightning Surge, make the embodiment Lightning. Hopefully he doesn't miss it. There we go. So this is coming in for 7 go again. Appreciate Angus using the tokens for you guys.
Someone asked, at 128 there should be exactly 7 7-1s and 1 8-0. Oh, is that true? There were some draws already, so maybe that is already thrown off. But if that's actually the breakdown, that is so much better than most of these Battle Hardens. Most of the Battle Hardens get very sloppy with their cuts.
Yeah.
But if that's correct, Byron, I didn't double check it, but I hope you're right. That would relieve so much stress for the people who try to win out even at an early loss. Which is always my goddamn first. Bubbling at 9th.
Looks like we're getting a 2-block, takes a 1 here. Oh, he's quelling. Pitching the red for an Ash.
Alright, so he really just... Okay, this is interesting, because we already see him block with a red Dunebreaker Centipi, right? And what that tells us is that his Dromai deck is built more aggressive already than some of the Dromai lists that don't tend to run those cards. So by him actually going ahead...
All 6-1s make it.
All 6-1s will make it.
So all 6-1s are making it today, according to our calculator. So this is really good here
Byron,
for him.
Actually, I miss... Oh, never mind. You did mistype. Yeah, there should be 6-1s and 1 7-0 is what it is.
Yeah, 7-0s, 6-1s.
At 7 rounds, yes. But here we go. From what we saw there, I actually really loved that like heads-up play, the very proactive play by Jeremy. He went ahead and quelled, because one of the things he's trying to do with how we already see his deck is potentially built with that red Dunebreaker Centipi is be aggressive. And so by denying the embodiment there, he is potentially pushing a lot more.
Yeah, and I think the Ash is relevant here too for him, right? He wanted to start.
Well, no, because he did immediately use it on the Ashwing, which is actually, that is a bit questionable. I thought he was going to for sure preserve it, and maybe just use that to deny the embodiment, move on with just having an Ash on the board to eventually use the Dragon. But that is not what he went for. It's already getting more interesting than I thought.
So he's red raking here. It's also interesting the Briar chose to push 3 damage versus having an Arsenal turn to crack back with here. I find that to be...
well, it was a blue card by the end of it, so I think
tomorrow.
That was still odd though, right? Because they could have just held the Lightning Press or Lightning Surge for Arsenal.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Keep him on his awkward hand. Let's see how it plays out for the Briar player on this.
Yeah, but Byron, you are correct. We did double check it. So that is actually quite nice. Enough complaining then. Some of these really do get messy. These Battle Hardens are so big for just their very strict top 8 cut. And today, I guess, is actually going to be one of the lucky ones that doesn't get all messy. Stream stop? No, so it's not that the stream's stopping, it's that you shouldn't actually try to watch it live. I would click back like 15 seconds or so, because there is just a bit of a buffer. We can't help it. We are 2 floors down, even though we're actually on quite a good 5G hotspot. It's actually working pretty well on our end. The issue just is the issue. The reception is not great. But it is functioning as best as it can here. We did fix up all the other issues that we were having.
So,
wow, what a back and forth trade already. Both players forgoing an Arsenal in that first bout of damage trade. Jeremy's board state is not that impressive. It's just 3 Ashwings, but 3 Ashwings can be 3 damage anytime he keeps a red, right? And he's now built the Arcane Barrier in case he ever wants to pitch into that. Interesting. All right, we saw some like small takes backs because of the tunic trigger. Looks like Jeremy was a G about it. He just said, "Go for it, buddy. Take it back," which is good. I always do that personally.
yeah, it looks like they caught it before he picked up the Rune Chant too. So it's like,
Yeah, I mean, you should have seen some of the players at Worlds that were so aggressive about it. At Worlds, I literally let 3 tunic triggers go. I mean, whatever. I probably shouldn't, but I'm not going to be that kind of player. I don't want that rep. I also don't want other people to act that way. So, it just is what it is.
Just looking, he's like, he must have just drawn all attacks on this crackback, which is a shame.
Yeah, definitely is a slower start to this crackback turn. He did pitch that blue Weaverth, which would have been a way to start enabling like a Rosetta play or a lightning play if you really need to force it. I think the rest of his hand just clunked down a little bit. I might be able to actually move the hand cam to give us a better view, because he's holding it a bit back compared to some of our other players. Ah, look at that, beautiful. And then we get to cropping. Yeah, he really does hold it quite far back. But that's why our cameras are wide, and we can swim.
Look at this on-the-fly editing. What an excellent content creator.
What? Okay, something is clipping though. What layer is that? All right, it is that one. All right, sorry, 1 second. I get way too distracted on the small things, but I want it to be perfect, you know. All right, beautiful. Now we're back. Now you're back on card duty now.
Is that shifting sands?
No, that's the Dunebreaker Centipede. That's the 1 for 5 that he blocked
Dunebreaker.
with on that early turn. What a great return for Jeremy. As an aggressive Dromai list, he really got the opening he wanted with that just dud of a Briar hand on Angus's side. Ooh.
Interesting that he's playing that into this deck.
Oh, you know what that does though in this matchup?
Breaks. Oh, true.
Normally, Footsteps says get around it.
Yeah, but you
But
can't
he's
hear.
not running Footsteps, so that's actually quite big.
CNC to Flamescale Furnace.
Okay, good. He did say Flamescale Furnace. For a second, I thought maybe he thought he had Footsteps, which could be a thing. Sometimes players will flip back and forth.
Oh, what
in
a
the matchup.
clutch block here then.
Yeah, no, that's big. It saves 2 HP plus potential damage coming from that arsenal, which I didn't actually see again.
It's gonna be an attack.
Distracted.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Should be.
Should be at least.
Oh my God, Angus, can you hold your cards? He went down with it. He held.
It
he
looks like a
moved to
bramble
holding it
spark in
even
Arsenal,
lower.
though.
What's going on, my guy? Look. Okay, now I can't save it. Now I can't actually uncrop that much.
It's okay. When he moves his hand up, we
Yeah.
can see it.
When he moves it up, we're
This
good.
is Bramble Spark fused with an Amulet of Earth, which I've seen a lot more in the Spellbound Creepers kind of sneaky plays here with that card and Force of Nature, which is a really interesting Briar line to be taking. Also doesn't appear that he's running Matthew Foulkes' Belittle Briar
No,
list in
yeah.
exchange.
That is good to know. From the get-go here, this is not Belittle Briar, which is actually kind of funny because normally Belittle Briar is the Spellbound build.
Right.
The straight CMH, like 0 for 4 Briar, that's the Snaps build. But it looks like that's the shell he went with here.
It's
and
looking
yet
like a
he's running Creepers. Very odd.
9 CNC with a Rune Chant on top is a pretty disgusting crackback.
This is when the Dromai just plays Sigil out of Arsenal and starts laughing at the CNC.
Getting Crown instead.
Although Crown, of course, will also do something similar here. With great value because that's a CNC that is supposed to normally demand 3 cards or lose Arsenal. Crown, of course, says it's just vanilla. And there we go. This Dromai, really, look at that fat hand they're keeping. That's a straight 5-card keep now on the Dromai's turn. And we did just see Poppers exit themselves from Angus's deck. Playing out a CNC, popping with the Runic. This could be quite the push.
I'm gonna invoke Azalai.
Starting with Invoke Azalai. I love Azalai. When Dromai was first getting revealed, Azalai was the one people were least hyped about. It's like, oh, it's a mirror card. Oh, yeah, whatever. But the reality is that card is just an extra 0 for 3 Dromai gets to stick. And arcane damage coming from a deck that not everyone sides arcane barrier into is always relevant. I'm in love with Azalai. It's such a great one.
Seeing 2 red rakes this early for them against a Briar deck is really strong.
Oh yeah, Briar does not want to clear these. Like they will just let Ashwin stick, pretty much every time. So this is just a huge amount that Jeremy will always be able to threaten with. It just comes up so big.
2 and 1.
Anytime he's able to keep the 1 card red as an enabler. He's able to pull past for it.
To Flamescale Furnace. Red Hot.
Yes! Oh my man, Jeremy. This is so cool.
Draconic Chain Link.
Is that
This
Red
is
Hot?
so cool. Did not call this at all. I actually saw the Red Hot in the earlier Dromai game we had on stream, the Iris Dromai, and kind of memed on it for how ineffective it was. This is the hottest of Red Hots. Woo!
Oh,
Look at
man.
this. 7 Draconic Links. And are those all red?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Is he on all red Dromai? No way.
7 just damage.
Have we seen a blue card yet?
I
don't think
I don't know. I don't think so either, actually.
No way. This dude's straight on
That's
just
a-
red aggro Dromai. That's insane, the amount of flip he just put on this turn.
That's
Wow.
That's a
Shuffling, or do you want to look
red hot for 11.
Okay.
My lord.
Yeah, that's a 2 for 11. I mean, that's, better than what Leviah gets. Yeah, with with no such thing as blood debt. No, it's all right. There's a lot of work that went into that, and of course it would have absolutely gotten halted in its tracks by Angus having a popper. But as we saw, Jeremy calling it that he just didn't have to worry about the popper on this hand. Fantastic, fantastic. Man, we had 150 people watch that play live. Ooh, just disgusting. I'm not sure we've seen that before.
No, I've never seen
I've
a
never
red hot
seen
on
that
stream, that's for sure.
Woo, that's hot. Man, Jeremy needs to dye those tips red, my guy. Get rid of the golden tips there. This is the game winner type of turn. What a flip! Because Angus is trying to keep this hand. But the thing that you need to check always in terms of turn cycles with Dromai is what board state did Jeremy develop? And Jeremy developed 4 dragons on that board
He did, yeah.
on top of the huge flipping pressure he just put on Angus. So Angus, sure, he can start attacking Jeremy at this point, but Jeremy's hand can start to block 3 down, keep 1 red to present all that sticky damage. It's crazy. Oh god, and Angus is revealing a blue off of Ravenous. So this is definitely, he's not feeling great. I mean, you can't feel great in this position. It's just going a little bit too well for Jeremy. A little bit too well. Jamie even saying OMG Red Hot, Jamie. Oh yeah, you know it. You ever put that card in your Dromai list? I don't know. You're all about them tomes. Tomes are probably like, what, a yellow? Red Hot's all about the red. Alright, coming in here. No. Okay, good, Jeremy. Thank you. Yeah, you can already tell. I was going to mention that. Angus is starting to lose the body language of a winner. Revealing something like that blue off Ravenous. He held it just those extra couple seconds. Didn't even want to fully flip when you get excited about it. He saw the blue. He lost 2 damage and just starts thinking, maybe I also lost the game. It's a rough mindset. Oh god, Angus, stop! Kill him. I know where he's at. I do know where he's at. But it's good that Jeremy reminded him about the CMH. It's good. God, I love seeing Dromai do well because she's probably my next hero. I personally want to play the new Ash. I want to play the Vincerica
Ooh,
Ash.
okay. That was a huge turn to crack back with 21 and a hit trigger to put something in Arsenal.
Well, 19. He lost 2 on the Ravenous.
Oh,
the blue
true,
reveal.
yeah.
But still insane. Yeah, definitely still an insane turn out of him. And he's ending with a hit trigger. But this is what Jeremy can start to abuse, is the fact that I don't need that many cards anymore to deal that much damage.
Yeah.
Right? So that's always going to be what he starts to turn block around. The thing now, though, is he guaranteed has a popper into this large play. Because CMH buffs anywhere.
Yeah.
So now you get to block, and CMH pops. So at least he does have a bit of a lead with a non-attack to still put pressure on, right? This is
It looks like Angus's hand is absolute gas, though.
Yeah. Oh man, is that another CMH?
Another CMH and an attack and a Sonata.
Oh my
It's
god.
about as good as it gets, honestly.
Oh my god, that is insane.
He can afford to take this whole thing, but whoa!
Oh god, he put so much. Oh no, okay, no. Actually, to be fair, yes, he had to do that. Never mind. I shouldn't react that way. He didn't have to stop that chain, or he'd go too low and just kind of be locked out the game. So it definitely gets less good, but it is nice that he had an attack at all to actually stop that damage too much. To be fair.
Interesting. I wonder which line Angus takes here.
Putting
Putting an extra into Sonata to almost guarantee you're getting 1 with much better odds. Maybe you hit 2 for your CMH turn and Arsenal the other CMH.
I think that's probably the better play.
Yeah, that's the line I take as a Rune Blade at least.
Yeah, just because you know that you're not going to multiply the damage push that much by playing out the second CMH right now.
Or, actually, this is the greedy play. So.
Oh, he's going for the greedy play. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Yep, 1 arcane.
That's not a great one to pull here.
Yep.
I guess it lets him stick double CMH. No, it doesn't. Never mind.
Yeah.
You can't stick double off this kind of play. He can stick I guess he sticks just one no matter what. Because what else would you pay into? Yeah, no, I don't know what I'm thinking about. There's no way he gets to stick the 2 there. He'd need 3 Earth cards, which he just doesn't have. So he's going to return, I guess, just throwing the Autumn's Touch out. And Arsenal the next CMH. That's just so gross. I really feel like you should have paid into that, because imagine he hits the next attack, right? All of a sudden now he's got pitch to work with for attack into... No, that wouldn't have actually quite have been good enough either, because one of these attacks is blue. And it just would have been funky, no matter what, I think. Yeah, a little bit funky. Best case scenario, of course, is he pays in and he gets, 2 attacks that give him some extra go again push, like an overload there, or the another swarming. Scar for Scar wouldn't have been live, to be fair. He wouldn't have made an embodiment. So I guess he did have to get pretty lucky on actually hitting like the innate Gogan cards off the Sonata. But this just feels like it doesn't do anything. It's the Sonata for 1. Yeah, he's definitely thinking about it as well. Like, how does he actually do anything of note? I mean, he can come in for 8. I think what Angus might actually need to care about is sticking the CMH. So he'll just maybe play out the next one, Arsenal Amulet, because that at least lets him pop into the Dromai's turn. So I think he has to go that line. Right? Like,
Yeah.
He could even just play out the Amulet now to build the embodiment for next turn. He's throwing 0 damage, but he at least sticks a way to stop Jeremy's turn in its tracks. That might be the best play he can make off this kind of game. Okay, oof, Jesus, don't pitch. Why did you do that? No, why, dude? He just mispitched, I think. I think he regretted that.
You know what cards in my hand?
Oh, he actually was going to make the embodiment anyway because he did start with Sonata, right? So, yeah, so he absolutely could have... Let's just make...
2 and 1.
Interesting.
No, there's no way that's right. Like, you just don't care about pitching double Earth there because one channel breaks no matter what. So you just Arsenal the Amulet there for next turn and just leave the one channel mount sticking, the new one, so that you can pop into the... kind of a weird turn. I don't quite see how this line ends up being better is all. I'm willing to be wrong because I don't really play Briar. I just think he also noticed it wasn't right because when he pitched the Amulet of Earth, he got a little shaky with it. Wait, okay, he took the
Lightning
embodiment
should stay.
off, but the lightning should stay. It doesn't trigger on Rosetta. Uh-oh, Angus. Uh-oh. Should we tell them that as observers? No, just let it be.
The TO said that we should not have any involvement at all.
No involvement?
So
Okay, yeah, we don't want to step on any toes, that's for sure.
see if it matters here.
Oh, let's get back on top of it.
Yeah.
We've got Billing Mirage coming out now. Now, Angus should definitely feel fine, as we said. He did stick a channel to actually stop the turn, but Jeremy's deck is so packed full of actual chain starters that are not just the standard non-attack like a Burn Them All or something like that. So he's actually getting to throw damage that still sticks because it can't be popped just yet. Dragons will be, but that'll come with. And it does still demand a card on Angus too, which is... Oh, shoot! Never mind. Now he just throws lethal this way. Fantastic. My God. Yeah. Just great. Just great. Angus, he's not on the back foot, but Jeremy also knows the game state really well at this point. It's really a great play here. He developed the sticky dragon board and is just using it as kind of its own like little threat bubble. It's there, but Jeremy's deck is also built in a way to push all of his other attack hands to still present lethal in situations like this.
I mean, it's a real bad decision to be running that Chrono Dichotomy 2 into this. I think maybe he was thinking Burn Them All type deck, but that is not what Jeremy's on.
Yeah, well, that's the weird part, right? Is like we've seen now Dromai, played by Jarkodius, fatigue out Brody in this matchup. I'm not sure what that came down to. Perhaps Angus thinks a bit of Arcane Barrier helps him in that kind of strat. Definitely doesn't help him when the Dromai is this aggressive.
Yeah, I think taking Crown into that matchup is almost always right. Those go Definitely back into the deck. Crown would have been
Minmax
pretty
is saying my line was optimal. Thank you. Also, people are saying incredible production. Thank you, Goblin Reserve. Thank you. You guys are also pretty great out there. Shout out. Yeah, I don't want to. I feel bad if Angus, if you go back and watch this, not to call out like that early tilt, but I definitely set myself in mindsets like that. I feel like that's kind of just what happened early on, unfortunately. Poor guy. But Jeremy has just shown us an absolute masterclass of this Redline Dromai deck. I love it. What a great call into this unknown field. I think a lot of people would assume the Dromai decks are built around the new Ash now. Like, oh, it's a Vincerikai deck. I'm going to expect some more blues. I'm going to expect the slower game plan with Ash. And Jeremy just flips it and says, nope, Redline. Super aggro. And also punishing people who are experimenting with new cards and maybe cutting pop.
Yeah, I think that's always a good play. I think that's what some of these other players are on. They're either picking up something they believe in, or they're on a deck that they feel is just super consistent and can kind of like cut the legs out from underneath some of these newer builds.
Jamie says, outside of the lag, this looks better than Worlds. Oh, buddy, what I would do if we could actually party on in the casino just 2 floors up. But no, we are locked in the basement because I don't think a bunch of geriatrics want to see card gamers wandering their halls. They definitely own the upstairs. Also, that's not said derogatorily at all. I used to work in a clinic with a lot of old people. Anyway, we'll move on. But, yeah, anyway.
All right.
Just
E-Strike
enjoy this
for
game, yes.
8 go again, I assume is what he selected here.
Didn't see, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, he kept 3 cards, nodded, added a card, and then E-Strike, so it's definitely go again.
It's go again? Yeah, that would make sense. I guess it depends how many cards he has in hand. If he had 0, then maybe he just says draw a card, goes for Arsenal.
I think his plan here is to go for the Rune Chant into the Rosetta here, try to push cards out of his hand. That's the crazy thing about this list is now that he's got these Ashwings and the Azvalai out, he just needs that 1 red, like you said, to turn and push back enough for Angus to give him his hand.
Ooh, man, I mean, this is still crazy that he gets to come back with so much threat. Like, the CMH sticking has just provided so much to this game plan. Because Jeremy is getting low for how in control and how aggressive his hands have been. It's crazy here to see this. I think, yeah, oof. No.
Jeremy has to give him a card in this here, and
I
it's
don't
gonna
like
draw.
this. I actually would have preserved the HP. I think,
He goes to 1.
oh, no. You know what he's playing around? I was going to say he should just block with the Chromai, and then go ahead, Blaze plus Snaps it, and make that his starter. What he's doing, though, is saying, if you have a popper, I still win. So actually, he's right. He goes 1 lower, but he can afford that because there's no way the Snatch was going to push further on that turn. No way for it to gain go again. And the Arsenal won't matter here if he can just actually make Angus die. Because he can go wide enough that it should be possible here. Because even around 1 popper, he will enable this chain. Now, 2 poppers will cut it closed, and that will be terrifying. Obviously, that's best case over there for Angus. But
I can see that he definitely does not have 2 poppers. That's
No.
Weaver, Sotomorrow, Bramble Spark, and an attack.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure I know.
Dang. Oh, man, I can't say it's locked for Jeremy anymore. Angus is going to get 1 more turn with 3 cards, right? Because he's going to block. Oh, no, actually, the Arcane's going to go through, isn't it? So, never mind. He should be forced to full block. Yeah, it's going to go wide enough. He's going to have no cards in hand. I thought he'd stay at 1, but the Arcane is actually going to push it. Where he will have to full block. Is anyone on Arakni and doing well? Asked Matt G. We tried an Arakni game last turn on stream, or last game on stream, and he got rolled over by a dash. That was our best bet for Arakni to do well. Phil really thought
Cody
he had
Williams is on Arakni as well, 2-1.
Oh,
if,
he's
he
2-1?
if he continues to win, we'll pull Cody up. I spoke to him in between rounds.
Okay, so we got 1 more person actually playing Arakni well and winning, so that would be cool if we actually get him on if he continues to do well. We do want to stick to the players that are in contention for the top cut because, it's more exciting for the viewers. It's also, in theory, better quality games, maybe players who are a bit ahead on their Dynasty brews, which would also lead to just being more interesting games. But maybe they are just resorting back to old cards. Yeah. Okay. So it is
So
game.
undefeated Dromai 4-0.
Yeah. Wow.
Congrats, Jeremy. Good
Well
round.
done, Jeremy. Now, what I'm terrified for on his end is there's some Katsus up there
Yeah.
doing well. I hope we can get him on stream next game. I hope Pat's down. But I know there's at least one Tiger Katsu absolutely destroying the top tables right
Pat
now.
Eshby on Tiger Katsu with that,
Pat,
guys.
no less.
So
I love me some Pat. Nice guy.
that's going to be a real exciting one to watch. We'll see if we can get him on stream next round.
But what a lightning game. Very interesting way the match played out, too. Glad we got to see that. Red hot for 11. But with that, I'm going to run up, get a coffee.
And our
we're
food.
going to... Oh, and our food's here. Beautiful. So
Thank
we're
you
going
guys
to run...
for tuning in, man. We appreciate y'all.
We're going to run the ambient cam for a bit. And then when I'm back, we'll do something else.
You're hilariously hard on yourself.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're gonna use this little break for some sustenance. This is much needed, much needed. So shout out Alex, Equinox Games. This looks great. I can't wait to dig in, but you're not gonna see it. We're gonna cut to ads.
Please don't.
But we'll be back. We'll be back in a bit.
Flesh and blood. Out of all the locations of Wraith, the newest expansion, Dynasty, takes us to the Imperial throne of Volcor, right in the midst of the ensuing power struggle between the reigning Jokai and the rebellious Foulkes. As the world of Wraith watches the mighty houses clash, a lone operative from the pits threw the realm into chaos. In a flash, the Emperor of Volcor lay dead at the hands of Arakni, Huntsman. Dynasty gives players the tools to play their part in the chaotic fallout. Will you take aim as a ranger, smash and bash with a rock, close contracts as an assassin, or even man the controls of a mech construct? Dynasty is the perfect product for both new and established players. From a box, you can build a brand new assassin deck or add cards to your favorite hero. Find it at your local LGS today.
No matter the format or level of competition you're looking for with Flesh and Blood, SCGCon has got you covered with 3 days filled with as much gaming as possible. On top of big events like Armory and Battle Hardened tournaments, a full suite of side events is always at the ready for any format you want to play. From Classic Constructed, to Blitz, to limited events like Sealed and Draft, on-demand side events will make sure you can get a game whenever you want. Armory events award prize wall tickets and special Armory promos. Check StarCityGames.com/SCGCon to see what format will be featured at the Armory event you're attending. Battle Hardened events provide a higher level of competition and a higher rewards to go along with it. Battle through a number of rounds of Swiss and a single elimination top 8 to win cash prizes, special playmats, and 2 Pro Tour invitations for the finalists. The winner even walks away with an extremely rare Gold Cold Foil Legendary card. Formats vary for Battle Hardened events, so check the schedule before registering. Classic Constructed is considered the quintessential Flesh and Blood experience. Bring an 80-card deck with an adult hero, up to 3 copies of each card, and settle in for a lengthy battle against each opponent. Rounds are 50 minutes long and usually go the distance. Blitz is a constructed format aimed at quicker, fast-paced games. Decks are 40 cards and use young heroes with a limit of 2 copies of each card in your deck. To keep a quick pace, rounds are only 30 minutes long. Draft and Sealed are perfect for players that don't have a deck ready to go. In Sealed, you open up 6 packs and build a 30-card deck. A deck can only use generic cards and cards with the same class and or talent as your hero. Don't worry if your packs don't have a specific hero, weapon, or equipment, those are provided. Draft is a bit different. 8 players have 3 packs and build decks by opening packs one at a time and taking a single card, passing the packs around the table, taking 1 card from each pack. After all cards are selected, players build a 30-card deck just like in Sealed. Not quite sure how to play, but wanting to get involved in Flesh and Blood? Check out our How to Play video. No matter how you play, we look forward to seeing you in the Flesh and Blood at SCGCon.
Oh, sweet Levi, let's just clean you up for camera a little. And there we go. Hey, I'm Sant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. Fabric, found at fabric.gg. If you play or have played Magic the Gathering, you're probably familiar with EDHREC, a powerful website that has become a community staple with useful content and data analysis. Fabric is made by that same great team. What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. On the homepage here, we can see all the heroes from Flesh and Blood. It's defaulted to show both the young and old, but you can set your tab to Blitz or CC only if you'd like. And here we have Dromai, Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. As expected, Dromai has a high number of red cards, and a high number of 0 and 1 cost cards. Additionally, this card distribution chart shows the significant usage of defense reactions. Now, as we scroll down, you will see the most commonly played cards in Dromai separated by their type. Notice the high usage of Phantasmal Footsteps, and lesser so with more niche cards like Crowned Reflection that you normally see coming up in a Dromai's sideboard. Now, scrolling down further, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Now further down we see the dragons people tend to pass up on in their Dromai decks, namely Vincerikai and Themai. So back at the homepage, there are similar data for all the heroes in the world of Wraith. It's a great way for new players to explore each hero and see what cards and types of cards that hero likes to use. Additionally, you can check out the most popular cards in Blitz and Classic Constructed in their Staples tab. Here we see the most popular generic cards that are showing up in each deck, which is really useful for deciding which to invest in as you are getting into the game, since these cards are being used for sure across multiple heroes. Similarly, you can see class staples on this page here, and don't you know it, I'm going to go ahead and click on Brute. Now, as expected, here are the most popular cards by type that are used across each Brute hero, including our favorite, Levia. Now, we'd like to thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Sant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabrec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Imagine a world where you create your own card sleeves. Leave the crayons. Your phone? I don't think so. No time for arts and craft. Please don't. What? A blender? Stop. Look here. I'll show you. Use the Sleeve Crafter. Upload your own images and print it on a Dragon Shield sleeve. Dragon Shield Sleeve Crafter. Power to create.
All right, we had to scout out just a little, but we're gonna get post like a random giveaway link. Oh, I like that idea. To Chris D. We're gonna get back to that later, unfortunately. There should be enough downtime in between. Not every game is going that long. In fact, not any of them are going that long. Let's get the scripts going. Starts. They got that. We got the round is round 5. Getting close. That top 8 cut. Still a lot of games to be played. Does YouTube get picky with links? No, I can post any link. I can also give you mod to post links. If it helps for the giveaway, then yeah, it's worth it. Huh? A pen?
Yeah.
I have a Sharpie. Yeah, no.
What hero? Dromai. Ooh, okay.
All right, Brayden, if you can handle that, I have like 5 sleeves I need to give away. So let's just yeah, whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to do, let's make it happen.
No, I'm not on the red line right now. Trying the new dust. That's it. Are you really? Yeah.
All right, we do have a Dromai playing the new dust. I love to hear it. I do want to see it do something. Doesn't have to be great, but just needs to do something. Is that new dust Dromai?
You heard that already?
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
I'm gonna stay over there for the judge. Make sure they.
Okay. The matchup is New Dust Dromai versus Iyslander. It's gonna be Chris versus Brody. Brody, good friend, great player. Chris, I don't know who he is, but at the same time, we've seen Dromai absolutely tear it up last round. So I'm eager to see more. Dromai is such a fascinating deck. I love seeing the games. I definitely want to learn more about her as I probably start picking her up in this next format. Not gonna lie. Let me see. It's giving me a couple warnings here about video.
How's it going? Good.
Solution match. Stream.
Yeah.
Streaming.
Oh yeah.
Oh, encoder preset is better quality. Maybe. Alright, screw it. I'm gonna bump it down just a tiny bit because the computer's having like a little bit of issues.
Yeah.
Hopefully that does fix it. Rip this Iyslander. Well, okay. I don't want to say it's streamer curse, but every friend I keep getting on stream is losing. And sure enough, we've got Iyslander in versus this Dromai. This is a rough matchup for Brody.
It's interesting that they're
Oof.
like streaming our voices. Yeah, I left-handed,
Oh yeah, let me scoot over.
You might get right back to the middle every time.
Brody commenting that he doesn't want to be heard. Hey, look, that's all right. He's not even necessarily heard. You know, we talk over it. It's for the background noise. But if we need to listen in on the table, it is very handy. Very handy. But, you know, that's not the goal. We're here, me and Alex. Lovely pastor duo. Best you've ever heard.
Best you've
besides
ever heard.
Flake, besides Tan,
Yeah,
besides Bryan, besides
We're
Phil,
up there,
besides
okay?
Uber.
We're the new two.
Player count is in the bottom left. It is a bit hard to see. Contrast ain't great, but 128.
Bless you.
We got 128 players, which is exactly enough for a clean 7-round cut. There's gonna be 7 6-1s, 1 undefeated. Yeah, wow is right because no, like these battle hardens get crazy. The deal with the U.S. Yeah, we're a bit oversaturated with events, but the turnout is always nuts. Like this is a battle hardened. The pricing is just top 8, just top 8, and there's 128 players.
That's really
And
good.
there's Worlds Burnout. There is Worlds Burnout. Because some of these get bigger. It's just crazy. Crazy to me.
It's interesting we're going to have Dromai back-to-back, but this Dromai list is completely different.
That's good. I love to see the variety. It shows the flexibility of the hero. And what's actually crazy about Dromai as well, that just is not talked about enough, in conversations with the game developers over at Worlds, you know, trying to get their inside info, like, hey, if you had to build the meta right now, like, what's the most busted deck? What's the deck that should be winning everything? The answer was Dromai, across like 3 different devs. The answer is Dromai's busted. But she's not getting the play that she should be. Like the representation's just low. Or the people playing are still in that like learning phase. But I think the Dromai Masters are going to come out to play. This format, we're not quite sure what it shakes out to be, but if anything, Dromai is a good matchup into Arakni as well. So, you know, if he is a relevant deck at all, then boom, counter. Counter in the woodwork already. Let's move this, sorry, got some food in the way.
This also seems to be a good matchup into Iyslander, but if there's anybody who's going to give us a masterclass, it's Brody Spurlock. He's an absolute phenom.
Yeah, Brody really takes this game so seriously. He's not in a bad way either. Like the guy's just dedicated. He's absolutely just all in on becoming the best and really puts in the time to get the results. I mean, the kid plays Fab like I think 8 hours a day is what he was telling us at Worlds, which sounds like insane. Like that does sound insane. But hey, if you're gonna treat this game like a job, then that is what it takes. That is what it takes. And he's got the results to really
he does.
back it up. He's making money off of it. This is a kid. He's 17.
Yeah.
And he's making money off of a hobby.
So he was 1 turn sequence away from making top 16 at Worlds and being able to play in the Dev Challenge too. So
Yeah.
the house that he was at, or the Equinox house, to
right.
plug our company.
Damn right.
You know, Dan Ratowski top 4. Yongji got 33rd. Brody's in the top 25. Like that was a really heat
I
house.
bubbled top 64 with literally 0 effort. You can vouch for me. Drunk off mass every night. Missing one night. Missing. Didn't even come home.
It's okay. We found him eventually.
Yeah, I was alright.
He's alive and here.
Let's see. These are undefeated players.
Yeah, they
These
are.
are undefeated.
This was table 2.
Table 2. Brody is 50% Fab, 50% Ham. Oh,
That is,
you can't question that ratio. That is maybe a little bit higher on the Ham, honestly. Maybe a little higher. You know, if he's only spending 8 hours a day playing Fab, I think all the rest of the time must go to eating ham.
Must be, yeah. And
Must be.
for the viewers who don't know the inside joke there that Pino dropped, Brody is known for bringing ham sandwiches to every event.
The kid is beyond picky. It reminds me of my little brother. Like he just eats his one meal, and it treats it like
It's
calories.
fuel.
It's a calorie
Yeah,
dump. Like he
yeah.
just needs the fuel. And his meal of choice is a naked ass ham sandwich.
No sauce, no
Nothing.
cheese, just ham bread.
Ham, bread, and then sometimes Chick-fil-A.
There's sometimes
He
Chick-fil-A.
works in Chick-fil-A if he's feeling
like it's snuck in there.
if he wants a little salt. There was such a funny conversation. I forget who it was between, but someone was talking to Brody about how they can't really handle Chick-fil-A because everything's so salty. And Brody went into this deep explanation. He was like,
Wanji
that's
said
really,
that.
It was Wanji?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
really
yeah.
not my experience at all with Chick-fil-A. I find them, like, if anything, bland, blah, blah. It's just, kid's insane. I love it. People in chat saying, yeah, for consumers, it's whatever. They're all right. They ain't cut from the same block as the rest of us, but they're all right. Let's see here. I do need to move. Oh, he's still sideboarding, actually, so that's not quite the hand cam angle yet. Someone asked, how many Levias I think there was at least one Leviah, but all the other people who came up talking about Leviah said they were playing Reinhardt today. Nothing against him. I think it's totally the move. I would be way more excited to experiment with Reinhardt today than just Leviah with like maybe one new card that's not even that good. So can't blame him. And as we know, Leviah is just really not getting the love for about 10 months still. So we gotta wait. We just gotta wait. Just be patient. Be the embodiment of patience. 100 token. Also, do we know? Did they have an extra time extension? Or
I
what's
did.
going
I
on
gave
here?
him 4 minutes. I went to
You
the,
gave them 4 minutes?
Yeah, I went to the judge and stood with the judge until they agreed. Until Brody came back, because he also came back from the bathroom, so they had a late start. He had to use the restroom.
Okay, so let's reset. That's about right then. If they had an extra ish minutes, they're probably hitting like 51 right now. I'll change that. It's fine. It's close enough. Fuck it. Can't be perfect. Oh, sorry. Frick it. The Zoomers in chat. Frick it.
The assassins right now, wherever Cody Williams is, was X1 last round. The other we had on stream is now 1-2, I believe.
Oh yeah, Phil did not do so hot. I actually think now he's 1-3.
1-3.
Or no, 2-2? I don't know. He's out though.
He's out, yeah.
He's already coming back to us with, oh, I know how to crack the deck, mate. Tomorrow, I'm gonna win it. It's cut Moonwish, bruv. Or no, sorry, that's British. I don't know.
It was a good try. It was a valid attempt.
I mean, between like Matt and Phil in my ears, like I'm getting all confused. I'd prefer James in my ears, just to be clear, for all the New Zealanders watching.
Brody is definitely taking his time sideboarding here for this matchup. So
Yeah, I mean, the kid's calculated. What can you say? And he's definitely, I wouldn't say he's struggling yet, but he's definitely aware that this is a struggle bus of a matchup. He is aware. So he's trying to make very calculated decisions and not lose any percentage point to a quick decision, even when it comes to something like sideboarding.
yeah, we don't want to see another hyperdriver still in the deck on stream here.
Well, Nicola, the thing is, Brody doesn't play Iyslander. He's way more of a prevalent, like, Briar player. Like, what else does he play? Viscerai? I don't know, he plays
Yeah,
Runeblade.
you can assume that since him and I think Yanji is also on this same exact list, that they put in
Yeah.
plenty of time practicing on it.
Yeah, he's not an Iyslander player. So I think this is just a new pickup between him and the crew. Also, Majin Bay! Majin, love to see you. Is that the Goliath Gauntlet champion, aka the next world champion? Actually, I don't know if I can say that. You did beat Michael Hamilton, though, right? So, if only Worlds was pre-recorded, you would have won, right? It's all right. We love to see you here. What's up, Caleb?
All right, I'm excited. Let's do this.
Yeah, this will be great because if there's anyone who can show a
Throw the screen
masterclass
up.
of the deck, of most decks, it is Brody, and I'm interested to see how he takes Iyslander through this game. For sure. Yeah, so apparently he was talking to Fino just a couple days ago about matchups with this deck. So, yeah, that's confirmation there. He is still just very new to it. But a Battle Hardened of most places isn't where your average player would look to experiment. But for Brody, he loves the practice in competitive environments like
And
this.
it looks like our Dromai just Arsenal passed here.
Yep. Was it the fabled 5-dragon hand? He's at least holding 4 dragons in hand. I didn't quite see what his arsenal was, but you know, that's actually one thing that I learned from Dark Odious, that you can turn 0 Mage Master for. You can. Like, if all you need to get rolling is your Ash generation, then a full dragon hand is something that you can turn into a very playable hand with just Mage Master, just to make the Ash, into play your thingy, into Flame Scale, and then boom, your generation is there, and you present a sticky threat that Brody can either ignore or soak damage into, and it's a win-win. But Chris does not take that line.
Interesting choice there for Brody. I'm wondering if he's going to give us the 12 attack 4 card hand here.
He does just say 7.
You can hear it?
Oh, you can't hear it?
No.
Why can't you hear it? Have you never heard them talk?
I did when we first started, but since you changed it, I haven't been able to.
Oh, okay. I'll try to fix that for you. What would be the fix? Isn't voice meter open? Wait, can you hear anything? Oh, it's voice meter then. What the hell? That's easy.
I'll touch back in.
You don't hear anything?
No.
Interesting. What about now?
Nothing doing it. Sure.
What the heck? What changed?
My turn shooting? Yep.
All right, I'll fix that between rounds, I guess. For now, let's just respect it. That's interesting. I just wanted to say thanks for all you do for the Fab community. It says Daydream 2. Daydream, thank you so much. We've got a $5 tip in the chat there. Really appreciate it, because these are just completely, you know, from my own pocket for the most part. We got some sponsor help in the background, but, you know, the initiative and building all this was all me. And I'm still quite in debt because FedEx won't pay out a dime for all the crap they lost coming back from the hill. We're not going to get into that. It's a long story. But let's see what happened here. It really was just what a block hand into. Man, I looked away and I already don't know what happened with the Dromai side. He definitely made an Ash on that Oasis Respite, and then he just did nothing with his turn. Is that really all it was? What a strange start.
Strange that we got 2 equipment there on the first card too immediately.
Yeah, also very strange.
This is just going to be Insidious Chill Pass.
I mean, there is warrant to using your equipment early because Iyslander can get to the point where they just pivot into not attacking. They need to just preserve their life with every card.
He got his Ash, so now he can like get hopefully something going here for him.
Oh, is this Dark Odious? Do you know who this is? Chris D? You're calling him Mezzo. Maybe that's someone in chat. I'm not familiar with who Chris is, but if he's someone you know, then I'll take your word for it as a good Dromai player. I guarantee Mezzo knows more about this matchup than 90% of chat and both commentators combined. Alright, that must be who Chris is. Alright, then that's good to know. We won't question him then.
No, it looks like this Mezzo guy's in chat. Yeah, this is AKA Mezzo.
Oh, on hit is Mezzo. Oh, okay, never mind. Chris is not Mezzo. Clarity, I see. Alright, well then, Mezzo, whatever you say will default to, but we can still question the hell out of Chris then. That's allowed, it seems. Chris D is Za. I don't know who Za is. You would know all the Dromai people better than me. He top-8'd calling New Jersey on Prism. Okay, so an illusionist player. Well done. He moved on.
He's one of the guys that
Our
they
Red
talk
Queen.
list with. Interesting. Well, undefeated with Dromai is clearly somewhere with the list. So.
For sure. Yeah, and I'm hoping to see a masterclass in this matchup. This would be a matchup where Chris should feel pretty comfortable. He's got a lot of room to play with just the positive interactions that happen for him with how board state goes, with how Iyslander just fails to clear it. So we should see a lot of breathing room for him to make the actual plays he wants to rather than what he's forced into, which is always nice.
Right, next 2, and I'm going to end. You got it.
So from what we see, he is just playing it very slow. It is complete opposite from what the last Dromai was doing. Last Dromai was all gas, no brakes. Red, 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 red hots. But Chris is playing it incredibly slow here. Just building up Ash, building up his life, and then he'll probably pivot into building up board state after his Ash is in a point where he is comfortable pushing for a big turn all at once. If I had to guess, it's probably what he's likely to do. But is it just this? Because this is volume. I think you were on mute. Or on low. Yeah, so you hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, beautiful, Alex. Well done. Oh, it's Za. Za knows a lot. Says CZ dog. Good. Then we should be getting a lot of knowledge out of this matchup here. On the flip side, though, what we know from Brody's Iyslander experience is that he's still just very green. So, against someone who definitely knows the ins and outs of the deck, what does Brody do to try to get ahead? As of now, it's just been such a slow burn back and forth. He built up an Insidious Chill. The rest of the board state is just minimal as of yet. You can see an Amulet Device in hand. Most likely getting played out. He's got another Insidious Chill. Could also be something he's looking to play out. He doesn't have a popper here. So he's thinking about rather responding
channel
on
from Arsenal.
Yep, there we go.
Channel Lake, trigger Iyslander and Art, so I'm up to 37.
Yep, I'll respond to Iyslander.
Yep.
I'll prepare to make 3.
There we go.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, that's
beautiful,
really good,
beautiful
yeah.
play there. Yeah, so Brody, knowing he doesn't have a popper, preemptively, I mean, it's actually when you would do it anyway, timing-wise, to be fair. Just putting out a little bit of attacks on Chris's turn.
34, and then after that,
But what we see happening so far is just the lack of having Ash Wings out means the arcane damage is...
Response, when does this resolve?
Oh,
So
Because this is on the stack the same time these are all resolving.
Yeah,
So
so-
you are doing this, I'm going to go to 34, and you would be at 36, and you'd be higher for Hardened though.
so the way that I
oh, okay. I know what Chris is saying, but actually Birdie does have control over letting something resolve before actually then responding to it on top of.
and then in response to Iyslander, you furnace,
Yes.
and then so I've already gained a life on 37.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yes, yeah.
Yep.
That was an excellent explanation by Brody there
Yep,
too.
that's just correct. Because in a way, yes, you could like hold priority and do it incorrectly, but Brody's not going to let that happen, and he's not going to get tripped up about the wording to let it happen either. So it is going to work the way that they actually want it to. Now, Uvia now putting the Ashwing on the board would let Chris soak into more AB. Of course, that wasn't on the board yet when Brody went for the waning moon off of the tuning trigger there. So it's not super relevant yet. The life totals are still very high. But it was a life that could have been saved. Because he's leaving... Interesting. So he actually could have just done that anyway, because I believe I tracked that right. He did leave the turn with one floating. And he did have AB1 and Null Ring Gloves. So he probably could have just pitched in and saved one life, no matter what. I don't think there was any other punish, unless he just didn't track the resource correctly. He's not using little tokens I gave him, so I'm not quite sure. I think he maybe did just waste 1 HP. But in this matchup, like I said, there is breathing room, so maybe you do just do that mistakenly and not worry too much about it.
And cast trigger the channel.
There we go. Okay, so Brody is opting here to set up the Frost X and Insidious Chill rather than going for Amulet. So that makes more sense. I mean, the Frost X is higher value than the Amulet would be. So just making sure he plays that out. This kind of matchup is probably what he's likely to go for the actual win. He's just setting up the board state of enough of a hand tax line through the Insidious, through potential Amulets, and then the huge damage push that the Frostbites can give him. Just because Dromai does tend to be low in blues, yes, they can build a lot of Ashwings on the board, but their hand can just get stuck with all reds at a certain point, which can also still convert to decent arcane damage, or arcane damage prevention, because Furnace will then multiply everything you have pitched to then make the resources back again, yada yada. But it's never going to be as good as just, oh, I have a hand of full blues, and I can just pay through whatever you want here. Yeah, Uvia, such a big piece in the game. I mean, anytime he makes an Ash, Chris is happy, because Uvia will just stick and make an Ashwing out of it. And not only is that another piece of Arcane Barrier, it's another body on the board, another factor that Brody has to be scared of, because he doesn't get many opportunities to clear these things. Look at this. The board state's already getting massive. And poor Brody, I mean, you look at a piece of, yeah, he's got Iron Rock, gloves, woohoo! But that blocks 1. And already on board, you see 6 little bodies that say 1.
Yeah,
So-
we'll see if this list has singes in it. If not, this is going to get out of hand pretty fast.
Yeah. CZ says, think he was saving resource to swing and then forgot to, since Lake's on board, it costs 1. Yeah, so, okay, I think we're all in agreement that something was just off with that 1 resource floating. It was just a mistake in some capacity. Alright, so Brody on his end is once again attack light. It looks like he's got a full grip of just ice cards, which is not going to interact well with his board. That Hypothermia is not an arsenal, so he doesn't just get to say no. I mean, Channel is going to tax it, yes. Wait, is it Brody's turn actually?
It is Brody's
It is
turn.
Brody's turn.
Pass
Okay,
back to
okay.
Brody.
Never mind then. He's got agency here to play out these cards as he likes. Alright, he's setting up more of that disruptive board state that he's eventually going for with Otherwise. Yeah, Dark Odious brings up a good point in that Chris used an Oasis really early. And in this matchup, the Oasis is one of the greatest ways for a deck that's blue light to get around the Aether Ice Vein, which at this point becomes a lot scarier if Chris isn't able to just Oasis get out of that discard tax. So, yeah, I can't be super happy with that, but, you know, at least he preserved the life when he did. Didn't get the heal out of it either, though, because that was so early in the game. So, not optimal card use, but it's just how the game was run. And now Birdie 6 channel, one more turn here. Was that the hypothermia and arsenal?
Hypothermia
It was,
and
right?
arsenal, yeah.
So between the chaining now of channel sticking another turn and his ability to hold hypothermia in arsenal, he will really slow down the trickle of damage, because already, you know, it is to note, Brody's at 36. He hasn't actually taken anything significant. He took like the one chip, right, and he healed it back.
Yeah.
Healed it back anyway with that heart. So as far as damage goes, Brody has a lot of room to play with, and he's already got a lot of ways to stall the push damage as well. He needs to kill Uvia or push damage here, though. Just disrupting doesn't actually advance. Yeah, I mean, that's true, but what he's doing in the meantime is the board state, right? He's at this point, what, turn 4-ish, I think is what we're on. We've already seen double Insidious, a Frost Hex, and Amulet, and I assume Brody is playing for like the late game lock of being able to, not exactly OTK, but go for the huge push turns where Ice Eternal plus triggering all these Insidious just ends up with an overwhelming amount of Frost Hex damage that Chris just dies to. And his board state is already leading to that game plan, right? So he's definitely, even if it wasn't what he was trying to do in this matchup, it's how his draws lined up, and it's the room he was given to play for. So I'm not quite sure like what Chris can do to play around that other than Oasis specifically. Oasis is definitely going to be huge.
We're still waiting on the attack here.
Do we know Arsenal for Chris? I think it was still from turn 0, wasn't it? A dragon? Or no?
Yeah, it's still his first arsenal, I believe.
It was still his turn 0 Arsenal, which I think was a dragon. Don't quite remember.
Resolution step, I'm gonna...
Ooh. Yeah, I
Clean.
don't know if you really do that here, though. I mean, he's already preventing so much this turn with the channel itself. If you just hold hypothermia, that's another disruptive cycle. Because he even had a popper in hand, right? And a popper in hand could also just cut the turn short. Definitely through, I mean, CLF was already sticking, right? But it definitely would actually end the turn just by popping something.
Yeah,
So he had a lot of
does
options
he
there.
take
I'm
the
not sure about
arcane
hypothermia.
from Frost Hex here?
No, I think he had one floating at the end of the turn.
Oh, okay, so just ABs
pretty
it.
sure. Yeah, so he just AB'd it. Is he also running sand cover? That makes sense. Not every Dromai is, so whatever people know in the chat. I'm going off of like what I can remember of Darkodius list. Okay, look, what'd I say? Darkodius? He knows, baby. No sand cover. Za, Chris, Mezzo. There's so many Dromai names. Soon to be Man Dromai. Is the next big name. Watch out.
And Dromai.
Dromai Sand. I don't know. I do have an amazing altar from Mara Blackmoon Studio that is Dromai as Charizard.
Oh, that's pretty
I
sick.
can't wait to start rocking that. Okay, so he's holding the Findels to kill Uvia. That's definitely warranted as well, to be fair. Killing Uvia is not something that Chris would just willingly let happen. He's not going to swing with it. The damage push isn't relevant enough. So Brody has to actively spend card from him to kill, which... oh, channel does break, so I hope they do see that. Channel's broken. Please see that. Okay, good. Okay, Chris at least didn't pay into the CLF, so he knows it's gone. They just haven't cleaned the board state.
Oh, so this is dead.
Yep, there we go. Okay, good.
That's what I
Good.
was saying, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was like.
Good. Good job, people.
Oh, it's a tome. Arsenal, Mage Master into tome here. Well, thank God they have 4 minutes, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
He's gonna go back to 40 here.
I didn't want to comment it early, but you know, Brody is the kind of player to notice like when time is an advantage for him. So if that's something that ends up becoming big, like if the late game state is very short on time and they have to play faster, perhaps he feels more confident in playing his turn cycles quickly than Dromai does, and he's trying to leave it more open for the state. Brody does kind of operate on that next level of gaming. It's not just what's on the board. It's what's happening between the players. Right, but they are picking up the pace here. Brody
Yeah, we heard
definitely
him say that out
seems
loud, yeah.
like he's got more of a plan now. Uvia's gone. The stressor has been removed. That pain in his back is a little relieved.
Ooh.
Love it. Love it. Now, that is a double popper hand. Is that a Wounded Bull and Findels?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this made it. Yes.
Yeah. Basically, it's asking.
I forgot about the Ash from Foulkes.
Wait, is it a double popper hand? I see the Findels. Is there a Wounded Bull in there too? I feel like I saw it in the clip. I'm already thinking. I guess he's thinking on the response. Did we track what was in his arsenal? I totally forgot. Oh, and there's
He
a whip
flips a
anyway.
blue.
Oof. Oof, that's big.
He has to give him the popper, right?
Oh, definitely. You don't let Luminia stick. It's just too free. The ability to pop these things typically clears board. Or it wasn't a Wounded Bull, by the way. It was an E-Pot, is what I was seeing. Kind of like dark generic. Wait, it was.
No,
a
he does
Wounded
have two
Bull. Oh,
poppers
okay,
in his
okay.
hand,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. He does have double popper.
His hand's E-Pot, Ice Eternal, and Wounded Bull Fine
good,
Nose.
Yeah, Dark Odious commenting as well. When this matchup accelerates, it goes fast. That's exactly what I would assume. There were just some tricky turns in the beginning. Brody definitely feeling the sweat because of that Uvia, but now it's gone. So we should see him playing a little bit faster now at this point. He's going for just, exactly on these Tunic 3 turns, he's going for the 2 cost in Arsenal. It's a play that lines up super well. You pitch the blue, get the extra mileage out of Tunic because you're using it on your opponent's turn to then tick back up into 1 on yours. It's a very clean, efficient use of that. We saw it on CLF last turn cycle that it came up, and now we see it already on the Ice Bowl. Just maximum efficiency on these plays.
Okay, so he took 1 and then 3, so he's at 36. Yep, there we go.
They're getting to it. Yeah, and he will just. There's no reason not to.
Pop, trigger, gain a life.
Yep.
Pop, trigger, gain a life. Beautiful. A lot of life gain coming out of these early cards from Brody as well. I think he's gained, 2 or 3 now? Definitely. Did he gain 1 from that first Fighting Spirit?
Yeah, he gained 1
think he
life,
did,
and then
right?
the second time he played a card, he couldn't gain life. It's just Arsenal E-Pot here.
Yeah.
Brody has 2 Insidious Chills at max and an Amulet Eye, so this can get out of hand pretty quick.
Surreality.
Ooh, wow! What a great time to try to punish the amount of poppers that you just saw. Now, to be fair, Brody did hold information on this Wounded Bull, so Chris doesn't know he has it. But just from Chris seeing the spears out, then he would hope at this point.
This card and pass.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure that he wasn't going to win. Say Brody don't win. You know he has the blue. But again, he didn't. He didn't. Good job, Brody.
Is this another Spirit?
Oh, that's Mirage and Metamorph. All right, we died for a second, but we're back. Yeah, Chris actually turning on the gas. A lot of pressure coming out of these hands at this point.
Card. Technically, no. I guess that's.
Oh.
That's funny.
Oh, actually, listen to what they're saying here. That's fantastic. If Brody pops Miraging is not a May. So the only target at this point would be a Frost X. That's insane.
Oh, wow.
That's insane. I did not ever think of that. Brody, I don't think, was playing to punish that. He doesn't have a popper anyway, but that is pretty
If
darn
he did, that
hilarious.
would be gross.
If he did, what a great screen. It says Miraging can only copy Illusion Stars. Oh, okay. So it's not anywhere. It is Illusionist specifically.
No, it's just copy of an aura you control.
Oh, actually, never mind, Mezzo. Read that bottom right. It says an aura you control. It doesn't say Illusionist. Mezzo, you're supposed to know everything. You're supposed to know more than me, more than Brody, more than Chris, more than Alex, more than chat. Sheesh. Guys, the card is on screen, says
Yeah.
Majin.
Thanks, Majin Bay. I appreciate you. I had it up there.
Man, chat's mind is blown up too. It's crazy interaction that we don't get to see, but what we are seeing is 20 cards on screen. This is nuts. So many things flying around here. Brody just using, like I said, these 3 blocks to buy in the life. He knew that he didn't have to face down those Ashwings that turn, and the Mirage didn't have to go again.
Oh, yes. I didn't mark that.
Okay, good. They are keeping pen and paper notes as well, so I think they might actually stop keeping track of the digital life. Sometimes that happens when you're so tuned in on using pen and paper, but I think they've gone back with this.
Central.
No responses?
No responses, says Brody. That Texas twang, lovely. Interesting. He just leads with Sigil. Normally, that's the kind of card that you hold off on. What he could be doing there is maybe trying to bait out Brody's response early, so that Chris actually ends up with more information on the turn than if he had swung with Ashwing first and then responded with Sigil, which is a little interesting because that's a matchup specific tweak to how you would play a card like Sigil. To be fair, very very minute. I love it.
We're gonna read Burn Them All as well together.
Burn Them All is a huge card in setting up a Dromai's endgame. It's just the slow trickle of using your board state to actually whittle down the game through multiple sources of damage. Not only is it a sticky body that is an awkward block if you don't have a popper, now it's also a point of arcane. Now, what is also interesting is Brody doesn't have Arcane Barrier 1. He has Arcane Barrier 2 in Storm Strikers, but he does not have easy access to just pitch into AB1 and move on with his day because he has a resource floating from whatever he had in Arsenal, this, that, whatever. So it is always going to be awkward if he wants to pay into that.
I'll respond to the arcane.
Sure. In response to the arcane, says Brody.
Aether Hail to Ashwing, give you a frostbite.
Sure.
This was
I love it. Brody's so obviously not an Iyslander player because when you watch the Iyslander players, they are so meticulous about pass, resolve, this, that, and we just saw Brody hands in the air. Resolves. Pick it up, put it in the graveyard, move on.
At the end of the day, that worked in his favor. Here.
Yep. He
play was
kills
clean.
on the Ashwing. It does stop the turn here. It's damage missed at face, but it's life gained in the end, right? And then a little awkward, right? Because he's paying 2 on Storm Chargers for the Arcane. But it's resources he didn't need to spend.
Looks like he had mana for the Arcane again from Frost Texas.
Same MPG.
Yeah. Resources.
I love the dynamics of this matchup. It's so strange where neither one is aggressive enough to just take the game away so early that one player is just on the back foot and doesn't feel like they get to play the game. Both players get to actively interact, actively trade full hands back and forth if it's what they want to do. There's a lot of agency between the two of them. Just make the correct lines. And Chris right now definitely looks in control, but at the same time, Icelander's damage can be so slow. And from Brody's board state, this is one of those slow games. It's got damage waiting to pounce. Waiting.
no. I will pay for Burn Them All. Maybe 2 or maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what he's doing there. Alright, he pitched red-blue for the Burn Them All Arcane. Very interesting. He's going to go for the Kyloria Pop.
Oh, he had a popper for it. That's
I would
clean.
imagine his arsenal must be either a 1 or 2. Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Okay, so he's not going for winning moon value out of that hand, which is fine. I mean, if Chris had the blue in hand, which, to be honest, I've been looking at the board state more than their individual hands, but I think he did have the blue with the passing or something. Then, yeah, I guess the waning moon was a bit of a wash. Best part is he can get rid of the frostbite with furnace. Best part of the reason Hex is so bad in this matchup. Yes, okay, I didn't know that specifically was like the counter to it, but I do feel like you don't see Iyslander try to go this route into Dromai's move, so you have to just try to burn them down. Do what, hey, this is a great plug, what Majin Bey, Goliath Gauntlet champion, did in the finals against DM Armada on the Goliath Gauntlet. Because that was an Iyslander Dromai match, and Majin just slung hands, baby. It was fists out. It was just a lot of damage as fast as he could pump it out as an Iyslander player, which is just the complete opposite strat from what Brody's pulling off here. And Majin did win. He did win that matchup.
Another rake.
Sheesh. All these Ashwings.
One go again.
Not even sleeved up, not even cold foiled, not even marveled. Chris is all business.
I just goofed the first time.
Yeah. That's not. Yeah.
It was my fault.
Yeah, you're fine. You're good. It's a dumb, weird interaction.
Yeah.
There we go. I think they're talking about the kill on the... Actually, I'm not quite sure what dumb interaction they're talking about, because there's like 6 in this matchup.
Yeah.
But I think it was about the declaration of kill on something, so that it, I don't know, doesn't resolve to go again. I'm not sure what they were talking about. But All Chris has to do is play one passing. Oh, Darkodius. Oh, Noah. I know you want to be in the pilot seat so bad, so how about you just come out next time? We're not so far from Canada, you know. So far.
Pay 1.
Yeah, he definitely, I mean, obviously he's pitching a passing here. I do think he pitched one earlier as well. I don't quite remember. I do feel like I mentioned Blue Aura at some point, which in this matchup is passing. Like, you're not running the others. I don't think you run them anyway to Dromai ever, but I've definitely seen some people pretend Piercing Reality is legit, but it ain't. FYI. Darkodius, yeah, but DM Armada's list was awful. Oh my, into Iyslander specifically.
I did not.
That's fair. Yeah, yeah. It was very attack heavy. It's similar to like the red line that we saw last round.
It's just like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So
But the board state centric Dromais, the ones that build up boards like this, tons of Ashwings,
Scar, trigger, go again.
definitely have more control into the Iyslander game plan than just swinging attacks does, because those are more susceptible to the little bits of disruption that Brody wants to throw. It is that red Ice Fade. Double trigger.
Here we go.
Triggering 2 chills.
Oh yeah.
Seems pretty good. Showing me Ether Hail.
Yes.
Okay. So I know
Ether Hail. First time I've heard it pronounced that way.
Yeah, that's an interesting accent.
So you're playing Aether Hail, showing me Ether, or you're playing Aether Ice Fade, showing me Ether Hail. Like, okay.
yeah.
But did he even say it the other? I don't know. But anyway, it is funky. All right, he had double blue. It's a nice start to the turn, actually.
Taking 5.
Down to 27.
Yeah.
Majin says, I would normally never, ever recommend this, but you do probably go for the Frost X kill in this spot. Yeah, I do think the way Brody drew the deck was very partial to playing for the setup game plan. Regardless of the potential outs Chris will have into that late game's ability to break Frostbites, there were just so many draws that favored going late in Brody's early hands. Early Frost Hex, early double Insidious, and then he's played his hands to also slowly set it up further. The second Frost, the E-Pot. He's just looking for that to be the win count at this point. And to be fair, Chris is taking chip damage here and there. He is. What Brody needs to be careful about, though, is that final turn that he goes for it needs to be able to survive the swing that Chris is going to throw, because Brody won't win off of the just damage that Ice Eternal would deal. He would win off the Frost Hexes, triggering all the Frostbite damage at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
And that can always be a bit tricky. So Brody needs to maintain his life high enough that just one large attack from Chris, like an 8, 7, whatever it is, doesn't just present enough lethal that Brody can't go for it. But if his turn starts small, then Brody should be super safe, because an Ashwing board won't be able to swing in to a final hand like that. It'll be too many Frostbites. Did he just pitch the third? No? We see a third Insidious in Brody's hand as well. Interesting. So he blocks with the Scar for Scar there, which just straight shows that he thinks his life is worth preserving more than the damage push out of anything other than his late game plays. Because Scar for Scar is just straight better to play out. It is a 0 for 4 go again. There's no disruption Chris can throw out that would make that anything other than just 0 for 4 go again. But Brody is using it for just 2 life. Just straight half the value. But he's valuing that 2 life into letting him make decisions further in the game.
Responses?
Love to see small things like that. Love to see it. Now, whether he's actually correct about it or not, I think a lot of the chat is saying that this is just not the right way for Iyslander to win. But he's definitely going for it. And I'm eager to see the final death blows coming from Brody. It's either going to be him dead or Chris dead, as we know. That's just how the game goes.
Furnace. Okay. Make an ash, make 2. Yep. Spend 1 to invoke the Undereye. Okay.
All right. Now, in Arsenal is just the Aether Hail, right? From the last turn. From when we saw it before. So he's trying to use that to just shortcut the entire attack of Dragon Seed. Just kill the one that's declaring, but at least with something like Yandurai and Maragai, those will not be killable via Aether Hail. So that's going to be damage that's Likely going through, or at least demanding cards, because Brody is clearly trying to save his life.
2 go again.
2 go again.
Correct.
Yeah, this is actually really smart as well, because he's more eager to stick the Maragai, just turning off Phantasm, making sure that his singular Big Dragon Sling will always go through turn by turn, because he's not necessarily getting a ton of Ashwings off. Normally there's enough disruption to cut that out. But sticking something that removes Phantasm is very relevant, more than just like the singular swing of damage, because Brody still has, I believe, what, 2 poppers left? So it's starting to become unlikely anyway that those deal too much tempo. But by just sticking the 1 Phantasm remover here in Maragai, should be good enough to just shore up how much breathing room Brody has. Because there wasn't a Maragai on the field last turn for Scar to be more incentivizing for Brody to keep, because it would have cleared something like that. And Chris might also be picking up on that, seeing the Scar blocked. This is great. All of a sudden, you know, that's one easy way for Maragai to die, just gone off the table.
It's interesting. Brody needs to see the 3rd Frost Hex here. Needs to get an Ice Eternal in Arsenal. Like we gotta see some sort of gameplay turn around here for him. At this point, blocking out these turns isn't going to be feasible.
Timothy, just don't watch it exactly live. We're actually already on like as far as YouTube goes, the highest latency possible that YouTube will allow. Plus hooked up to a 5G hotspot that is trying its darndest. But we are 2 stories underground in this basement, so just don't try to watch it live. Like, click back, just like 10 seconds, and you'll be fine. Okay, I promise. But there's nothing we can do about like the live buffer. It is what it is. We are already on the lowest settings that it will allow us.
That's a lot. That's really chilly. I'll go ahead and pick them.
Or rather, I guess, highest.
And we're lucky we have the hotspots, because I was told the base internet's pretty much out, but everyone logged into it.
Yeah, the base internet is also just getting absolutely bottlenecked here because there's so many people at SCGCon. I had tried the base internet when I was testing things out yesterday, and it was decent, it was workable, but on a day like today with the crowd absolutely just everywhere, sprawling all over the place like it is today, there's no way there'd be any bandwidth left for us. So very thankful to have the hotspot, but same deal, like we're just so far underground. Yeah, it's not perfect. So it is what it is.
And then I'm passing.
Yep. My turn is just going to be a swing again, right?
I'm gonna.
Yep.
All right, I did just miss what happened. I believe it was
Brody
the
took his
Nature
hand.
Swing, right?
He AB'd 3, took 2, then took 2 from Waning Moon.
Right.
Because he triggered both Insidious Chills. Amulet's still up. His turn here is just Yunderai pass.
Yep. I mean, it's still a sticky 3, which, I mean, Brody can block for a singular card, for sure. Let's just save the life. Oh, there we go. They do update the life. Thank you. But he doesn't have the popper to actually interact with that 3 damage. He's just giving a card, which just delays the inevitable. He's definitely taking a bit to think on this hand. It's a bit of an awkward one. Blizzard gains no utility here because Chris is not actually going to go wide with this hand. It just doesn't have the red to enable Brogan. Unless Arsenal Sigil, which I once again have not paid attention. I need to get better at that. I've got like food going on. I've got a board state that's hurt my eyes, and yeah, so I did miss what's in Arsenal. But that's what the hand games are for. So you all can pay more attention than we are.
2 Arcane at you.
Yep. Take 2.
And then 3 Arcane with the moon.
Yep. Take 3.
Mezzo is calling Brody bully. I like that. Bully Spurlock. Like Bully McGuire. Just going to take over the Fab scene. Yeah, the attacks don't whittle Dromai since all her cards block 3. Yep. That's also a fair assessment. Plus the attacks are something that Brody would in theory want to actually save for popping in this matchup. I would think that's what you would try to do. Just because it's more of a tempo game than just throwing the raw damage. You actually get to affect the board state. You can't defend against the attack, put pressure on your board, and stop 3+ Arcane at the end of all your turns. Yeah, that's like kind of the Iyslander lock, is that if you try to just go pure defensive against the Iyslander playing aggro, like Iyslander does just outvalue how you want to block with your names, because there's the attacks that swing, which demand your blocks, otherwise just eat it, plus the cycle of 3 Arcane, on the end of your turn, more arcane eventually on the Dromai's turn, maybe followed by the Waning Moon, which is just 2. But throughout all those cycles, that's a lot of damage that will tend to leak through when you just play it balls to the wall aggro. Now, how much can we complain about that strat though? Because we're already seeing a very even game. Yes, the board state is insane. It is. But as far as life goes, this is not an overwhelming lead that Chris has. The board state is telling us that for sure. But Brody definitely has things on board that he hasn't used yet that can still seal the win. I'm just eager to see if it actually works. Because there's definitely plays around it, right? Like you can sand cover, you can Oasis, whatever he's holding in Arsenals. I guess he's not running the sand cover, right? But you can still like Oasis on the Ice Eternal. That can be absolutely massive because then it doesn't deal the damage. It doesn't deal the damage to then give the frostbites. There's just a lot of play that Chris will have around that late game.
Oh, yes, down to 11.
Yeah. You need an action point? Yes. Since the last popper. One go again?
He's swinging with Ash Wings now. He didn't swing on him on some of the other turns because he was ending on a taller attack to put more pressure on. Like there was the Miraging turn, where I think he was trying to play around just like a little bitty kill spell from Arsenal that would just end the turn too abruptly. So he definitely did forego maybe 2, maybe 3 turns now of actually going wide on Ash Wings, which was just a greedier line because he had just the more upfront attack to end the turn. If there was a more specific turn that he didn't swing, then I missed it. But I feel like some of the times that I've noticed that, it's definitely been because he's trying to play around just like a smaller kill spell.
I'm going to do this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more times. Do you have anything else?
Love the shortcut here. Because people do think one by one. They really do.
Yeah. You know Brody is going to too. He's trying to think about...
Brody will. He's another player who do that. Swing 1, think. Okay, take it. Swing 1, think. Okay, take it. Swing 1. Like, it's just on and on.
I mean, he has the Frost-Hex, his 3rd one in his hand right now.
Take 5 of them. Take 5. Go to 5.
Go to 5. All right, this is the scary moment, though, right? Because he needs to not only spend a huge amount of his hand to actually launch a large Ice Eternal. That will hopefully kill the game. He needs to then also survive whatever attack Chris has put on the stack. It's starting to become a really tall order with how low Brody is. He's definitely got more block in him. He's got the Tunic, which he's likely going to use on the turn he uses that resource for Ice Eternal. He's got the Coronet Peak.
Ooh, that's tough.
All right. Yeah. So he's not going for the triple Frost-Hex, which I think is correct anyway. You don't need it. It's overkill. Chris is at 12. But we don't really see like the kill guaranteed in Brody's next hand unless that's an Ice Eternal in Arsenal. Which I don't think it is.
Oh, Kyloria. That's crippling.
Wait, is that an Ice Eternal in Arsenal? It's not, right? If it is, then this is actually quite interesting. He could go for just a huge push, knowing Chris is only down to 1 card in hand. Is it? Can't see.
Well, he has a red in hand and a red Aether Ice Vein.
It's interesting because Brody also hesitated on the Frost-Hex block with the Endurai, but I hope he wasn't actually thinking about playing out the 3rd. Arsenal is just a Kyloria, which is mediocre. Oh, fair. Yeah, he did just play out the Kyloria anyway. Yeah, so Chris is still looking on his end as well for an ideal Arsenal to go into this endgame. With...
Okay. Yeah, we went with let's have an extension.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. That's right.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, they're saying verbally on the clock there's like 2 minutes left, but they do have the extra 4, so they should be at around 6. The timer's not perfect because I did reset it to like that extra 5 minutes anyway. But they are getting down into a bit of a tight race time. I think 5-6 minutes, some bit like that. Oh, Bully is the Iyslander archetype. That makes sense. I thought they just called it Bulllander. I've never actually seen it sort into Bully, but I like that. But also, Bully Spurlock is some nice headcanon. So, yeah.
I'm going to...
I like Battle Mage better.
Battle Mage? Yeah, it's playable. Now, what the Kyloria is actually presenting here, though, that is a bit of a...
in this arsenal?
Yeah, is that what that is? I think it is, right? It's similar enough to that art. So Kyloria is actually threatening a steal on... Where's his E-Pot?
underneath the cornet peak, I believe.
Is it underneath the corner? Yeah. Okay. Whoa, this is very awkward. So he's playing out the hypothermia in response to the Kyloria, which does make things more awkward. I guess but not as awkward as it would have been if Brody played that out early. I think he was thinking this turn wasn't presenting what it was, and he was able to save hypothermia for potentially next turn. Might have been what his line was. But the hypothermia just did nothing. All it did was let him E-pot for the moon. So I guess it saves him giving up the E-pot to Kyloria, is what it is.
Let 3 take 1 down to 4. Sure.
It's still a really awkward line.
Yes.
And I'll pay for the
Okay.
So I think his plan's got to be to arsenal the red here and pop Stormstriders to try to take that turn from him.
But what's unfortunate about that kind of forced line coming up is he won't be able to save all those Insidious for his Ice Eternal play. Now, if he can actually have room to...
Ooh, and he plays a Burn 'em All first, so... I mean, this has to be the Strider's turn, right?
I mean, Brody has to actually throw quite a bit in Chris's way here to stop all the damage that's on board. It's getting intense. The Chromai, the Maragai already provide such a safety net in the Dragon's ability to just push through things like poppers. We already know that Brody's arsenal is already a bit forced. Maybe Chris gets that read as well. It's not something that just inherently will stop a turn like this.
But he has Tunic Stormstrider, so he's got to try to go for this here.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have a choice. And we're going to see it right here.
Stormstriders? Yep.
People are saying in chat, oof, wrecked, ouch, that's games losing, that's rough. I'm not quite sure what exact scenario they're talking about. Maybe it was the fact that he had to force out the hypothermia to save E-pot to actually push damage. That definitely was rough. Like,
yeah.
That was awful to witness because he really wanted to keep the hypothermia there.
Pay 6 X 3.
Oh.
Trigger 3 ice moves.
X is 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and check.
Okay, so this is his last ability. Potentially shut out the game. Him losing the amulet, of course, also.
So he has to give him 6 mana here to not lose cards or give 3 cards. So does he have 2 blues in his hand?
Looks like at least 2 reds. That sweeping might be a blue, but it's definitely an Endurai and a Considered. So that sweeping might be a blue. I think it is, from a little bit of the angle I'm getting.
Discard 2 and pay for 1.
Okay, so that took all 3 cards.
As eternal results, gives you 3 frostbites and deals you 3 arcane damage.
I'll block 1.
Take 2 down to 7.
Oof.
I'm gonna deal you 3 with lightning bender.
Go to 4?
Oh my god.
And then,
yeah, he actually can't pay to swing.
Yeah, he
Because
can't,
he
he
led
can't pay
with
to swing
Vermilion.
and he's dead to the...
No, he, like, this is over.
He's dead
can't-
here. It takes
He
6.
can't pay. He led with Burn Them All, which gave Brody the window
The
to just
window,
really
yeah.
do this.
Oh my god.
That's incredible. Oh my
Let's
god, Brody did it.
go, Brody.
Brody did it. Wow.
Wow,
Yeah,
what
we-
an excellent game. Talk about master class.
That was great. I mean, we tried to specify like 3 times that Brody needed to
I'm
be
gonna
able
go
to
check
survive
on
the
our
last swing, and then in the end, Chris doesn't even swing. It's the Burn Them All that gives Brody the window there. That's incredible.
Dromai, which is
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So Brody, wow, really pulled off a win that a lot of the chat was not ready for.
what an excellent game on stream. That was so cool back and forth. That was fun. I made one so huge mistake though. Oh my gosh. I really need food. Okay. Like, are you busy or are you?
Listen to Brody here.
Yeah, just like 24 chicken nuggets, 2 french fries. I'll pay you back. I just need the food.
It was super awkward trying to get the tome out of my arsenal. It was just like stuck there for so long.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought it was like, this is such a bad tome to it, I just need to get it out of arsenal so bad.
Yeah.
What was your hand when you played the Dromai?
No, I messed up. So I totally wasn't prepared. I should just put my head and then pop the next thing.
Can we all agree to put cards sideways when blocking? I absolutely agree. I always do that. I mean, you literally are putting the block value closer to the attack value when you do it that way. It just makes sense. But what a game to actually observe. I honestly was trying to just pick up and learn as much as possible as compared to like maybe focusing a bit more on commentary, because I personally am just like starting to get addicted to Dromai, like I really am. So I enjoyed watching that game a lot. But for Brody to pull it out that way, he did exactly what we specified on like maybe even as early as like turn 3 or whatever it was, that the game plan really has to revolve around him surviving that swing, pulling it off. So Chris, burn them all. What a window, what a window. But to be fair, Brody would have survived on even just like the Enduri swing, whatever the biggest swing he could have done on that turn. Brody was still definitely okay, because he would have been able to block with Tunic and still also handle, the 4 life buffer as well. So Brody was just fine. That's incredible. Yeah, it is a mess of a board state. All right, for anyone who's watching, all over the place in terms of, the little bit of delay that you all have to add, which I do still apologize for. Appreciate you sticking through it because, it's not fun to deal with a bit of a buffer, but it's also not fun to be 2 floors underground with really shitty internet. So we're doing what we can. We should also be jumping into the next round like really soon because they had a 4-minute extension and they've already gone over.
Yeah, well, it's not trying to fatigue you. It's that when I know.
So I'm just going to shut up for a second, charge my laptop, and let them talk.
Because you're not going to attack. If you attack, I take it and then I swing at the action.
I think it is possible. I'm not sure. I'm not by no means a master of this matchup, but I think it's possible that you have to attack there to get it out.
That's what I thought too.
So you just farm me down until I have an arsenal that can't do that?
That's honestly what I thought about doing it.
First I thought you were like...
I wasn't confident that, so I just like...
I was so surprised you were like pitching like AB2 on his like...
I'm just trying to find
It's so he can pitch a red and...
Isn't it better to like attack?
No, almost no.
I don't want to almost.
That was a great game.
Sure.
You had so many stands in the chat. You had Darkodius, you had Tazo, you had Majid. Everyone was like, it's on camera. It's on camera.
Go back. There's more important things. So that my options are randomly.
But yeah, there was Darkodius.
Yeah, it was fun. So
the thing is, I don't know. Actually, better than I just decided to put it in the deck in case I needed one. Which I did not. But that was my super good player. I definitely think attacking with Brody.
I heard so much about him anyway.
Oh, Brody?
Yeah. So I
have the right next to do anything I don't feel.
No, for sure.
So I just needed powers to like establish the... Maybe? Ethan.
So, that was a great stream game, by the way. You know how many people were like, he's playing the wrong strat into Dromai? But to be fair, your hands really worked out for just playing for that really early.
And it worked out.
And it worked out.
Could you just tell on stream the turn I like full punch in?
I think chat caught it better than I was because I was looking at like 6 different things.
Wait, who's on stream with you?
Oh, Alex Giller. What pun are you talking about? The hypothermia at the end or what?
Dromai? Thank you so much.
You're talking about the blizzard on Chromite? Or what?
No. The Phantoms on Dromai, I tried to clap it, and there's a mirror guy in play, and I just forgot about the mirror guy.
Oh, yeah, no.
I had the game blocked, and then that made it so the game was like very close.
Okay.
Oh my god, I almost butchered. And then he pointed out I should have still played my hypothermia and stopped this turn. Sorry. Yeah, it's not a block. Sorry, I'm like pumped with the drum. Yeah, that stressed me out. Let it block. I was thinking, I just like, that's the first 2 mistakes is just the second mistake is actually something I need to work on. That was like the lack of understanding the game. I didn't think through it far enough to be like, oh wait, 2 action points doesn't mean it still doesn't.
Yeah, because then like you ideally you block it if it doesn't anyway that turn.
Yeah.
And then like he gets it, you also didn't gain life. So basically, I think the turn sequence.
Alright, there are pairings though, Brody. Oh, go run. Okay.
I think the turn sequence would have been you use the Aether Ice Vein to rip his hand, you set the Frost Axe, you play the Frost Axe on his turn plus Waning Moon, that for like 6 damage. And then hopefully you can like find something else.
Yeah. 350. Oh? What's that?
Would you like Katsu?
Yeah, I'm Katsu.
Who is it? Bravo? Alright. Only thing to note for stream is, you know, obviously keep up with this when you can. You don't have to use the tokens, but feel free to. And then if you can clip the mic here so that we can hear you.
Where am I clipping this?
Oh, just like mid-chest anywhere. It's all good.
So that you guys can hear what we're saying too? Okay.
Yeah, this setup has hand cam, face cam, board cam, mics.
Okay.
So, try to use these as best your ability. If y'all don't remember, that's fine.
You don't remember. They're all double-sided though, so it's like 6, 16, that kind of thing. What was your name?
Connor?
Connor. Last name?
R.
Connor R.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you. I'm Pat, by the way.
Hi, I'm Connor.
Connor, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. I'm on Bravo.
I'm on Katsu.
Katsu. Okay. It has been a while since I've seen Katsu.
Yeah? Who knew?
Yeah, right? I mean, he did get all the fancy...
You good to do odd or even?
Yeah, absolutely.
What would you like?
Even. Even? I don't think even. Even has treated me well today. Just
Odd
kidding.
it is.
I've been betrayed.
I don't know. Let's...
Yeah, it would help. I have no idea how this
yeah.
goes, to be honest.
I'm trying to think right now. I guess we're gonna go second.
Okay.
Oh shoot, let's save this.
Absolutely fair.
Tools, scripts.
Crazy as that is, against
Info, round
To
6.
be honest. People are so afraid of the dominates and like the imposing messages, and they forget that if you just take tempo away from Bravo, it's actually pretty solid.
Alright, people in chat actually are still talking about the last game. And yeah, there were a couple of questionable things. I'm not comfortable enough to like really call it out, but that is something that Levi just said that I was trying to think was something of a line. I think Levi articulated it correctly though. That yeah, you just pay double red on the Aether Ice Vein. Or not Aether Ice Vein, on the Insidious triggers, right? And then you respond with Furnace, pitching the blue, and then you end up with 4 floating. And then with that 4 floating, you can soak the Ice Eternal. Like, that's just absolutely what you can do, right? I feel like there was something like that always in my brain somewhere. I just didn't want to point it out and be wrong. But Levi, I think, just called it out, like, truly. Unless there wasn't a way to do that. Okay, but I think Levi's right. But all right, now we got a new game to move on to. New game. Brayden, you DM'd me about giveaways. Thank you. As soon as we have some nice, DM'd me on Discord. I got the results for the first roll for sleeves. Unless you want me to wait. How are you?
So are you like a Katsu guy?
Not really,
Just
no.
trying it out?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to be working.
I think it's good, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see how it,
What have you been playing against?
All right, the game we have on stream is really interesting to me.
and Golden. I lost to Iyslander. I beat a Rhino.
All right, this one should be a real exciting game. I've been waiting to see this Crouching Tiger Katsu all day.
For sure, and I really like Pat. I got to hang out with him a lot at Denver. Just super chill. He's very good at Marvel Snap. Would you believe it? Card gamers are good at card games.
And also, fun fact today, Pat's only loss is to Yanji on Iyslander.
Yeah.
Which seems like probably not a good matchup for...
No, that's got to be a bit rough. I mean, Katsu's always been an aggro deck that definitely runs his blues. However, in kind of these early brews, blues tend to be something that normally get a little bit off kilter. Maybe they're not the right count just yet. So I can totally see that being a bit tough there. But this is the Tiger Katsu. This is the fiend that has been all over Talishar. The deck that has all the screenshots coming out of it where people scream 50 damage turn, this, that, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's able to pull it off, because this kind of matchup is a very disruptive one.
I'm sorry. All good.
Bravo's not going to actually do much tricks in terms of disrupting on, like, your opponent's turn cycle, this, that, whatever. But there's a lot of honesty in the disruption that Bravo's going to throw out, and it's going to let Pat just kind of have a little heads-up information about whether or not he can play into a disruptive Bravo turn.
I mean, honestly,
depending on what he's facing down. Which I like choices like that, you got to just make the correct choice. There's not a lot of trickiness involved. You still have to make the correct choice. Alright, sorry, there's a little cropping thing. You know me. Let's fix that,
You're wild, dude.
Perfect.
Just
We're
half
back
a
to
micrometer off.
Yeah, but look, we're looking at it on a tiny ass screen, so the people looking at it on a large screen, I feel bad for them. That 1 little millimeter looks a lot worse for them, to be fair.
I was talking to Pat in between rounds, hearing about this deck, and he said he pulled out a 50 damage turn against Oldham in round 2 or 3. So maybe we'll get to see some spicy action like that.
Someone's asking, what's your personal stance on games like these where one player is going for the grind fatigue and takes way more time than the opponent? I don't really think that's the case, especially in that scenario. Brody is someone who really just thinks through to find the correct line. And if you ask him to make faster choices, he will. But he's not actually trying to use it in any kind of gamesmanship type manner where he's taking the game long because it favors him. That might be something that in the back of his mind is like a game state he wants to eventually get to. I want the late game. So he's going to always be thinking about that as he plays. But he's not purposely stalling at any point. That's not Brody. He's not ever going to purposely stall. He will just take his time to make the correct choice. And if you want him to go faster, he will. But he's meticulous. Like that.
Yeah, you could see that meticulous nature pay off at the end of that game too, where it was flawless lines.
Yeah, I mean he had some turns that he did not play properly. But to his credit, he's not a tilter. He bounces right back. But we're over that game. I think it was fine. It was played at a kind of slow pace in the beginning, but I don't think either of them knew the lengths of the late game that it would actually go to. So. No fault on either of them, but it was a bit of a slow early game into just some very, very tight turn cycles later that maybe did throw the Dromai player off just a little bit with some of the potential mistakes, like on that last turn pitching correctly. But that is just something you need to be ready for, the mental fatigue of taking a game long. Because Dromai as well is not going to ever end that game quickly with how it's being played.
Actually, just give you plating here.
I'll play Razor Reflex.
Ooh, look at that confidence in Pat's voice. I'll play Razor Reflex. You fell for it. You gave me equipment.
Right.
That's pretty funny.
Then I'm going to choose not to use Katsu's ability.
Sure.
And then I'll pass priority to go to Arsenal.
Awesome.
So not a huge damage push by Pat. Not a very efficient use of his turn. But he cheats through 5 damage, sets up an arsenal to actually build up one of the threatening turns that Katsu's always looking for. Katsu's a deck that loves the flexibility of a good hand, loves having an arsenal, loves having different lines open, because they can also change those lines on the fly.
And we see that Art of War in his hand too already.
Yeah, strange draw sequence too. It looks like he's got a Art of War, Energy Potion, one of the new Tiger cards, and then just like a blue block 3. So not the most aggressive hand. But this is also not a very disruptive hand.
Nothing floating. Disadvantage.
So far. To be fair, those Thunderquakes can pay for some good stuff. We don't know yet what it will be.
Thank you for the token, Connor.
You got us. Yeah, but no matter what, Pat is not ever going to be sure about the damage his hand can present because it's off the grace of an Art of War. If he really does want to push this turn aggressive, it's going to be Art of War, pitch Epot, manage his blue block 3, which means he just doesn't quite know what his hand can deal. But he's going to try to keep that line live until Connor actually does something disruptive. If it's just raw damage, he's likely to just play through it because he wants to use those kind of turns to really make his damage just more efficient than... Oh!
Oh.
Never mind. Eat my words. Eat my words, because there is disruption
I
coming.
never claimed it was
Yeah, I just asked for it.
That's fair.
I love the back and forth, the groan of, yeah, that's a 18 damage turn, and you get to Arsenal. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. Wow, just crazy. Those go again cards in Bravo just always look so dirty. Dirty, dirty, dirty. Trying to get Rouse to work in a deck like Levia is way less consistent, but it does feel great. It'll never feel as great as when Bravo pulls it off, because him cheating Gogan damage out of his deck is just juicy. Once again, Pat in the tank, because this is one of those questionable turns, same as ever. He just doesn't know how much damage he can deal. So the fact that this doesn't have Dominate, it isn't threatening Pummel, just means, well, I mean, he can use cards to block, but that also means you have to throw equipment in to avoid the crush effect, since he has 2 non-blocks in hand. So it's no good line. I mean, if he had the 3 blocks in hand, then it's just, okay, block 9, swing back Kodachis, whatever, take the reset.
Good here.
But his hand is not giving him that choice. Not giving him that choice at all. If he really tries to just play through this, that is awful.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is absolutely terrifying.
Just,
There are so many 2-card combos in this that are just awful. I don't, especially that with Tunic at 1, going into Tunic at 2, means he doesn't even get to just have the Art of War live off of that. Oh god. I think he
There it
kept
is.
2 blues then. That is so low pressure.
Counter on Tunic.
Oof. Depending on what that Arsenal card was, maybe he pulls out a decent value play here, but really doubt it. This could just be Kodachi Epot, which is also not awful in terms of building up for an insane Katsu turn. It's just not going to be a turn he has right now. Yep, okay. Epot. So as far as the 2-card combos you could have left in hand go, that one was okay. I mean, it would have been a lot worse if he just keeps like the Art of War and, you know, like the Epot, then what do you do? Like, this is unplayable. But holy, you know, questioning lines just is not part of Connor's book. He's just got it.
what just happened? Okay.
He's just got it. Another Rouse coming in for 7. I don't know what's in his arsenal, and once again, I didn't keep it, but if it's another expensive attack, I mean, imagine something like a Spinal right here. Oh my god.
In Arsenal, yeah. I don't know, I think Crouch Attacker Katsu is supposed to make tigers, right?
Well, not when they're getting smacked around by all these ancient, rousable constructs. Whatever they are, clay golems. I don't even know what that thing is.
That's what I get for letting you go first, I guess.
So, no, poor Pat.
Showtime is pretty scary if it happens first.
Yeah, Pat did choose to go second as the aggro deck here, but he was not able to throw in anything of note to disrupt Connor, and Connor's had Showtime. It was quite the early start for a deck like Connor to just keep the lead and just never let it go. Even with a little bit of a strange block on the Tectonic, on that 2 attack, whatever it was, like Winds of Eternity, we're not seeing any kind of punish. It's just not in Pat's deck right now.
Block 7.
Holy, 3-card block 7. Jesus.
Blue Pummel?
Oh. Oh, Lord.
Floating to make a seismic surge.
Lord have mercy. And 2 Nothos for 6. So dirty.
Jeez.
Poor Pat. This is hard to watch. Not on screen. I think this means he's out too, isn't he? X1.
Yeah, he's X1 right now.
Oh, not like this. I feel awful for Pat here. He's not getting to play the game. Not getting to play the game.
He drew up into a Terrace underhand.
Oh god, Bravo just doesn't stop. No, to be fair though, I think there's 2 reds in that, so it doesn't actually function.
Remake the seismic surge, yes sir.
Oh, yeah.
With debilitate for 6.
Okay, alright. So we might have some breathing room
Can
here
you pull
for
up what that
our
one
Pat?
does?
What is it?
Debilitate. Got the crush effect in there. Yeah, so it's just a blue debilitate coming in, but it does have a decent crush effect in terms of stemming Akatsu's damage. The -2 doesn't get full value on a Kodachi swing, because, you know, that's just a 1 anyway. But the 6 alone is still pushing Pat into the life thresholds of maybe you get low enough that just the right dominate hand kills you, which is just terrifying. Just terrifying. God, I love playing decks with block 3 with Bravo. When you have decks with block 2s, I just feel like the matchup goes so haywire. Because you can just get on the back foot. It's really not up to you to decide whether you're on the back foot versus Bravo. It's up to the Bravo deck. And if the Bravo deck just says, you play behind, it is very hard to claw back. Very hard.
I'm gonna put that on the bottom. Yep. Good option.
People in the chat are questioning links versus mask momentum. I really think these days people are tuned into the fact that if you can get like 6 or 7 value out of links, that's just like husk value. That's a lot. Salt just for 4. Because mask momentum is really great into the aggro decks when you can punish the fact that they want to keep their full cards, their full grip. But you can still even take links in those matchups just to get ahead on the race. There's still a toss-up in a lot of those situations. But when you're against a deck that wants to naturally block anyway, oh my god.
Boy.
Oh, this is
also in this deck,
chaining
like
it.
that links could be a lot more than 6 or 7.
Man, and he just pitched Terra Thunder too. I mean, he's just drawing the threat. This is ridiculous. Yeah, but just to close that thought, mask momentum into a deck that is likely to block down with 1 card to 2 cards and has good armor is just not doing anything. Links can put you in those situations in this kind of matchup to say, Bravo's trying to keep a 4-card crippling. I'm going to links and I'm going to force that to not happen because on hit death or
That's a good
whatever
point.
it is. So just the agency to push the kind of how much of a hand a deck like Bravo is allowed to keep can be really, really impactful. Because Bravo really does just run block equipment. I mean, they run iron out legs, for God's sake. It's all just about, yes, I will block with equip. And every single point of that says, yes, I will also turn off mask momentum. Oh, what's funny is I think he pitched Buckle as well. I think the card above Cranial Crush is a Buckle, which is the new Majestic that's basically tear but destroy a equipment.
Unless it's lunging press.
That has a -1, right?
That works though. It only works on attack action.
Yeah, yeah. So nothing relevant anyway, but just the options Bravo would have had in that kind of hand against most decks is pretty incredible. It's a lot of choice that the Bravo players given these days. Because their blue base is just everything they want in the game. You know, brutes don't get that. You don't get to have happy
no.
Yeah, so there goes Lynx. Just a block 2 in this matchup, it seems, but he is on the back of it, so it is what it is. At least he has the sync. So now if Pat's tracking, that is Terra Thunder pitched, Terra Thunder played.
Oh, yeah, no good.
Now, the way Connor's drawing, maybe he just whips another big attack off anyway. The consistency now of threat in a Bravo deck is pretty unreal. Pretty unreal. Alright, Pat, what's the play? I don't quite recognize these cards from...
Roar the Tiger.
Roar the Tiger, he says. Good, thank you. I was just about to say, I don't recognize them by look, but by name, you can find them.
And then all my Crouching Tigers have +1.
Okay.
So he creates a Crouching Tiger in hand. Everyone they gain gains +1, or everyone you control gains +1 this turn. So I guess in theory, you get multiple of these out, right?
Yeah, it's like this is
That'd
the
be the
anthem and
idea.
Art War is the anthem. I don't think they have any others.
There's a couple that care about like specifically at what point in the chain to get buffs, but I think as far as blanket buffs go, it is just this in Art of War. Yeah. But if he doesn't have another way to pump out these Crouching Tigers, then all this did was deal 1 damage. That's so sad.
On the bottom, choosing to draw a card.
Oh, did he put that Crouching? No, he did. Okay. That's a Crouching Tiger in hand, right?
So movement blocks.
Interesting. I didn't even see what card he put on the bottom, but like that's,
So mood reactions.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing he's hoping for there is another way to make more Crouching Tigers off that draw, which seems pretty hopeful.
Sync below.
But hey, you gotta be hopeful in a situation like this. How do you claw back in otherwise? Claw back in. Ha. probably not through roaring like tigers do.
Combat chamber.
Oh,
Predatory streak.
all right. So he actually does have another way there. I didn't catch that card. I think it was an arsenal from as early as maybe turn 1. So this is that new promo you can get from your local armories, and also just out of the set itself. It makes 3 crouching tigers in your vanish zone, and you may play them. I think it's called Predatory Strike. Predatory Strike, something like that. Predatory, let's pull it up. Yeah, there we go. Predatory Streak. Oh, interesting. I really thought it was Strike. So there we go. That turns into a 0 for 3, which is pretty standard. And in a way, I don't really know how you value something like Roar of the Tiger now, because all it did was give 1 damage. It made 1 damage, but then it also made this thing deal 3 damage. But it's not exactly a 0 for 4, because then this thing got 3 of it. So it's still, in a way, just 1. What is this card that he's playing for? I would like to know. I guess we'll find out. I'm still very new to this Katsu deck. I've been traveling, not playing on Talishar, so I haven't seen actually a lot of the new stuff in action. I've just heard tales of how much damage the deck can do. I don't think this looks to be the start of one of those insane, like, 50 damage turns.
So from 31 to 30, right? So last time I took damage, prior to that was the 2 Kodachis, 33, 32, 31. And then...
So, I mean, I literally have been going down 1 all the way from 39, so or I guess it was 153, but...
So unfortunately, we do have to default to what they wrote down, not what was cracked on stream. We can't butt in on things like that.
But maybe I messed up somewhere.
I am not sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, SCGCon did tell us that we're not allowed to step in at any point, so honestly, I'm not even going to use my time to double check on that. We'll just let them resolve it.
You said you ended. Let's see if we can figure it out. Yeah, so...
If they ask me, then I guess I should have something ready.
1, 2, and then 1, 2, right?
So last turn was 2 Kodachis.
Yep. So going down from 40 in increments of 2.
Alright, let me pull out my phone, trying to help them in case they ask.
And I haven't attacked these yet.
Yep, so it would just be 2. Right? We just count down by 2. 1, 2, the 3 that I took. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Okay. Connor hasn't been determined to be correct anyway. Perfect, good. I don't want to scroll back to my phone, my laptop died. But at least the main computer is live.
Okay, and then we'll play Tiger Swipe.
Alright, Tiger Swipe. This is the card I wasn't sure about. What does this do?
Single look.
No, regardless, it's not hitting, but what does it do? If Crouching Tiger was the last attack in this combat chain, this has +2, go again, and when this hits, create X Crouching Tigers. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I see. I get it. So you pump this sucker, it hits, and then you just extend your chain for as much as it deals. That's pretty cool.
Completely forgot what Breaking Scales did.
That's pretty cool. So, interesting. That's really well done there. He Breaking Scales it. Lets it actually hit, because Connor just forgot about that interaction, which is always nice. Breaking Scales always a cute card that you normally are in the tank thinking about, do I overblock this turn? Is this the Breaking Scales turn? And then the one turn you forget about doing it, boom. Breaking Scales just comes back out to bite you. And that's exactly what's happening here.
27, 26, I assume.
Wow, really cool turn. I like this.
Yes.
25, I assume.
Yep.
That last card is just a blackout kick. It doesn't add anything here unless someone's substituting for it. I mean, it's a 1 for 4. I think.
I didn't have to block this, but I had to.
Yeah, Pat was saying exactly what I said earlier. Like, imagine if you had links here and what links could have done.
Right. Links just makes every chain link incredibly threatening to then search out the next Tiger Swipe. I get it. So that's definitely the combo that you were searching for there. But at this point, I mean, Pat has been cheeky with that first Tiger Swipe. I think Connor's clued in now to definitely block if there was another one in that same turn. But Pat choosing not to go ahead and use Tunic for the blackout kick. I mean, to be fair, it's just 4 damage there. But at the same time, he's being inefficient with the Tunic counter. So he might be thinking the only way he actually pulls back is an Art of War turn off the Tunic. Like that can always be big, right? Just the ability to say, oh, this card doesn't really cost me anything. It just says give +2 to everything and also cycle a card. But now we see another turn cycle here where the Tunic wasn't really live for anything. So maybe it would have been better to just play out the blackout game.
24.
23.
23.
Sure, he gets like a nice resource curve off of it now, and then gets to save the Tunic, so there is that. That'd be the upside. So I don't think it was that bad. It can't be that bad.
Bogan or
Not at the moment.
we'll take it to 19.
19.
Oh boy.
I'll pass priority guards.
Connor is opting to keep that full hand again, even as the Seismic Surge popping. What does this enable?
Something unfortunate for Pat, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Dominate.
Oh, yep. Start with Dominate. And it's another crippling. Beautiful. So there's no pummel on this crippling. Not possible, no cards in hand. Nothing floating. You went for just the Dominate line, but with where Pat's at, with no equipment block left other than the one Tunic, which source.
Reactions.
Oh. Flick flag, flick flag. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, we definitely knew he had the flick flag in arsenal from the last turn. Wasn't sure what he had just drawn up there. Didn't look yet. And beautifully enough, it was double flick flag.
Double flick flag saved that turn, yeah, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, I mean that's just the perfect 8 block. Only takes 3. That actually buys Pat into a really, really decent opening. I don't think the return is necessarily going to be anything too special, but it's at least an opening.
Reactions. It's the tunic.
Okay.
Razor reflex.
Got it. Down to 13.
All right. What's the combo piece after Rising? I don't think it's one that you. I just don't know. I don't remember. Is it like Open to Center or something? I think it's one that people don't.
He
run.
literally just Arsenal passed.
Yeah, he just Arsenal passed. But there's always the line there. He could have maybe discarded and then.
Command and Conquer is so good here.
Yeah, it's not only that, but it's a pummel threat as well.
2 cards in hand. Okay. So
Pummel threat, whether he has it or not, it's still just an absolute horrible, horrible turn for Pat to be staring down. It's either, basically say no blocks, go to 1, lose card in hand, lose a card in arsenal, or try to block around the pummel bluff, but you're still losing 2 cards, and then of course getting definitely blown out by it when it is a pummel. You're left with just 1 card left in hand. It's awful. This is when aggro decks that don't run Crown start to really show some weakness into the prevalence of CNC, even throughout Crown of Providence's just mainstay use in the format. The decks that don't run it definitely still have to fear turn cycles like this. Wow.
I'm afraid of the pummel here.
So he actually just straight over blocks with the pummel. So in that sense, what he's keeping is a bit of life and the card in arsenal, but what he's giving up is Tunic plus his ability to just also say, okay, goodbye pummel, let's find a new turn cycle for you that's maybe just a Nothos for the love of God. Like that's always what you have to pray for.
Sorry, I had it at 13.
Because now Connor is going to hold that pummel. If he had it, which I assume that's what's in Arsenal, I'm not entirely. Actually, no, it shouldn't be what's in Arsenal, because then he wouldn't have paid for Dominate on the Crippling Crush. There must be something in hand. Yeah, I do see a pummel in hand. So.
Two floating.
There we go. Yeah, so this is once again pummel telegraph, but like, what can Pat do? He basically said, hold up, I'll give you free cards so that you don't play your pummel. And then Connor just says, okay, pummel's freaking good, I'll just play it again next turn. That's always the predicament into those really telegraph pummel turns. Because I'd almost rather them just play it out. Just get rid of it, please. The card is really oppressive in the white windows.
Reactions.
And there's one, which we knew.
So it's for 13.
Yes, I'll take that.
Synchro.
Think number 1. Think in the Razor.
So this is.
Yeah, in a way, he actually could have drawn another defense reaction there. Pretty incredible. But he doesn't. Oh, it is another Flick Flag. Oh my god, this guy on Flick Flags in Arsenal. Oh, wow. Have not been paying attention to that. That is his second Flick Flag from Arsenal, his third across the game.
That'll be the end of my turn.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, it would have to be, no, block for 2 he loses. block for 3, he would still be alive actually. So I don't think there was any way where Connor actually played through that. But regardless here, this end game is not something Connor expected, I don't think. But these kind of late game hands are absolutely devastating for Pat to try to fight his way back in. But this is the last Terra Sunder. Once again, last pummel gone, now last Terra Sunder. Not gone, but we did see one pitched, so it is far enough away that it's actually not to note for at least a little bit more.
So it's 5-3.
Oh, it is 5-3. Okay. I guess he didn't tap down the Kodachi you liked. So that changes everything you just said about the damage thresholds on that last attack. But it's all right. He had the Fate for Senior Arsenal anyway. He was never going to lose to the Razor. 3 life is a lot of room, because it's still the ability to say, okay, you can Kodachi me twice, and I just ignore it. Also, for anyone in chat, my laptop is dead, so I actually can't pull up chat that easily. I can pull it up on my phone, but I'll just use chat.
Take 4, go to 1, lose 2 cards. Yeah. It's not feel good.
Nope. And this buys enough room for Connor to probably just close with the dominate hand. He's got 3 life to work with, which is reality 2. But then he does have the armor equipment still at 1. So it definitely has room. But what else could you do, really? What else could you do? It just is what it is. He just swings 2. Connor can just go to 1, really not fear anything, and as long as he can dominate something, the game is over. Poor Pat. Pat really put on a showing. If he just didn't block, or at whatever point maybe he had agency to put it back in the deck somehow, but if he just had that last Majestic in deck, whatever the name of it is, we all know what we're talking about. As long as he had had access to that, what a game he would have pulled out. Feels so close. Well done, Pat. Really props to both players here.
Honestly, I think it's matter.
You still had the Fate for Satan Arsenal, so you were fine, even if there was another.
Yeah, I honestly saw the first one and I was like, Razor Reflex. I'm so afraid of it the entire time that I was just.
I'll ask Pat if he wants to talk about that.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually a good note by Pat. The Fate for Scene was an Arsenal regardless, for Pat really trying to push over on the Crouching Tiger turn.
Having to block it.
But to be fair, it would have been a lot more exciting if he just swung with it anyway. Instead, it was just a little bit disheartening to know that he was out.
Good luck.
But there we go. That is a Bravo moving on. Both these players were X1. So Pat is now unfortunately out of top 8, but Connor is in the running still. I think there's one more round, right? It's round 6. There's Oh, Pat. Oh, Pat's actually going to join us.
I was not ready. 1 second.
All right, we're over to. We're going to put that on.
Yeah.
All right, and I'll change your name. We've got Pat Eschke of last top 8, right? You made top 8 at last Philly?
At the one in Philly, it was I got fourth.
Fourth at Philly, and that was when you thought you cracked the meta wide open with Starvo.
Yeah,
and
Starvo was pretty good. Yeah, it was it was a good deck. Something was falling over there.
It was fine. It was there for me. I appreciate that guy. Yeah, you and Charles came.
Yeah,
at
Charles
Philly.
Dunn and I worked on this one a lot as well. This Katsu list. We're pretty happy with it. That game obviously didn't go the way I wanted to. I had to block with the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx to try to deal with some of his disruption. Just a little bit too much disruption on his end.
Well, it was. I mean, everyone saw at home. It was a lot. I mean, the hands just lined up insanely well for your opponent. But the ability to claw it back off that double Art of War Epot was so exciting.
Yeah, I thought I might get it there at the end.
Yeah.
But it was close. But if he didn't have the last defense reaction, that he's at 1, and then the Kadachis are online. But it was I don't know. It was a good game. I really like the deck. One of my other friends, Jeff Stam, is playing a similar version of it as well, and he's X2 as well. But
so close, but might need some little fine tuning.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, this is the kind of like the rough draft of the deck. Basically, we kind of threw it together and played a bunch of games on Talishar and stuff. But I would say that probably Bravo and Iyslander are probably the worst two matches. Iyslander you can beat, but Bravo's got just way too much disruption to. I was surprised I got it as close as I did, to be honest.
Oh, we all were, but it turned into, oh no, poor Pat. Like, look at how the game's going. Into, oh my God, Pat's gonna pull it off. To, oh no.
Well, yeah. Every time he pays
Such
2
a
for
roller
pummel,
coaster.
and you have a defense reaction for it, so it's like.
Thank you for saying that. I said that like every time you had it, which you had it like two
Yeah.
times. It came up
Yeah.
huge. It's like that's just so good.
Yeah.
He spent 2 resources to do nothing.
Yeah.
Like, it's just,
Yeah.
so-
And it was pretty obvious, like, whenever he had his pummels, but there's just a lot of times my early hands, like, I drew like some of like the not a lot of 2 blocks in the deck, but you have to play the predatory streaks and the leg taps and stuff.
Were you reading your opponent's body language at all that matchup? Because he definitely had some, I almost feel like physical tells. Like he went for even dominate on CNC, which like it doesn't work. But even so, as a player, you should always normally try to just, oh, it's a CNC, play it, pretend as if I have pummel.
Yes,
He
I
definitely
think
had
so. Yeah, like
OBS disconnected.
Okay.
It'll get back. All right, we're back.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah. So on that the penultimate turn, I guess, whenever he was attacking with the Command and Conquer, and he used his Bravo ability, I suppose he was just trying to filter his hand, which, I mean, I guess he wouldn't have been able to do it any other way.
That's fair. As a hand filter, it makes sense.
Even if he bluffs it there, I'm still going to make the same exact play and just take it and go to 1 if it's a red pummel, as I was at 11. And then I only have 1 Art of War instead of 2 Art of Wars. But like after he did that, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to have 2 Art of Wars and the red predatory streak. If I had drawn a little bit better, maybe, I don't know. Playing 2 Art of Wars, I can't really complain too much there.
Well, to be fair, your first Art of War got no mileage because it was part of that crippling crush turn so early, which we actually had a lot of back and forth about what was the right choice for you. You had the 2 non-blocks in hand, so there was no way for you to actually salvage that turn blocking-wise.
Yeah.
I think you definitely got a little lucky on the 2 you kept.
Yes, yeah.
Right?
I wanted to keep the energy potion. That was the card I wanted to keep. But I don't think there was any line that worked. If I block for 6 and discard my last 2 cards, it's just like I'm not really getting anywhere. And then at least that turn I got to go Kadachi energy potion, which is like not a good turn.
Right.
But
I mean,
like,
ideally that Art of War is anything else, right? You're able to just say,
If
all right, block,
I would have
Epot,
loved to
gains,
do that.
deal.
Yeah, if I could have blocked for 9 and then just play the Epot, then that's maybe a different spot. But just you get caught with your pants down a couple times. So.
A little bit. Well, I really think that was like the linchpin turn, because especially with how you flipped the late game, just knowing that you would have saved HP on a turn like that would have been so huge.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I took
a lot.
18 that turn because there was a rouse.
Yes, there was a rouse. There was a rouse.
Beginning
It
of that
was
turn.
crazy. Do you know what the rest of the top tables are looking like? Someone's asking.
I know I lost to Yanji Lee.
Iyslander, right?
He was on Iyslander, and he told me he lost to a dash in the previous round, so he was X1. I haven't been keeping up too much with the top tables. I've been opening packs and stuff like that with some of my other friends. So, but, I don't know. I'm interested. I think I'm out at this point with the 2 losses.
It'll be a
but,
clean cut.
yeah,
It'll be
which is
7
good. I'm
next
glad to be clean cut.
Right,
but,
for once.
Yeah,
You've been to
for a
these
change,
battle
right?
hardens.
Yeah.
There's so many drama stories that come out of it.
But it'll be interesting to see what makes the cut, and especially if there be some new Dynasty cards. Hopefully, that's what I'm hoping to see. I probably playing the most new Dynasty cards in the set for
the Araknis kind of fell. They did, and I don't think the dash that's sitting well is on any of the new cards.
Yeah,
The guy who was on
I had Arakni build as well, and it wasn't
Not ready yet.
performing the way I wanted it to perform. So when Charles pulled this one out. We were like, okay, this seems like we're doing something unfair, and let's try to take advantage of it. So.
Imagine if Stubbies was still out.
Yeah,
really
if
be
Stubby
like the
Hammers
deck.
would make this deck a lot more busted. We'll say that for sure. But
We got Session Blood. That's Kieran, right? Is that
Yeah.
the right name? Kieran saying, shout out to Pat for rocking Katsu and Manset for the stream.
Thank
We
you.
got
I
you.
appreciate it.
That's both of us on camera. We got you, Kieran. I'll try to find out what else is going on for the proper top 8. We're going into the last round, so the undefeateds will be locked. And then there's going to be a lot of X1s that are really scared. But the amount of good players this event, the player quality of this battle is just constantly.
yeah, this is the most players they said they've ever had at the Battle Hardened. So
Oh yeah,
it's
for
crazy.
just top 8 prizing, by the way.
Yeah.
Like all this, 128
Yeah.
players, a stream, a huge like section of the hall, judge staff for just top 8 prizing. This
Yeah.
could be.
It's a little brutal, but get some elo points and
Right.
try to salvage the last rounds.
Well, cool. We're gonna cut to a little break
Yeah.
here.
Thank you
But
so
Pat,
much for having me. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for doing this and taking the time. I really appreciate it. You're doing great things for the game. We really
Thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Pat. We're gonna keep trying, go on the road, and just
Yeah.
do this at every one we can.
Yeah.
And I'll see you at probably
Yeah,
most.
I'll see you. Have a good.
All right, Adriel, I needed better.
Flesh and blood. Out of all the locations of Wraith, the newest expansion, Dynasty, takes us to the Imperial throne of Volkor, right in the midst of the ensuing power struggle between the reigning Jokai and the rebellious Volkai. As the world of Wraith watches the mighty houses clash, a lone operative from the pits threw the realm into chaos. In a flash, the Emperor of Volkor lay dead at the hands of Arakni, Huntsman. Dynasty gives players the tools to play their part in the chaotic fallout. Will you take aim as a ranger, smash and bash with a rock, close contracts as an assassin, or even man the controls of a mech construct? Dynasty is the perfect product for both new and established players. From a box, you can build a brand new assassin deck or add cards to your favorite hero. Find it at your local LGS today.
No matter the format or level of competition you're looking for with Flesh and Blood, SCGCon has got you covered with 3 days filled with as much gaming as possible. On top of big events like Armory and Battle Hardened tournaments, a full suite of side events is always at the ready for any format you want to play. From Classic Constructed, to Blitz, to limited events like Sealed and Draft, on-demand side events will make sure you can get a game whenever you want. Armory events award prize wall tickets and special Armory promos. Check StarCityGames.com/SCGCon to see what format will be featured at the Armory event you're attending. Battle Hardened events provide a higher level of competition and a higher rewards to go along with it. Battle through a number of rounds of Swiss and a single elimination top 8 to win cash prizes, special playmats, and 2 Pro Tour invitations for the finalists. The winner even walks away with an extremely rare Gold Cold Foil Legendary card. Formats vary for Battle Hardened events, so check the schedule before registering. Classic Constructed is considered the quintessential Flesh and Blood experience. Bring an 80 card deck with an adult hero, up to 3 copies of each card, and settle in for a lengthy battle against each opponent. Rounds are 50 minutes long and usually go the distance. Blitz is a constructed format aimed at quicker, fast-paced games. Decks are 40 cards and use young heroes with a limit of 2 copies of each card in your deck. To keep a quick pace, rounds are only 30 minutes long. Draft and Sealed are perfect for players that don't have a deck ready to go. In Sealed, you open up 6 packs and build a 30-card deck. A deck can only use generic cards and cards with the same class and or talent as your hero. Don't worry if your packs don't have a specific hero, weapon, or equipment, those are provided. Draft is a bit different. 8 players have 3 packs and build decks by opening packs one at a time and taking a single card, passing the packs around the table, taking 1 card from each pack. After all cards are selected, players build a 30-card deck just like in Sealed. Not quite sure how to play, but wanting to get involved in Flesh and Blood? Check out our How to Play video. No matter how you play, we look forward to seeing you in the Flesh and Blood at SCGCon.
Oh, sweet Levi, let's just clean you up for camera a little. And there we go. Hey, I'm Sant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. Fabric, found at fabric.gg. If you play or have played Magic the Gathering, you're probably familiar with EDHREC, a powerful website that has become a community staple with useful content and data analysis. Fabric is made by that same great team. What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. On the homepage here, we can see all the heroes from Flesh and Blood. It's defaulted to show both the young and old, but you can set your tab to Blitz or CC only if you'd like. And here we have Dromai, Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. As expected, Dromai has a high number of red cards, and a high number of 0 and 1 cost cards. Additionally, this card distribution chart shows the significant usage of defense reactions. Now, as we scroll down, you will see the most commonly played cards in Dromai separated by their type. Notice the high usage of Phantasmal Footsteps, and lesser so with more niche cards like Crowned Reflection that you normally see coming up in a Dromai's sideboard. Now, scrolling down further, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Now, further down, we see the dragons people tend to pass up on in their Dromai decks, namely Vincerikai and Themai. So back at the homepage, there are similar data for all the heroes in the world of Wraith. It's a great way for new players to explore each hero and see what cards and types of cards that hero likes to use. Additionally, you can check out the most popular cards in Blitz and Classic Constructed in their Staples tab. Here we see the most popular generic cards that are showing up in each deck, which is really useful for deciding which to invest in as you are getting into the game, since these cards are being used for sure across multiple heroes. Similarly, you can see class staples on this page here, and don't you know it, I'm going to go ahead and click on Brute. Now, as expected, here are the most popular cards by type that are used across each Brute hero, including our favorite, Levia. Now, we'd like to thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Sant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
Imagine a world where you create your own card sleeves. Leave the crayons. Your phone? I don't think so. No time for arts and craft. Please don't. What? A blender? Stop. Look here. I'll show you. Use the Sleeve Crafter. Upload your own images and print it on a Dragon Shield sleeve. Dragon Shield Sleeve Crafter. Power to create.
All right, we're moving on to table 2 as our last game on stream for the Swiss rounds. We will do top 8, so no worries there. But what an exciting pairing. These are both players we haven't actually seen on stream yet. And they are both actually playing for their spot in top 8. They're both X1. And it's Dorinthea versus Dash.
Alright,
So this will be our third Dash of the day, which is all right. They've been different.
16 has 6 on the back, 5 has 15 on the back.
Hopefully this is a new flavor of Dash.
And then...
Are these for like attacks that are bigger than they say they are?
Yes.
Okay. And use these for resources?
If you can, yes.
Okay.
And then...
I do have a question about that. Should I use my typical resource tokens?
You can use whatever you would like to use.
Okay.
These are just suggested.
Okay, cool. So I brought gears.
Those are dope.
I don't have anything cool.
All right, I hope. Let's see if they say their names.
Accurately, even if you write it down, please.
Okay.
Because we pull this directly to the stream. And then your mics are right here. If you clip them anywhere on you, that would be great.
Should we still write it down, or should we just use this?
Should definitely still write it down.
Still
just
write
in
it
case
down.
you have to have a judge call or whatever.
Are we on the same timer as everyone else?
You guys are going to have a 2-minute time extension as of right now. So you guys are sat. You.
Any water in there?
Yeah. I think
All right, Alex did not ask their names, so let me. Alex, ask their names.
Yes. Adam. Magical.
Adam M and
Rose Smith.
All right, we got Adam M versus Rose Smith. Beautiful.
You'll hear me coughing. I am not sick. I have respiratory issues. So.
All right, perfect. Wow, we're really going back to the early days of Flesh and Blood for this matchup. Rose on Dash versus Adam on Dory, but he's using a dirty illusionist. Matt, my God. Adam a little tall. Let me adjust that camera angle. A little tall. Let's bump this. We'll crop it, baby. Let's go. That looks good. I think their hand cams also look decent. This is the last round of Swiss, like I already mentioned. So, if anything, honestly, might use this as a little mental break before we jump into top 8, which I want to make sure is as impeccably cast as possible, which, whew, it's starting to run low on fumes. Hold on 1 second. I do need to down this coffee. I really do. I keep saying it.
After Everfest.
There we go. There we go. All right.
Okay.
Just saying, though, what a variety we have. Dorinthea we've not seen on stream yet, and all these dashes are a bit different. Do you know anything about?
I don't know anything about this dash. No.
Oh, I hope it's spicy. She's actually full in on dash with those little steam resources.
Yeah.
So we've seen like construct dash. We saw like traditional, just boost dash. Perhaps this is fatigue dash. Really get the full breadth of what this hero can do.
It's pretty interesting that Dash and Dorinthea are live for top 8 this late. Not what I would have called on this meta, but very cool.
Imagine Dory makes top 8. Like, look at the rounds it would make on the internet if Dory makes top 8. To be fair, she got a really, really strong new attack reaction. The piercing one.
Yeah.
When you think about it, most of the time when you're trying to perfectly block or overblock around Dorinthea reactions, now she's got an extra way to basically say +4 if you've blocked with your equipment, because it just gives +3 piercing. Like, holy, it is good. It is good.
It might have been just enough gas to make this deck back into its prime. Let's see here.
Now, quick note, this will crash if you pull up any of the Classic Battles cards specifically. So if they play like Glistening or Thrust or something, don't click on it.
Got it.
It's just, for whatever reason, they're a different size file, and this program can't handle it. Yep, people in chat are excited about Dory. I am too. Seeing Dorinthea lines is something that, as someone who never plays it, but plays against it a lot, is just as important to learn. You cannot ignore Dorinthea. That is just, it's never possible. I guess unless your deck is just brain dead aggro and you couldn't block it even if you wanted to. Then you can ignore Dory and just say, oh, if they have enough counters, I lose anyway. But for most decks that ever do think about blocking, Dory is not a deck to just kick back and relax against.
Based on the amount of cards that Rose is going through here, that might be switching into a fatigue package versus deck.
Yeah, so she's definitely got things like defense reactions in that sideboard, which means she's at least ready to pivot into more of a control strat. It's always risky when you show that much of a stack against your opponent. That could even give Adam the tell already that, okay, maybe they just go for the full blockout fatigue strat against Dory, which Dory players do need to be ready for, right? So maybe showing that much of a stack is a bit of a tell.
You'll have to tell me afterwards if it's the one you wanted it to be.
Oh, yep.
You'll know when I'm crying about 20 life off. Is that an altar?
Oh, yeah, I do these.
Oh, Rose is also an altar artist. Look at that. With I think that's one of like the 3D effects.
Thank you.
The camera will actually autofocus if they want to hold it up. This wonderful Sony mirrorless cam that we got.
With my ball lightnings after I couldn't play them in Lexington.
Wow, that's actually so charming. She said, "In Lexi." Do you hear that? not a ball lightning Briar player. We got a ball lightning Lexi player here.
So, do you want to use the big dice for like 2? I'm not sure if 2 minutes or. Sorry, starting to feel.
Hold on, I'll go tell him. I think we're.
I guess you can use them for whatever counters and stuff you have.
Get some mana. Oh, no, we have mana.
Yes. All this stuff is just.
While Ethan's gone, just an insane job on his part, guys. Like, the amount of effort this man puts into this stream.
In theory, for anything, like anything on the combat chain. Okay, this is 6. This is 2. Whatever you want to use.
Do you think these won't show?
He's been running around like a madman all week to make this happen like this for you guys. Like, he's huge for the community. Those of us over here at Equinox have been sponsoring players for a year now in this game and pushing competitive fab. It's people like Ethan that are incredible for the community.
I hope you don't have to use that plus.
Shout out to this guy.
Start stacking these up. 9.
Did the dash show up?
To 19.
Yes, it did.
It did. Beautiful. Bree, oh my God, Bree, we would have loved to have you guest cast. In fact, I do need to reach out to Brian Gottlieb. I think he wanted to jump in for a top 8 game. It's actually crazy. He used to work for SCGCon doing some coverage for them. And how funny. He just shows back up and jumps in. At the venue. They will start in 1 minute.
I'm really glad this is the last match, regardless of how it goes.
Yeah. I didn't know it was going to come this far, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. This is my first, tournament this size with that.
Really? Congratulations.
I did one with Iyslander.
Okay.
We're learning some lore on Rose.
Yeah, we are.
I've been traumatized by Pummel Iyslander for sure.
Someone looks right at the camera.
Yeah, what was that?
Says traumatized by Pummel Iyslander.
Adam, just full disclosure, I've been traumatized.
Ohio. And I did not. I still played Dorinthea and I did not do well. So it's nice feeling some of that practice came up.
It's my first battle hard.
Is Nathan Crawford co-casting? No, this is Alex Keeler. Do your intro. What's your intro?
Hey, I'm Alex Keeler, ex Flesh and Blood player, owner of Equinox Gaming. Check out exgnetwork.com. We sponsor professional players in Fab and in multiple other card games, in esports as well. We're part of Ethan's crew here, helping him get this accomplished. Hopefully, you'll see us commentating and streaming more of these Battle Hardens in the future.
Wait, was that a meme? Because that was Chris Ray who asked that. Is Nathan Crawford co-casting? Is Nathan Crawford like some actor that you look like? Or
No, Nathan Crawford is somebody else. Chris Ray is probably trolling, though. That's fine.
Okay. not tight on the references. I grew up without television. Oh, Nathan Crawford's in chat. Nah, Chris, I'm right here. Bree is shouting out Rose. Wonderful. Yeah, I love the variety in heroes and player representation across the board that we've been able to pull off. It's just really representative as well of Fab as a player base. You look across, and our community is just welcoming. I mean, they are just the friendliest people. You look over at Magic, and I really feel like I'm going to get punched if I ask the wrong question. Not going to lie. Some of these Magic players, man. Not all of them, to be fair, but like the drastic difference between.
I think you got what you're looking for too here.
Huh?
This does look like fatigue dash here. With induction chamber, pistol, load arsenal.
Oh yeah. That is quite the start that you want if that's your plan.
Is that plasma purifier played too? In the
yep, plasma purifier out already. That is wonderful for Rose.
Unfortunate for Adam.
No, just the turn 0 free sticky damage on the board, and that is actually hugely impactful to play out. Because any other time you draw those non-blocks in this matchup, it's potentially game losing. It just could be.
I wish I heard what he said.
Oh, plow through.
Don't believe it. No
And that has to hit to.
So it has to hit for Dory's effect to activate in order to hit again, but it needs go, so it's not trying to.
2 in hand.
Christ, get off your soapbox and cast the game. No, honestly, it's not a soapbox, Aaron. I don't actually come from a TCG background. It's always been something that's overly daunting to get into, mostly because of some interactions I've had with other card game players. Speaking from the heart, like, it's just the reality. I played Pokemon a little bit, but Magic was just not something I bought into because of how daunting it was to kind of join into the player base. It wasn't that happy of an experience. I tried.
This was
played
just
Modern a little bit. It's just the reality. So it's not a soapbox. It's my personal experience. I'm allowed to say it. So.
Yeah, you're good, man. Looks like this was a block out and then play Core and pass back. So it's definitely looking like they're trying to block out Dorinthea here. We'll see how that pans out. Pitching 2 reds for CNC is not quite the Dorinthea line we were looking for here.
It's funny. Normally when you see the attacks peppered into a Dorinthea game plan, it's just nourishing emptiness. Or maybe a little bit of cheese with Flock of Featherwalkers, Snatch, plays like that. But it makes sense right now, like if you're really scared of the prevalence of, I guess, Dromai, then maybe you do start slotting in the 6s again. But Dorinthea versus Dromai is actually a matchup that the player base has flip-flopped a lot over. At first, I think, it was supposed to be so overwhelmingly favored for Dorinthea, and then the Dromai players figured out that the matchup's actually quite good for them. And they've just changed their playstyle. So Dorintheas are back on the back, but trying to solve the matchup. Holy Rose, calm down. Calm down, Rose. That is an insane start here. Double Plasma out, not even wasting Spark of Genius out the deck. When you see things in that order, Spark of Genius just becomes, alright, I'll search for free 2 resources with Core pulled out the deck now, trimming another non-block. Or just in hand as a 3-block.
It's coming for 5 on hits.
Aaron says, then grow up and learn to deal with conflict, but cast the game. That's your job and what we came for. It's actually not my job. I do this for fun. I do this for the community. And you actually don't need to be here, my friend. So you don't want the commentary? You can just close the tab. There's an X. Top left if you're on Mac, top right if you're on Windows, if you can't figure it out.
Oh. Alright, so we got a Dawn Blade for 5 into a stroke here. It's getting a draw trigger off of Steel Blade Supremacy.
You know, I don't want to say it, Alex, but I'm going to say it. I bet Aaron plays Magic. And look how he's talking. I'm just saying, man.
An unmovable trigger here. We'll cast the game. I'm sure everyone's very appreciative of, the vast majority of our community is appreciative of what we're doing here for them. The outliers won't deter us.
Look, it's all for fun anyway, man. This is how I want to spend my weekend. Alright, the dash lines are going to just become really easy for Rose at this point.
Will
the damage is there.
Tell them to fix the life for us if they can? Like, just update
Oh,
the
actually,
life?
yeah, because they haven't clicked it. Yeah, I got you.
Yes. Is the life correct? It is not, sorry.
Oh, can you go ahead and tap on it?
Yeah, I'm at 38. Oops. Just completely forgot. I'll wait for 3.
All right. Yeah, so one of the beautiful things about the board state Rose is so easily set up is now anytime Rose wants to just say, I block with this hand, she can. Like, full agency to do so. Because her damage is just going to be there. When the Dorinthea turn doesn't present potential of go again, potential of threatening the extra counter, anything like that, then Rose will just convert her hands into insane amount of damage off those blues. But anytime she doesn't want to do that, it's just, okay, I will block. I've trimmed so many non-blocks out of my deck already that I probably can always overblock by 3 at minimum. Always. It's really, yeah, it's just, it looks so good. Looks so good for Rose.
Yeah, this is it's a tough hole to crawl out of for sure for Adam. He's going to need to set up a really big Dorinthea turn.
Yeah, but even setting up these Dorinthea turns against a deck that's ready to block like this is going to be probably a bit too intermittent to... Alright, and we're back. So it's really just up to Rose to kind of make the mistake or Adam to punish the bad hand. Which is, yeah, it's a lot of breathing room for Rose. This is looking so good. The life is also kind of reflective of how comfortable the game is looking. It's not a huge lead for Rose, but there's a lot of inevitability with her damage when she has items out. See, this is exactly what we're talking about here. There's a lot of agency with Rose. Just respect the overblock. This was a scenario where Adam actually could have threatened the pump twice. Rose, in theory, could have gone for the 9. Kind of went a little in between, blocked 8 specifically. So that does actually block things like the overpowered, something that could come in for 8, or make it 8 rather. This still pushes it 1 over, but it's just for 1 damage. It doesn't actually threaten anything beyond that. So it does push it to the 9, but it's just for the 1 damage.
This is chat. This is the last round of Swiss.
She put her tech low in the graveyard. I hope she fixes that. Hold on. She covered it up, so she's likely not going to catch it. Let me go.
Activate both purifiers. Fire those. Sorry? Oh, thank you. Yeah, that should just have a counter on it. So activate.
Good catch, Ethan.
There we go. Normally they catch things pretty quickly, but she did put it right underneath the tech load core. So I feel like, you know, eventually it would have gotten fixed, but before it gets too bad, might as well. Who won Bravo versus Katsu, says Tarek. Wow, that was a game to go back and watch, Tarek.
For sure.
I'm not going to... I mean, we'll spoil it because you asked. Everyone can tell you anyway. Bravo did win, but boy, oh boy, was that a lightning game. I really enjoyed it. And honestly, the amazing part about that was it really came down to just drawing 2 non-blocks on a crippling hand early game. You really kind of got to see the lifespan of that game and how it came down to just clumping on non-blocks on like turn 2 or whatever it was. But that was the life difference that maybe would have clawed it all the way back for the Katsu's favor. It was a crazy game, and actually quite the roller coaster to watch.
Being forced to block with that last Majestic, too, that he could have searched for there was tough.
Yeah, that was an exciting one. Really enjoyed that. But as far as excitement goes, this is going to just be...
Shout out to the card guys in chat. We appreciate you, man.
Oh, card guys. Alex,
thank you.
Killing in the booth. Thanks for your hard work. Alex! My friend, we are doing it, aren't we?
We are doing it, Ethan.
We are doing it. Thanks for everyone in chat here. All the kind words mean a lot. Aaron, it looks like he did hit that X. Good job, buddy. Maybe he alt F4. Don't know how much his brain exploded, but could have been that.
Okay.
But we'll move on. We'll move on.
Just gonna block with crown and put my arsenal on it.
There we go. There can be those situations where the non-blocks clump in a little bit of a weird sequence. Maybe you draw all reds, and Crown's hand fixability still is big. But in this scenario specifically, it does actually save the arsenal from a CNC that the Dorinthea was somehow playing. So great use there.
Is that a double high octane turn?
Yes, it's also a double high octane. Ooh, man, this is and this is a pistol that is coming in for at least 4 per, right? It's double plasma purifier. Double plasma purifier. So these pistol shots, all these extra action points that are being gained off the high octane. Sheesh. Poor Adam, poor guy. I really wanted to see Dorinthea just pop off, but the start from Rose.
Yeah, it seems to be quite the stranglehold on this match so far for Dash. But we thought that with the Katsu Bravo matchup, and somehow Pat pulled that out, so see maybe if Adam has that same effect.
I mean, the reality about this matchup, though, is it's up to the play mistakes to pull Adam back in. The deck isn't going to do it naturally from this kind of position. Like, Adam would have to capitalize quite a bit on misplays and also potential bad draws. The math on Dory really comes down to all her cards are valued at about 3. Like about 3 per. And a deck like Dash that can so easily not only block for 3, but also block 3 over, is really going to put the damper on Dorinthea's ability to ever gain the counter. And then the counter itself is what makes all the 3 pumps so good, such good value. It's because the base swing becomes a breakpoint. The base swing becomes something that breaks the math of the game. And as long as Rose doesn't let that happen, she will be quite happy to continue on.
and I get a resource for each mechanologist card revealed.
Oh wow, and Rose is running some of those defense reactions still. Have we seen any yet?
Yeah, no, we
don't think
haven't.
we had.
But that did make Tekla only give her 1 mana. That probably turned that turn sequence.
Right.
Made it quite a bit different here.
Yeah, it's a loss of 4 damage in reality, so that looks good for Adam in the short run for sure.
No more action points after this?
No, but the chamber is active, so I can
Okay,
get
then
it.
go.
Rose being very clear on game state here. What's funny about that is there's no way to actually reload the tech list, so it's information that's just rattling around in Adam's head now that is actually useless. But I love being super clear about things like that. Like when I play Levia, I'll turn off Blood Debt with Art of War or something, and then go about my turn, and then on the Banish 3, my opponent will be like, "Did you turn off Blood Debt?" And I'll be like, "I don't know," and flip 1 card on the Banish, flip another card, and there misses, flip the 3rd card. "Oh yeah, you're right. I did hit a 6, but honestly, Blood Debt was off anyway." I'm like, "Oh, you're right." Like, there's things not everyone tracks that can be fun to toy with. So Rose just having a bit of fun on that end. Yeah, unfortunately, with the lag, we're 2 stories underground, right? For anyone who's newly tuned in, so just click back a little bit on the buffer. That's the best we can do. It is the best we can do. Yeah, we are at a Valley Forge casino in the wonderful town of King of Prussia. A little bit of trivia about King of Prussia, Alex, 'cause I just had to look it up. So King of Prussia is a, I guess, area, maybe it counts as like a, I don't know, county or something in Pennsylvania. But why is it called King of Prussia?
I don't know. Tell me, Ethan.
King of Prussia, strange, right? But it's apparently based on a very old, Foundations of America, back in the day, a little tavern that was built here by a patriot that he named in honor of the King of Prussia at the time, because the King of Prussia actually stood with U.S. independence. And because of that, to honor that, they just named the surrounding community, I guess, King of Prussia. They all forgot his name collectively, I guess. I also don't know his name.
Fun fact, people in this area call it KOP.
They do?
Yeah.
KOP. It's like the Finger Lakes where I live, they call it FLX.
Yeah.
Quite like that.
So I had someone text me that was like, "Yo, you're in KOP," and I was like, "I guess that's what we're calling it."
KOP. Oh man, we had a trigger happy mod there. Go ahead, ban Aaron. Alright. It's alright, Aaron, I was actually enjoying you. It's nice to have little pets in the chat, but we're alright. You didn't have to do that, Peyton. He was alright at this point. Yeah, the re-upload, it will go live right after the fact, so the stream should be okay on the rewatch. It's just if you're trying to watch it live, yes, there's a bit of a latency issue. We're already on the highest latency possible to try to let it, collect the bandwidth it needs, get all the frames it can, and push out a decent stream for you. But there is just going to be a bit of a lag just from how far away we are from those dear old satellites that are blessing us with 5G. Can't help it. So, honestly, zoomed out a bit from the game, but we saw all those cards that were on the table that Adam played that in the end didn't really advance the game state. It's unfortunate. That's probably the best way to sum it up, right? All those cards that were played that really didn't even equate to a single counter on the Dawnblade. Very
Turns
sad.
out dropping your whole hand to block Dorinthea is probably going to turn the turn off.
Yeah.
What's the new Dorinthea card that lets them shift around on attack?
You mean Twinning Blade?
Is that Twinning Blade?
But
that's not a new
that's
card
not a
at
new
all.
one. But that's the one that normally lets you kind of blow out a scenario where they are trying to overblock, and then because cards are already forced out of hand on their overblock, you can Twinning Blade around it and potentially still pop off. That tends to be the big outplay. Singing Steelblade also can do a lot in kind of outplaying a block, but it can be a bit more telegraphed. Just because Singing does cost the 1. But we see Adam pushing through with a route. This is just going to land damage and also trigger the... Oh my... I eat my words. This is incredible. The showing from Rose on the defensive capabilities of this deck. And without hesitation, she preemptively blocks 9 on the Dawnblade for 6 into Adam route into Slam Sink. I mean, that is no hesitation. She had the play made. Whether she has to sink there or not, it was a beautiful card to keep in Arsenal anyway. So very, very astute play. I like that. I like that a lot. Just poor Adam, though. We're seeing him blow through so many cards. Look at who's coming through here.
I'm just gonna play this last card.
Yep. And what we talked about from those early items, any Spark of Genius now becomes I pull Teklo, I trim a 2-block from or a non-block from my deck, and I will gain 4 resources. It's just great. It's just such good value because then if Rose decides to take a more defensive turn and loses those cards in hand, that's still resources she's playing with to throw back her obscene amounts of damage that she's just pumping into her weapon. And as we know, that doesn't cost her cards from deck. That's kind of the beauty of this. Dorinthea is very card intensive in that she needs a lot to make her weapon threatening, and those cards get spent. Those cards normally multiply into very threatening turns with certain setup pieces like E-Pots or Time Snap, or maybe even remembrancing back specific cards that you do want to keep playing in a late game scenario. But I don't think Adam is actually running any of that to really crack open his large turns or his late game pushes. He's just trying to go hand by hand here in this matchup that Rose is just shutting down.
Yeah, it might be interesting to see what Adam's matchups were. I don't think his plan was to see control dash here. He's probably played a lot into Fi and some other aggro lists, which this Dory list probably did a lot better into.
Yeah. Look at Rose, just so happy. And she is running some of the new cards, which will be cool to see maybe in some of the top 8 games. I think that's
definitely the Harpoon gun there.
That's the Harpoon one, right? The Majestic? That card is so good.
Pulse Wave Harpoon.
People are saying they love the hand view. Yeah, actually, we can fix Adam's view a little bit. He's a large man, pretty tall, and that does keep changing the angles. But that's the beauty of cameras. They have angles we can play around with here. Look at that, beautiful. Got him back in frame. Oh, wonderful!
So good, so good.
On the fly. I think the one thing I need to start looking for in terms of upgrades for next time. I do want to add in more interactivity with chat. These 2 monitors are a bit small. Like having my laptop out to also look at chat is a lot. Maybe just 2 bigger monitors would help. But can't complain. I mean, it's really been an incredible setup so far. Other than the internet hiccups and the technology crash at the end of round 2.
But we're making it through, and it's still happening.
Yeah, I really expect the top 8 here to be pretty remarkable games to catch on camera.
It does not look like any Araknis were doing well at the top tables. We did feature some on stream earlier today.
Yeah, we tried to show off an Arakni that was 1-1, piloted by the lovely Phil McKay, but he did just kind of eat it against another dash. It was a straight aggro dash. He got a little bit punished by having so many non-blocks in his deck. He was running the even bigger than that version of Arakni. And even though he actually got quite close to decking out the dash, he wasn't able to protect the life enough to make it happen, and did just die to an eventual push. But to be fair, the dash did play triple high octane against him, and TommyFresh. It was a lot of damage. Like, the dash did just kind of draw a lot of damage for Phil to contend with. But other than him, there was another Arakni that was also, like, quote-unquote doing well. I mean, they were all teetering, but he's out as well. I think it was Cody Williams.
Yeah, Cody Williams, I think, is X2 as well.
So, yeah, he's out.
Some excellent players piloting the deck, too, so it just didn't quite get there today.
Yeah, I do think today will be a showing more so for Iyslander, once again, is definitely doing well. Dromai is doing well. And one of the Dromais that's locked for top 8, I think there's another 1 or 2 still live as well. But one of the Dromais that's locked for top 8 is that red-hot, all-gas, no-brakes, red-line Dromai that dealt 11 with that red-hot on stream on round 3 or whatever.
2 or 3, yeah.
So he is having just a surefire way to the top. Like, this entire tournament has apparently just been quite a breeze, just all the way through, and now he's locked for top 8, going undefeated into the last round against Brody.
Yep, we know that him and Brody are locked for top 8, so you've got Iyslander and Redline Dromai locked in.
Which, I mean, the Iyslander didn't get anything from the set. It's not like that deck's exciting, but the warping of the meta around it should be pretty interesting. I was also really surprised, honestly, with the bans coming out, that Iyslander didn't see any changes. I think that deck's close to being like 1 card problematic. In my little headcanon, the proper fix is to ban either Polar Blast or Cold Snap, which is just like a very slight, minor touch to the consistency of the deck. But those cards just enable yes, I will trade this blue for 3 Arcane and a Frostbite, plus some contextual other effect. Polar Blast obviously does nothing, Cold Snap kind of relevant. But having 6 copies of those that are also Ice Fuses in a deck that wants to put them in Arsenal naturally as part of the game plan is a lot. Like, it just makes her value trade so efficient. I thought maybe hitting just one of those would do enough percentage point wise in that deck to bring it down just a tad and still obviously be quite relevant. I don't want to see the deck gone by any means. I love it being as a part of the metagame. But
it's a very swift blocking by Rose. You can tell that they have had plenty of practice in this matchup. Know exactly what they're blocking, what they're doing here.
Yeah, no, Rose seems very comfortable. And this can kind of happen when you've got players who don't really come out to play at big events. Like I think Rose was saying this is only her second big event. But what that means is she's still been sticking with the game, playing it long enough. She's got the reps, they just haven't been at the big tournaments yet. But hey, sometimes when you play against matchups, like you learn the ins and outs, you learn everything about them. And when you get to show up on a day and just get the matchups you're prepared for, you can look incredible. And Rose is having one of those games right now. Where,
and to go X1 through a battle hardened with the field of players that are here, the quality of players is excellent.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And she obviously knows her deck in and out regardless, just because of all the tokens she's got, all those specificities that just scream, I play Dash. Oh, we've got the judge talking to us here, 1 second. What was that?
They're going to check decks.
They're going to check decks on stream?
No. As soon as the match is done.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, that's an awkward timing there. Okay, so there will be a bit of a deck check. The judge just confirmed before top 8, which is fine. Take a bit of a break. We'll come back, we'll reset. I do want to make a graphic for top 8. Should be nice. Alright, this is one of those turns that Twinning Blade can actually come up to potentially punish, but to be fair, Rose didn't actually overblock.
I just gave it go again and
so she's only down that 1 sync for Adam to commit an entire Twinning Blade. That's pretty low value. Normally the Twinning wants to come out in those turns where, yes, I'll block 9. And you go, okay, Twinning around. But Adam is trying, like we just heard. He's trying, he's doing something. Trying to pull together this game plan. Just the life is so far apart. Woo, sub 30. Celebrate for Adam, pour one out. He's done it. He's dealt more than 25% of Rose's HP. Woo. Tall order here, Adam.
The third induction chamber's out.
Yeah, that's, I mean, we already knew the Rube Goldberg machine was there. These are just the extra little marbles that she's dropping in. Everything's coming together. It's about to make one big, wonderful show. Alright, so Adam actually is running the E-Pots. We hadn't seen any of that setup actually come out in the first cycle of his deck to help build for the bigger turns. But he is running them. Maybe he just drew them in a strange order here.
I think it's Dominate.
Dominate.
How's Birdie doing? Birdie's also locked for top 8. He and the red line Dromai were the only undefeateds. So they are both locked. They're just fighting for first or second seed, which is, I mean, yeah, that's relevant, but the only time it would come up is if they actually play each other in the top 8. Then this game will affect that. Otherwise, they'll still have choice over the first or second decision between everyone else in the top 10.
That's so crippling. All that setup and just slams an unmovable.
Oh my God, Rose! What a run!
Adam needs a hug after this one. Man.
Yeah, this she just hit the right matchup here, no question. No question. I love that. Oh, you notice that Dragonfly token she's got. I wonder what that's for. I wonder what that marks. It's like if max velocity is live, the Dragonfly starts buzzing. I don't know. Who knows? These players are both X1, so whoever wins is locked for top 8. It's going to be a clean cut today. It's going to be 7, 6, and 1s, and then 1 undefeated. So for once in a Battle Hardened's life, it will be a clean cut. It is normally so messy at these things. So messy.
Yeah, we know tiebreaker feels bad today, boys. You needed to go X1 to make it. That's it. Simple.
Oh, that's how these things have been getting, though. They keep growing. The game's getting so big. These battle hardens are... they tend to be the place to be. If your weekend's free, then, hey, make the trip. We get a lot of players in. I think in this one we've got some Australians, some Brits. I mean, not many of them. It's like Matt Foulkes and Phil. But I know there's some people in from Quebec, or at least the French-speaking part of Canada that were in yesterday. So yeah, some long-distance travelers for sure. They're not just local locked.
You're doing fine. You got your setup all done. I'm gonna try and live here. So come here for 40, all right?
Or Adam.
The chain is closed, and I don't think that has an
No, I don't.
Good call. Good call. Yeah. All right. I actually, well, maybe we're back. I think we are. I did ask one of the SCGCon judges if we had a meta breakdown, if they'd collected hero data, and yes, they did collect the deck list, but they didn't have it organized in any capacity. So I was not able to do a meta breakdown, but I will for top 8, obviously.
Yeah.
You know me. I'll have my little graphic built for top 8. The timer doesn't need to be on screen anymore, so we'll use this space of it all wisely.
Well, we can assume that one dash is also going to join our Dromai and Iyslander.
Yep.
So that puts us at 3 unique decks already.
3 unique decks. The other decks fighting for the top spots were, I think, some Phis. Definitely another Iyslander in the mix. There was another dash. I think there was another Dromai as well.
There's definitely another Dromai.
Some front runners for sure in terms of consistent classes coming into Dynasty. From what we're seeing, though, it's not like Dash has really done anything unique with the new cards that she was given. Same with Dorinthea. Dorinthea, yes, she's running. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. I was just mentioning the new cards, and then here we go. The non-blocks come up, and they mean he loses. Uh-oh. That's not a good showing for the brand new Majestic.
Well, congratulations to Rose. I'm going to run over and check top tables for you guys. Let you guys know what's being played for top cut.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
All right. Well, hey, Rose locks it. Top 8 in this battle hardened. So like we said, we know exactly 3 of the decks so far, the top 8. I'll find out the rest for you and put together the graphic. For now, it's probably going to be a bit of a break because they did say they're doing deck checks. So...
Getting browsed on the end.
Man, that's a long break. I have some stuff I want to give away. I just don't know how to give it away. So same request of the chat. If anyone knows how to do like a live comment poll or something from YouTube to give away some sleeves, that'd be nice. I couldn't figure it out. But there we go. That is the last Swiss round for a pretty diverse top 8. But let's cut to a bit of a break real quick while I sort out a couple things.
Should I get it?
But don't go anywhere. Bonjour mon ami, je m'appelle Etan. So quick update, real quick. Also, yeah, there's actually a lot of French judges. I've been catching them. Do we know what heroes made top 8? So I'm actually checking the stream on the left. It looks like there is delay, but we just died, so we're going to be cutting back, and then it probably skips a whole bunch of what I just said. So, oh, yep, look at that. Look at that. It just clipped, and now everything I said I think got lost to the aether. But that's all right. Basically, we're waiting for one more game to conclude. Oh, you did hear the French. Okay, maybe I'm just confused. We know Dromai, Iyslander, Iyslander, Dash for sure. That's 5. The last 3 slots, I think, have a Phi. And I don't know about the last 2, but don't worry, we will have a graphic. I just need to know the names of the players, and then we'll toss it right in. But hey, this was predestined. I've got, or predetermined rather. I've got the quarterfinals, the semis, the finals. All the graphics are made. I just need to slot in the heroes and the names. So we'll hopefully make it quick as soon as we know who they are. In the meantime, actually, let me pull this up. Someone figured out a way to do a bit of a giveaway, so we can actually try that here. We can try that and see if it works. Alright. Alright, in the meantime, let me give... I don't know how much time we're going to have in between rounds, so let's go ahead and just do the giveaway now. How many people are watching? 106. That's not... I mean, honestly, we've almost doubled that at times, so it feels a little bad, because I don't want to miss out on giving away everything. So maybe we'll just like run the giveaway through like top 8 or something and then draw at the end. Maybe that's the right way to do it. Okay, but here's the deal with the giveaway. I've got a pack of Sant sleeves. These are the brand new design. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Oh, it focused. Camera's good. Good job, camera. I actually redid these. I traced over this in Illustrator to make it a vector file, so it was scalable, and then, unfortunately, when I did it the first time, I got kind of lazy about it. But now I've done it over, actually, with all of the little icons and the arcane language, or whatever it's called. So those look pretty clean. We got a pack of those. We've got an Uvia pack. We've got an Asvali. We've got a Maragai. And then we have the Emperor sleeves. Now, I don't know if these are like actually out yet or what, but I was sent a couple copies by Dragon Shield. And I gave one to Phil because it's his birthday. And then the others we're going to draw for. So I've got 5 sleeves to give away. I think the best way to do it, perhaps, let me drop the link. Alright, the way we're going to do this is there is a poll, a straw poll. Now, straw polls are normally for voting for something, but they also can collect usernames. So what we're going to do here is have you click on the link. You need to click Join Giveaway. There is a second option just because there has to be because it's a poll service. Just click Join Giveaway and then type in your Discord or your email, like some way for me to message you, okay? And then submit. And then I will draw winners. I think if we just kind of have that poll going, then we'll draw winners over the course of this top 8. We can draw... How about this? We'll draw 2. No, how are we going to do this? Let's see. We'll draw 1 right now, 2 after top 8, 2 after top 4. Maybe that'll do it. I don't know, screw it. We'll draw 1 right now. We'll draw 1 right now. And we'll figure out when to give the other ones away in a second here. So, if anyone wants to enter on the stream, then go ahead and click that link, do what I said. We'll do a drawing with a random number generator on the list of people. And then you get to choose... if I let you choose, or do I just pick the one for you? I think we'll do... Yeah, you can just pick. You can just pick in the order that you win, alright? And then, the deal is, though, as far as shipping goes, I can't, in good conscience, ship to the EU or Australia, or Oceania, Asia, because that would bankrupt me. I'm literally in debt over this whole stream. I don't get paid for any of this. So sponsors help cover like the cost of coming here, but I don't make any money. So I unfortunately need to say that if you are international and you do win, then what I can offer you is to either tell me of a friend you have in the US that you'd like me to gift it to, or I can turn the ambient camera and you can just tell me somebody and I'll go give it to him. Okay? The delay didn't help for the instructions. Okay, I'm sorry, it's what I gotta do. It's what I gotta do. Can you re-enter? Just enter, open it again with like incognito mode and just type in like a real thing. Maybe it should be in the directions somewhere. I should have actually typed the directions. Type your email or Discord, not your name. What about Mexico? I don't know the cost of shipping to Mexico. That's a good question. Overall, though, like the way I can ship a pack of sleeves is in one of the like little like 180 count BCW boxes or whatever they are, and those cost like $7 to ship US. Normally to ship international, it's like at least 20. So I'm willing to lose $7 a box, but I'm not willing to lose 20. Sorry. Unless you want to just like pay me and then I'll ship them. But like I said, we're losing a lot of money anyway. So I'm just doing what I can. All right, let's see. What does the poll look like so far? You're awesome, man. We need to pay this guy cash. Oh, thanks, John. I think eventually the idea, right, is either to make this like a self-funded thing by the community where I can just go to the next stream, and as long as it's like net zero and I'm not out of pocket like for this event, then that would be incredible. Oh, thank you, Manor Cast. You know who that is? That's the world champion right there, and Roger, his best friend. Pretty insane. Thank you, guys. So that's the idea. Like in theory, if I can just keep going to the next event, because this is all portable. This setup fits in like 2 bags. So if I can just keep going, then that's the whole point. Now, to make a profit off of it is not the entire goal at all. So don't worry about that regard. We'll keep going on the giveaway thing here. Let me see results so far. One person said, ignore this, do not click. Well done, person. All right. Who voted what? Okay, most people did just put their name. Okay, honestly, here's the deal. If you put your name and you're in chat, then that's fine, right? If you put your name and you're in chat, then you can respond, and we'll be okay. All right? Wow, we got a lot of entries. So we'll go ahead and draw. We'll draw for 1 so far, okay? We'll draw 1. Because they're about to kick up top 8. So let me add in window capture, give. All right, they aren't numbered, so like we're legitimately gonna hard count this. All right, but we're gonna do random number generator. I need to figure out a better way to do this. This is why Twitch is better for these kind of things, because they just have stuff like that built in. All right, we're gonna say max is what? We're at 77. 77. All right, we're gonna generate. For the love of God, I hope it's like 10, so I don't have to count that much. 44. All right, we're gonna count to number 44. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Luca's 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 41, 42, 43. 44 is Sir Russ. Sir Russ, okay? Sir Russ, I will message you on Discord, or if you're in chat, I'll wait for you a bit to catch up. So you get your pick of the sleeves first, all right? You get your first pick on the sleeves here. So while you catch up in chat, your options are Emperor, Asvalai, Maragai, Uvia, and the Sant sleeves, which you can also buy these, by the way, if you want to support the channel in another capacity. These are on my website for 20. So that's another option, but I don't have enough to just give away. We've got the one here. You'll be the first person in the world to own them. Congrats. Up to you which one you want to pick there, Sir Russ. I will message you as well. Copy your Discord. All right, so we're gonna do the one right now. We'll do another one after top 8, another one after top 4, another one at finals, and then we have another one somewhere in there as well. So we'll figure it out. Okay, let me message them. What the hell? Alright, direct message. Alright, here's a dumb question. How do you start a message with somebody who's not a friend on Discord? I've never run into that issue. How do you just send them a message? Sir Russ. Yo, Tommy. Do you know how do I send a message on Discord to someone who's not my friend? That's very good. Or do I have to add them first? Alright, I guess we'll add them first. I've definitely gotten responses from people, or messages from people who are not my friend. Alright, Tommy, you can come join. In the meantime, we're trying to figure out some logistics with doing card giveaways, man. It's hard to be generous. How many more rounds left? It is top 8 right now. The top 8 is getting set up. I should know the hero breakdown pretty darn soon, because we have the players getting in place. So this is TommyFresh. Let me go get the top 8 breakdown. You can entertain them. Put them on. And you'll be able to hear like the background noise. And the mic's picking up one direction on here, so you might want to scoot in.
Sounds good. How is everybody doing? It's me, TommyFresh. We got the top 8 coming up. I unfortunately had some crazy Reinhardt games today. And comes Ethan back here.
Oh. Alright, for the people asking about giveaways, look, the deal is, that's going to come in between rounds when we have time. Right now there's a link floating around. I'll drop it again, just so that you can keep entering. And Peyton, or whoever wants to keep spamming it. Oh, oops, that's how to get in touch, though. That's not the giveaway. Giveaway's here. This is the giveaway. Enter with your Discord name. Oh, not name, email. Shit. Alright, the way it's going to work is when we have time, I'm going to do a couple random number generators, whatever, find winners, and then either ship them sleeves, or if they're international, unfortunately, I'm not paying for that. So just tell me a friend you have in the US, or pick someone that you see in the crowd, and I'll give it to them. Or someone that you like who was on stream, whatever. But for now, we do have the info on top 8. The feature match that we're getting to here. Oh shoot, I gotta turn on the camera. They can hear you.
Okay. Well, Ethan's running to turn on the camera. We're pretty excited here. We have the names aren't updated yet. I was like, that doesn't look like Rose. I know Rose. We are getting the...
It's my first top 8. Yeah, it's my first in Flesh and Blood.
And we will see.
What's it in here?
The mic's on right now. One of the Talishar 10 on the stream. Yes, sir. Shout out to the Talishar 10.
Alright. We got here.
My sleeves are roasted.
Jeremy is already a legend. This dude won with a red hot for 11.
Okay.
Oops, that's not.
Yeah, I wanted the Dromai one.
Here.
Yeah, and these ones, the
Jeremy.
one.
They need to. What happened with the?
I'm getting a lot of them in here.
No, that's actually on purpose. If you talk, it quiets down.
Okay.
So if we don't want to say anything, if we want to listen in, then just shush, and you'll see they go higher. But if we talk, it lowers them.
Okay,
So,
sounds good.
but we can also then hear like what's going on if we need to do something.
Are you ready for me in order?
Yes. Hold on. All right. Yes. What are the matches?
Okay, 1 versus 8 on feature. You guys have.
Jeremy's number 1. Holy shit! He beat Brody.
Yes, Jeremy is number 1.
Jeremy
so he's
versus
on the red line Dromai.
Pierre. Oh, hold
Pierre.
on. Let me get matches. You can keep entertaining yourself. That's why you're
Yeah,
here.
so we have Dromai versus Draft here on the quarterfinals of the top 8. I got the pleasure of watching Jeremy a little bit. This tournament, it's kind of on this really cool, aggressive Dromai list.
What's the player name? Oh, Brody.
And very excited to see. Saying a little bit loud here, Ethan.
What's up?
Daniel says a little bit loud. Mike's a little hot. Not sure if it's their mics or ours.
Oh, actually, that's a good question. Let's see. Talk. Say something.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, your voice is stronger than mine.
Oh,
Let me
sorry.
back up a
I'll
little bit. Oh my god.
Damn,
It's
sorry.
going crazy. All right, hold on. I can also turn down the gain a little bit.
How about now? No.
Oh,
no.
the setup
Sorry.
was not ready for Tommy. All right, I've been talking like this, and it normally barely hits
Okay.
into the red.
Maybe I could just talk like this. Maybe I don't have to talk too loud.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe.
all right. Well,
All right, keep going.
we do have an awesome game coming up.
Wait,
I think this Dromai versus Dash matchup's going to be really interesting for us. The Dromai list is definitely on the aggressive side from what I've seen, watching throughout the day. And I didn't get to see the Dash player much. So I'm excited to see what this list looks like. You know, Dash seems to be having a lot of
And then the other one.
success today. We've seen, I know at least 2 in the top 8. We're about to get the hero breakdown here in a second. Very excited though. I'm personally really pumped to see how this Dromai list kind of runs, because anytime I went over there, I kind of saw the end of the game, and geez, just a bunch of little Ashwings and some kind of fun stuff.
All right, good luck.
Oh, Connor already. Yeah.
Good luck, but not too much fun.
Yeah, it's the word that. Crazy. There should be I'm wrong on one.
Presenting their decks here, cutting up,
Same probably doing.
and they're about ready to go. Is it the Hanabi Blaster? Is that what we're seeing
What's
here
up?
from Pierre?
Okay.
And
Okay.
I got fun.
3 dash, 1 more Dromai versus Yanji.
Oh, Dromai's versus Deontay. Oh, I got that.
3 dash, 2 Iyslander, 2
Look at
Dromai.
this shit. No
head
one's ever
nods
seen
from
this
Jeremy.
before.
We'll see how that moves. And we have Pierre starting off for us with a T-bone.
Is good. It's triggers. So it's 5.
Techno Pounder action.
And you have
I think it's send you straight to this game.
There we go. All right, I'll jump in now.
Another T-bone. Oh my God! Right off the bat here.
All right, folks.
What a way to
Took
start.
a hot second to fix with the top 8 there. Yeah, so we've got the graphic updated for anyone who now caught up to the live. I know it's been a little second. There's still that delay that we're working with, but honestly, it's for your sake so that you don't get it all buffered. Let me make sure the hand cams were looking good.
I'm gonna get deck checks. Fresh hands.
Yeah, I think that's fine angle for both of them. Maybe I can actually change Pierre's a little bit here. Let's move you up, buddy. There we go. Get a better angle on that.
Thank you, Hell Puppy. Thank you for saying that some crisp.
Perfect. All right, so Tommy. Oh, hello, Ward. Thank you. Actually, I did make one. Let me take a picture of that just in case.
I'll leave it here. It's next.
Oh, thank you. All right, we got SCGCon stepping in, giving me the top 8 after I already freaking made the graphic. Jesus. All right. Thank you, SCGCon. Timely as ever.
Let's start here for Jeremy.
Paper. Oh my god.
Ruffle some papers here, Ethan. Sounds good.
Okay. All right, Tommy. Pleasure to have you. First of all,
Pleasure
I know
to
it's been
have
a bit
We finally
chaotic
got
to
there.
jump in like this, but oh shoot! Actually, I gotta remove the timer thing. That's what's going on. I knew there was one more. Haha. Easy solve.
go.
We're all
There we
about
go.
easy solves.
We have a red billowing mirage off the gates here. We have a ash wing already made for Jeremy. This is turn 1 after Pierre's turn 0.
Activate Flamescale Furnace.
So what do we know about the game so far? This is like turn 2 or something?
This is turn 1, or Jeremy's first turn here.
Jeremy's first turn. Okay, good. I didn't miss that much. Now we actually have card pop-ups on the right here as well, Tommy.
Awesome.
Whenever something's super relevant, we can just toss it up right here.
Awesome.
As of now, we already have a big boy hitting the field.
Oh, Yenderai, how about that? This is a great card. I love to see, especially in these matchups where it's just straight damage.
Yeah, it's a sticky body, right?
Yeah.
And Dash doesn't want to throw 6 damage into that. Instead, they want to pop.
Yeah, exactly.
And what just
Yeah.
happened?
Wow, look at that.
Pop.
Little payload there.
Just clears that sticky threat right off the board. Not one of the hit effect dragons that, not even a breakpoint dragon, truly, but it was still a body that would eventually represent basically a 3 weapon just stuck on the board again and again and again, turn after turn. So getting rid of it, especially this early, when Pierre has the room to say, yeah, you know what, we'll lose this card because you're not really taxing a 5-card play that I need to push you to some light threshold. This is still early game. Had the life to work with.
Exactly. And you know what? And this is actually the 3rd T-bone I think we've seen already. I think Pierre opened with 2 T-bones, which is, God, what a card to open with. Luckily, he only had 2 for Jeremy, so he could block with his arms and his snapdragons. But this was coming in for 5 with the Teklo Pounder here.
Right.
The Hanabi Blaster already has 1 counter on this, something worth noting.
It's worth noting as well when these base 3s or these things that are base block, like I guess not breakpoints,
Yeah.
3, 6, whatever it be, when they get hit by the Teklo Pounder in particular, it's actually quite nice because now it's pushing it to a breakpoint. Not like the breakpoint's really getting a hit effect through, but just for the way that a deck like Dash wants to push damage over a deck like Dromai's blocking ability. If they turn, a 4 to a 6.
Yeah.
2 cards blocks that clean. So it's always nice to weave in the little bit of breakpoint damage like Pierre just did. Even doing it right now on, it's unfortunately just a blue throttle, but hey.
Sure. I mean, it's all about making the most optimal plays, like to make everything make the most sense. And while you're also boosting, and this deck seems to just want to boost a lot. When you got the blaster out there, that's what it cares about. You get that nice free 5 attack after you get those counters on. And yeah.
Right, so there's that damage leak even coming through from a blue. Do you know what color that zipper hit is? I can't quite spy it. Your eye's better than mine? I think he said 3, so that must have been a zipper hit blue. So actually not a very aggressive turn out from Pierre there. Throwing 2 blues Jeremy's way, which actually is quite nice because the critical massive damage that a Teklo Pounder wants to push comes off the back of a hand that's full red anyway.
Yeah.
When the turn is just a bunch of blues and a little bit of Teklo there and that, it loses the critical mass of I'm going to over-present what you can readily block. So Jeremy's got to feel pretty good about that, especially since he's on more of a racing Dromai. I think you already mentioned that, right?
Yeah. Red line, very aggressive. You see this red Doombreaker Senpai, which I really love to see. That card just does everything you want. You pay 1 for it, you make the Ash, come for 5. If you break it, you get an Ash as well.
Yeah, it is interesting because I believe Hanabi actually is 1M maybe. So one of the things though about Jeremy's build is he's full aggro. He's on the snaps even, so he's not ready to pay into the Phantasmal Footsteps to regain the action point after this. So he's playing them just for the aggression. Like it's just straight aggression, 1 for 5. It's just a good rate. Doesn't actually build into his plan of yes, like if you pop, I make another Ash. I get to swing with my board of dragons. Jeremy's all about turning his hand into threat, into sticky bodies that will kind of smooth over his in-between turns, and hopefully have great payoff with cards like Red Hot. I think you missed it, but we saw a Red Hot come in for 11 damage.
Oh my god.
Insane.
I mean, that's
Insane.
exactly what I want to see in this thing.
Oh, it was incredible. And unfortunately here he's respecting the combustible, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But that is with a red hot. So not going to be any red hot plays coming up soon. He's not going to look for it set up in Arsenal, which, you know, it kind of sucks. We like all this spice, but we also want Jeremy to do well at the end of the day. It's not about being greedy. It's not about half blocking a combustible. Shout out CYK Lionel, freaking calling top 8. What the hell you doing, son? Jeremy knows. You full respect that. The combustible is like the one-hit effect that's coming his way. So block what you need to, move on.
Yeah, it totally makes sense to use your chess piece there. I mean, it might seem a little early, but that hit effect is so strong, and he still has like a little poker right there.
Oh yeah, it's still a little sticky body, sticky little cute little thing. The Arcane Barrier is not going to do anything in this matchup, to be fair, but
I'll play this. You play this?
okay, I thought he legitimately played it. I think he actually tried to pitch it for Furnace. But hey, playing it, why not?
Yeah, right?
Just a
Game
bit of
3
life
light. It adds up in these matchups.
For sure. Now he's not getting the true mileage of, yes, cheekily give this go again, go wide with the board. That's not going to come up here, but even seeing the sigils on kind of an awkward in-between turn where he was forced to interact because of the combustible courier, not the worst for how his deck's trying to play, because those cards weren't part of a larger turn cycle that he was going to be able to pull off anyway. So I'm sure he's fine to just say, all right, we gain a bit of life off the back of that. We actually also arsenal another sigil to note, because that is now a Gogan enabler sitting there, and potentially ways that'll mess up with how Pierre's doing math if the game gets tight enough and he hasn't played it out yet, which a bit eager to start calling those lines, but you never know.
So the interesting thing about this deck, especially on Pierre's side, is now that he has no Teklo Pounder, the deck feels a little less potent, but things like Hanabi Blaster fix that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because it really packs that punch at the end of the chain.
Oh, it's such an incredible rate, because you think about it, you're not actually paying resources at any point for this card. Your resources went into attacks. Your resources went into damage that was already a great rate coming out of a deck like Dash because of all the go again that you get off boosting. But what that then gives you is this slower burn of Hanabi coming in, but it's Hanabi for free. It's 5 damage for free. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'll tell you, when I first saw that card, I groaned audibly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, probably not as audibly as when Pulse Wave Harpoon came out. That one made me fall out of my chair.
As the Leviathan players, we don't love to see that.
Also, people in chat, by the way, someone wants to quickly call you handsome. Of course, of course. Someone wants to say you have better hair than me. I don't see how that's possible. Someone's calling you Von Freshness. I like that. Got a lot of fans.
I get a lot of love in the chat. Love the people in this community. Love you, Ethan, obviously, with, Leviathan Brothers.
Leviathan Brethren for life.
I wish I played Leviathan today, to be honest. But
I mean, maybe would have gotten me a better record in the end, honestly. 'Cause look what happened, buddy. I saw you at those bottom tables.
Oh, yeah. Reinhardt. Listen, we're seeing a Scarf out the gates here from Jeremy. Lovely card. It's like, God, if you can efficiently manage your life totals to make that Scarf go, this deck really humps.
That's a good way to put it. It hums. All those Ashwings in unison. It's just this whole sonata, but of Ashwings. Oh, such a snappy play. I love it when the Dromais clearly didn't put money into the deck, so it's just like we're slapping Ashwings around. We're pulling out with our nails these invocations and flipping them right there in a single sleeve. I want to be one of those kind of Dromais. That's Sigma energy. Right there.
Well, now you're seeing the Ashwing army kind of building up here. If I'm a Pierre, I'd be a little bit worried, because this Ashwing army is what ends games a lot of times, right? We see almost a turn where a 4-card hand can't block it, and all of a sudden you lose. And it's something Pierre should be worried about, I think.
Oh, especially when you look at not only the Ashwing that he's assembled here, the little baby Ashwing army, the life difference and the arsenal difference is hugely to note. Pierre here is playing no arsenal into this turn and coming out of it with a life deficit into Jeremy happily holding on to a very strong arsenal card. And Sigil, not an aggressive arsenal card, but a very utility-centric card that can turn that army of Ashwings live off of a singular card in arsenal. and the sticky board that we just mentioned, right? It looks quite good. And Jeremy, by the way, is the first seed, undefeated going into this. He beat Brody Spurlock, who is on Iyslander, who we saw decimate another Dromai player who went for the slow plan. Now we see Jeremy on the lightning fast, just red line Dromai. I don't see a single non-red card in his darn deck. Maybe a tome or something. But other than that, the man just doesn't stop. All gas, no brakes, and he's gone 8-0. Or 7-0. How many rounds was it?
7-0.
Maybe 8-0. Not calling it too early.
Jeremy looked at the Dromai deck. He's like, you know what? I don't have time. I don't want to sit around.
Oh, sorry. Real quick, I've got to shout out someone in the chat here. Zaksh Vajra? Sounds like a... I don't know. Name straight out Star Wars. I appreciate it. Zaksh Vajra. I hope I said that somewhat correctly. But hey, you came in with a big donation there. Very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. This is for you. This is for you in the audience, for all of you to enjoy. We even had James White. Did you know this, Tommy? James White tweeted out the link to the stream and said thank you. Personal thank you.
Mr. James White,
Mr. James
creator
White.
of Flesh and Blood TCG. How about that?
Actually, I had this whole working bit that I was trying to get into stream where I impersonate James White and get him to say, "Oh, Ethan, thank you so much here for everything you've done for the game. It's so great to see you here." Blah blah. I was gonna work that in, but he actually just said it straight up on Twitter, so I don't have to anymore.
There you go.
Beautiful.
Well, here we see a Harpoon. Now, this is a new card from Dynasty. This card is really
shoot, let me pull that up.
bring it up because I need to reread it myself.
Yeah, this one's nuts.
When this attacks a hero, they reveal X cards from your hand, where X is the number of time you boost this combat chain. Choose an X card with defense less than equal to X and add to the chain link as a defending card. It really controls the way your opponent plays, and God, that's such a powerful thing that we have not really seen yet in this game.
No, it's uninteractable too, right?
Yeah.
That's what's insane. It says when this attacks.
Yeah.
It doesn't say when this hits. It doesn't say when this attacks and you have like X amount of things on the chain already. Like, yes, it's checking that for another contextual part of the effect, but it's always when this attacks. And so even if this is the singular card you're throwing at them, you do get a hand peep.
Yeah.
You just get to look.
Yeah.
Just get to spy a little bit. And maybe, depending on how many times you boosted, sap an entire card out of their hand. And it makes me scream, as a Leviathan player, how the hell do some classes get these kind of things? Like Storming Gloomveil, Revel for Runeblade, Pulse Wave now for Dash. Where's our love, man? I'm freaking out.
Very, very tough. Now, we see the Snatch here opening up, and it is Snapdragon Scalar because Jeremy wants to throw out the Burn Them All, which is, God, such a powerful card late game here. Although the life totals are a little rough, I wouldn't count Jeremy out.
But that was Jeremy's. Jeremy had the agency to decide on that turn, like whether it was worth taking the damage. He had enough 3 blocks, like that Burn Them All there, that he could have decided, all right, it's not going to represent what I need aggressively. I'm going to use it defensively. Obviously, cards like Snatch aren't part of that. The Snatch in particular can always pretty much be used offensively rather than defensively for max value, if that's how you want to play it. And of course, Jeremy wants to. And this is actually such a cute play that he just pulled off here as well. His ability to kind of bait Pierre into saying, your draw of Snatch won't do anything. Well, hey, buddy, I'm going to cycle out this Sigil. I'm going to now arsenal something that's always live because my deck is straight red.
Yeah.
How cool.
So cool. And
oh my God, Bree with the $100 donation. Good job as always, love. Oh, Bree, I can absolutely picture your voice saying that right now with that little shoulder touch you do, offering to buy me a shot later. Hell yeah, Bree. Thank you so much. I missed you at this event. I can't believe you didn't make it. You would have been amazing. Thank you so much to the community here for sure.
Then we have equal life totals here, opening up with I believe that's Zipper Hit there.
Yep, sorry, I'm getting lazy. Zipper Hit.
You're good. You're good.
I think it's
for 5 boosted. Got some go again here. Jeremy's in a great spot here that he can start being defensive with all these Ashrams out, because all it takes is 1 red card to present 5 damage with that Burn Them All.
Oh, but speaking of red cards, we see Jeremy actually did include a yellow in his list, and it's a yellow that is not actually that good into how Pierre is playing this deck. Jeremy has boarded into a That All You Got. And a That All You Got is normally to say, oh, you're going to end your chain with a pistol? Okay, I'll block and draw. But what is Pierre running? A blaster. It ain't no pistol.
Not a blaster.
It ain't no pistol.
You gotta hope for one of the small T-bones or something like that.
Right. All right, so, oof, that really won't pull off what he wants to in this hand because Hanabi's got the 2 counters. Hanabi just says deal 5 right now, and that all you got just says block 3, which, I mean, is fine. I mean, defensively, that's okay, but that's not why Jeremy brought it into the deck. It's not the percentage point he wants. Even this 0 to 60 is going to be a little too big for that all you got.
Is that a yellow?
It is a yellow, yeah.
3.
I love all the counters he's putting on Hanabi Blaster because I actually didn't notice this. You can have more than 2, right?
Yeah. So this is something that Pierre's been doing since the beginning of the game. It's kind of building up counters. I believe he didn't attack with the blaster till he had at least 4 counters, which is such a smart thing to do. You know, save the Hanabi Blaster for turns where it's really going to matter, right? Because you shouldn't jump. Well, you know, you shouldn't jump the gun, right? And just shoot it off whenever you feel like. Here we go.
All right, of course, does reveal a red. Now, always the option there to lose a bit of damage just because now we do know he's running cards like that all you got. Maybe he's just running the Tech 1. You never know how cheeky players get on their counts, but especially in a deck where you're trying to control just this red base of consistency in this just all gas no brakes Dromai. I wonder how many you feel comfortable boarding in. Is it 3 of? Is it the 1 of?
Yeah.
Is it the 2 of? We don't quite know.
Something worth noting here is, you know, Jeremy still has his crown. He still has 1 block on the chess piece. Compared to Pierre's 1 block on the Teklo Foundry Heart.
Yep. Yeah, across the board, right? The way that life has traded definitely looks to be in Pierre's favor. After that pretty impressive 4-card hand off the Teklo core resources that he had. But the board state for Jeremy still has stuck. The 4 damage is there, represented turn after turn. As long as he has the red to kick off the chain, which, as we know with the way his deck's built, he just won't miss. But the way those other pieces factor into the game plan here, Burn Them All is now a bit of a ticking time bomb.
Sure is.
Right? He's still got Silken Form to push for that cheeky, if anything, just 1 extra damage to maybe force a card out of hand as the game gets tighter, which I love those play lines. Crown is big, like you mentioned. And then, of course, just having Flame Scale as well means he's got a combined total of 3 block for no effort right now, which is an entire card, quote-unquote, worth of value. 3 is normally what you expect per card of value. But so he's got that on board still.
It's worth noting that Jeremy doesn't have any Ash right now.
True.
So if he's got a dragon stuck there in the arsenal, he could be in serious trouble.
Yeah, because when does he get to slow down at this point to generate Ash? That's getting tough at this point. It is. But we see Pierre respecting his life total. To be fair, T-Bone is not something that actually gets great value when played out like this. It's a yellow. So
here's a Blaze Headlong followed after the Ravenous Rabble. God, what a great play out of the arsenal there. He's going to be presenting so much damage here unless Pierre has some kind of hopper for the first Ashwing.
Yeah, what's wonderful is that in theory he presented lethal. He will have presented 12 this turn. So he did demand a card at some point out of Pierre's hand, which we've already kind of preemptively seen coming. Okay, got max velocity. Honestly, I think Jeremy's okay with this. He already pushed 8 damage from non-Ashwing attacks. He got the Burn Them All trigger off that first Ashwing anyway, into Pierre sacking 2 cards. 2 cards. I think Jeremy's very happy to try to pivot the game off that.
Yeah,
Michael, I thought you were already part of the channel. What the hell, buddy? I see your name everywhere. But hey, thank you.
We got 6 coming in here. Okay, is this a throttle coming in?
It definitely looks like a red throttle. Yeah.
Throttle. Pull this up. Quite a bit of damage. Jeremy should respect it, obviously.
Well, he can't take it.
Yeah, he certainly can't take it. Certainly can't take it.
But what is ticking up here is the potential for... I mean, I guess Hanabi's not being threatened this turn, right? Like, Jeremy can make that read. because Throttle is definitely the first boost of the turn, yes, but he did pitch a card, and he's only got one card left, so there's not going to be a third boost from this hand, and that likely means Pierre never gets to attack again with Hanabi. Like, that's where life is right now. That's actually massive.
So we see the block from Crown, fixes his hands, must not have liked it a lot. You can see a little bit extra dragons in there. I know I wouldn't be super happy with this part of the game with no Ash.
Oh, wow! This is such a big opportunity for Jeremy here. I mean, depending on how aggressive he can build that hand. I'm gonna whisper just because that's how excited I am over this card. I see a red hot in that hand. Now, this is the kind of room he needs. Oh no! But he doesn't have an Ash like you mentioned before. His hand is stuck. His hand is totally stuck. Oh no!
This could be.
Oh, he should have. No, he should have actually Silken Formed the Quell.
Yeah.
No,
Wow.
he's totally bricked here. Not like this. I think you had to get greedy for it. You had to get greedy for it. If you already knew that your hand was just short and Ash of popping off. Oh no! I mean, there's just no line. He's absolutely stuck. This just totally fell apart. I didn't spy his line when I got so excited over the first bit. Oh,
it's pretty too Ash here.
This is
very inefficient plan, but what he has to do, honestly, and Pierre could just take it.
You heard Pierre's voice crack. It's 4. I mean, that's it. He's excited here because this is the point of the game. Everything I just said last turn is just wrong because now Pierre gets the opportunity to not only probably, I mean, yes, he keeps this whole hand. I would hope he does. He can go to 2, but that still puts him on a 2-turn clock for Burn Them All, which he can probably close the game by then because 2 turns is all he needs for Teklo to tick down. That's 4 resources plus a 5-card hand he'd have right now, plus the ability to shoot with Hanabi, with Jeremy at 3. Like, there's no way. Yeah, this is very heads up. Like, Pierre recognizes this. He absolutely gets the room here to push. No reason to play scared, even though you'd go low on Burn Them All. You win. You really do. Oh, poor Jeremy.
Yeah.
God. Every other game I've seen him play, he actually will use Silken Form like turn 0, turn 1. Because he knows his deck is not blue heavy. You're never going to get the full value of like, yes, I'll pitch a blue, quell 3 times, switch Ashwin. That's not what his deck is doing. Instead, he'll use it when he knows he's drawing up. Like, oh, you attacked me early? Sure. Let me just make an Ash for free.
Yeah.
But he missed out on doing that this game, and it's coming up big.
There's a T-bone. You know, we've seen a lot of these T-bones this game, and I cannot tell. Is it yellow or red?
It might be a blue. He put a 1 on it, but he's been using the actual attack token, so I don't really know what that 1 means. Maybe it truly is just a blue.
And if it is a blue, I think I would put a chess piece there. Keep the hand as big as you can.
Oh God, poor Jeremy. His body language totally changed it last turn too. He put his glasses on his head. Oh man, for a guy who's just running hot all day. What a stumble. What a stumble. I don't really want to blame it on the deck either. I think from how I've seen him play before, he really uses his Silken Form so smart around hands like that. He definitely knows the deck can run into that issue. I think he just maybe had such a tempo play early with just matching damage hands with dash that he just maybe got a bit greedy. Just went without the Ash.
Yeah, you know.
Just didn't try to slow down for even 1 turn, and then you brick a turn. That's the downside. It's like a little Leviathan minigame. We understand.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we understand.
We get it.
And, you know, for what it's worth, it's been a long day. Seven rounds, 8th round with this deck. You know, sometimes those things go to the wayside. And seeing a 4 here from 0 to 60. Second boost. All he needs to do is play 1 more card with boost and Hanabi Blasters online.
That Hanabi Blaster comes in with overpower as well, which I need to double check what that means, but it's something like Dominate, right?
It's 1 action card from here. Or just 1 action card.
This can't be defended by more than 1 action card. Well, as far as we know about Jeremy's deck, he's not... I don't think he's even running the defense reactions in this. So, if he gets low enough, he just dies to the Blaster. Oh, so he's just dead to Blaster. I mean, I guess in theory he gets to quell 1.
Yeah.
Oh god, this is just terrifying. Pierre's still on 2 cards in hand, still 2 floating with Hanabi. Oh, poor Jeremy.
This is looking like the end.
Yeah.
It would take some kind of miracle.
0.
2 coming in here. This is a blue 0 to 60.
Yeah, but hey, these little guys, they give you access to the Hanabi damage, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be a bad rate when you're playing them out to that capacity, but in a way, they're building up this 5 damage that costs you nothing, and as we see, it will seal the game. Like it.
You have 5 here. You have to commit both cards.
Yeah, it's an inefficient block, but he has to do it. He has to block 6 or he dies, but then it's just Hanabi. Oh, baby. Hanabi for game. Is this the new like,
This is the first time
catchphrase?
Yeah.
Jesus, I'm trying to think. Kadaki for 1, Hanabi for game.
I think
That's
I
how
said
we
earlier, you
evolve.
don't want to jump the gun with an Hanabi Blaster, and Pierre played it perfectly. That is well played by Pierre. Dash is scary. This is the first time I'm seeing the blaster in action, and Jeremy had a great run today. There's no doubt about that. But Pierre coming in 8th seed here, I'm assuming, and giving Jeremy the business,
Yeah,
great game.
you hear Jeremy talking about it now in the background, talking about that critical turn where he just whiffed on the Ash generation or anything he could do. I think like we're saying, it was something to do with Silken Form early that could have just brought him that Ash when he had room. So lucky for him, he'll be able to go back and watch the game and see what he could have potentially done better, because it's not normally a question of, oh, if I just had the Ash. You have to actively make the Ash, right?
Yes.
It's a game action you are taking at some point. And if at some point he had the room for it, then I really think he did win that game.
Yeah.
I do think so.
Yeah, because he had all the momentum there.
Definitely.
And then, it just kind of fell apart. And,
When you turn a 3-card hand into swing 4,
yeah.
threaten nothing, not even force block, that definitely feels bad. But let's switch over to.
I was debating that last time because if I get Halo.
What's he saying?
Yeah, that's it couldn't be another card that was like a bunch of damage and boost. Yeah.
Well, GG's to our friends there. We'll update the quarters with a semis graphic as soon as we know who else won. But that is the 8th seed, by the way, taking down the 1st seed, just to know. Because Jeremy was truly undefeated. No sweat all day. And then you've got the weakest dash, in theory, in top 8. In theory, because there's a lot of dash top 8. Look at this top 8. Actually, let's talk about that, actually. What do we see from this breakdown? Because it did come in a bit late. We had Dromai, Dash, Iyslander, Bravo. What do you make of that?
I don't think I would have expected to see this much dash, and I don't think I would have expected to see 2 Dromai. Iyslander, obviously, we've seen the power of Iyslander, and Bravo is just one of those decks that just shows up, right? And there's no doubt that a card like Crippling Crush is super powerful. So, why wouldn't it kind of take the tournament by storm week 1 or day 1 of a format? So, the dash stuff is pretty interesting. Hanabi Blaster is a really potent player. I think the Harpoon is a huge addition to the deck, and I, as a Levi player, I'm not super stoked about this format, but it looks really healthy to me, honestly. And I'm excited to see what else we have. What do you think?
Well, I think to note, Fi and Oldham are missing. Those are decks that, going into this, everyone is all the buzz about. I mean, they're just definitely meta mainstays. Now, this is definitely too early to call anything, but it is exciting to see already. Oldham not even close. The Fis were around. The Fis were around top 8, but they didn't actually make it in. So a bit of an early call on anything to do meta-wise. But I think Dash for an early event like this is just a great pick because what it gained was consistency and good numbers.
Yes.
And good numbers will always pull you through when other people's decks are still in the, bit of a tinker phase.
Yes.
Right? So Dash was a great call for the weekend, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a top 4 that's at least half Dash. If it's 3 Dash, insane. I do think it will be at least 2 Dash, as we saw. One just went here.
Yeah, and I do know that Rose Smith is a bud of ours, and she is running pretty hot today as
Yeah.
well on the dash, and she's on that kind of a mid-range, kind of like can switch back and forth from control to aggro, which I think is a huge advantage in a tournament field anyway, because you can kind of play to the expectations of your opponents.
Well, because there's also such variability just in the field in general with how dash can be built. When a singular dash player is already planning to maybe play two different styles, you add in the extra element of, well, you still need to expect that I could be just the balls to the wall aggro dash that only plays a single way, or maybe the mech dash. And then what if it's the hybrid dash that goes mid-range or control? Like, it's just layers upon layers, which is just a bit too much for an early event like this for people to really think through and play into properly. So,
I got updates. For
oh,
the
we
other
got
round.
updates. Sure. What happened?
So,
are we in top 4 already?
Close. So both Icelanders, Brody and Yanji, are playing from behind versus Bravo and Dromai.
Okay.
That's not looking good. And then we have a dash mirror, and the dash
Oh, it is
player
the dash
we saw.
mirror. Oh, I missed that. Yeah. So it can't be 3 dash. I lied. Sorry.
It's Jeremy Pierre, and then Rose and Anthony are dash mirror. It is 3 dash.
Yeah, so it will be half dash in the top 4 for sure.
Yes, half dash.
Crazy. Look at that.
Yeah.
50%.
Rose is playing the full boost package aggro, and then boards completely into the full control package like we saw on stream. So she actually plays the aggro boost too. She just doesn't playing it on stream.
What's
And,
the top 8, says Techlo? I'll switch back to the scene for you just for a second. They can still hear you, Alex. Top 8's bottom left, Techlo. Top 8 is bottom
Yeah,
left.
so Rose is ahead in the dash mirror, like pretty substantially. Both Icelanders, you never know. Like we saw Brody play like it looked like unwinnable game and turned it out. So we never know. But they're both really far behind into their not good matchups. Bravo and Dromai for Icelander.
Oh, that's interesting. I think a lot of Icelanders feel pretty comfy into Bravo, so it could be that pivot like you're talking about, where
He's definitely running a full suite of null room too, so that's fine.
I mean, that can be something Icelander eventually abuses with their final like OTK. But Bravo is also so blue heavy; it's hard to ever catch them on something other than, at least 3 blues.
I'll keep an eye on the 2 Icelander matchups and come back and give you guys more of an update.
All right. In the meantime, we can start updating this. I think all he said for sure was that one of the
know
dashes will win,
Icelanders-
and we know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Well, the Icelanders are playing from behind, so it is honestly, Icelander is a deck that can play from behind. So I'm not, it's not over until it's over there, but definitely interesting to see, because we do have, some well-known players here with Brody and Yanji, for sure, and maybe I think going into the top 8, I would say they were top 8 contenders, even in the whole tournament. So.
Well, Brody is just a top 8 machine. If he's at an event, he's top 8. Will he go beyond that? More than likely. I think his record says no, unfortunately. But he's a top 8 machine.
Yeah,
He is.
yeah,
I'm a bubble boy. He's a top 8 machine. What's up? Oh, just hanging out. Okay. Actually, Brian Gottlieb did show up, so I do need to go catch up with him because he was going to jump on for some casting. Probably, I'd hope for the finals. At least it seems he's around for the semis, and that'll be awesome.
Be really cool.
Brian is
the best.
I mean, he's literally a professional. Look at us.
Bunch of slubs.
You run a badass podcast. I run, a YouTube channel. Add the adjective that you want. But Brian is a pro, so that'll be really cool to have him, and hopefully he can join us when we put together. But Tommy,
Hey,
been a pleasure.
This is awkward. Yeah.
Bit of an awkward angle, but
Yeah.
we make do with what you can. On Twitter, I posted some behind-the-scenes pictures. It's quite the sprawl. I mean, we're on like half a cafeteria table with like 3 monitors and a bunch of shit everywhere, but we're making it work. But we're going to cut to ads again. I'm going to go catch up with Brian, and we'll be back with the semis.
Thank you.
Flesh and blood. Out of all the locations of Wraith, the newest expansion, Dynasty, takes us to the Imperial throne of Volkor, right in the midst of the ensuing power struggle between the reigning Jokai and the rebellious Foulkes. As the world of Wraith watches the mighty houses clash, a lone operative from the pits threw the realm into chaos. In a flash, the Emperor of Volkor lay dead at the hands of Arakni, Huntsman. Dynasty gives players the tools to play their part in the chaotic fallout. Will you take aim as a ranger, smash and bash with a rock, close contracts as an assassin, or even man the controls of a mech construct? Dynasty is the perfect product for both new and established players. From a box, you can build a brand new assassin deck or add cards to your favorite hero. Find it at your local LGS today.
No matter the format or level of competition you're looking for with Flesh and Blood, SCGCon has got you covered with 3 days filled with as much gaming as possible. On top of big events like Armory and Battle Hardened tournaments, a full suite of side events is always at the ready for any format you want to play. From Classic Constructed, to Blitz, to limited events like Sealed and Draft, on-demand side events will make sure you can get a game whenever you want. Armory events award prize wall tickets and special Armory promos. Check StarCityGames.com/SCGCon to see what format will be featured at the Armory event you're attending. Battle Hardened events provide a higher level of competition and a higher rewards to go along with it. Battle through a number of rounds of Swiss and a single elimination top 8 to win cash prizes, special playmats, and 2 Pro Tour invitations for the finalists. The winner even walks away with an extremely rare Gold Cold Foil Legendary card. Formats vary for Battle Hardened events, so check the schedule before registering. Classic Constructed is considered the quintessential Flesh and Blood experience. Bring an 80-card deck with an adult hero, up to 3 copies of each card, and settle in for a lengthy battle against each opponent. Rounds are 50 minutes long and usually go the distance. Blitz is a constructed format aimed at quicker, fast-paced games. Decks are 40 cards and use young heroes with a limit of 2 copies of each card in your deck. To keep a quick pace, rounds are only 30 minutes long. Draft and Sealed are perfect for players that don't have a deck ready to go. In Sealed, you open up 6 packs and build a 30-card deck. A deck can only use generic cards and cards with the same class and or talent as your hero. Don't worry if your packs don't have a specific hero, weapon, or equipment, those are provided. Draft is a bit different. 8 players have 3 packs and build decks by opening packs one at a time and taking a single card, passing the packs around the table, taking 1 card from each pack. After all cards are selected, players build a 30-card deck just like in Sealed. Not quite sure how to play, but wanting to get involved in Flesh and Blood? Check out our How to Play video. No matter how you play, we look forward to seeing you in the Flesh and Blood at SCGCon.
Oh, sweet Leviah, let's just clean you up for camera a little. And there we go. Hey, I'm Sant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. Fabric, found at fabric.gg. If you play or have played Magic the Gathering, you're probably familiar with EDHREC, a powerful website that has become a community staple with useful content and data analysis. Fabric is made by that same great team. What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. On the homepage here, we can see all the heroes from Flesh and Blood. It's defaulted to show both the young and old, but you can set your tab to Blitz or CC only if you'd like. And here we have Dromai, Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. As expected, Dromai has a high number of red cards, and a high number of 0 and 1 cost cards. Additionally, this card distribution chart shows the significant usage of defense reactions. Now, as we scroll down, you will see the most commonly played cards in Dromai separated by their type. Notice the high usage of Phantasmal Footsteps, and lesser so with more niche cards like Crowned Reflection that you normally see coming up in a Dromai's sideboard. Now, scrolling down further, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Now further down we see the dragons people tend to pass up on in their Dromai decks, namely Vincerikai and Themai. So back at the homepage, there are similar data for all the heroes in the world of Wraith. It's a great way for new players to explore each hero and see what cards and types of cards that hero likes to use. Additionally, you can check out the most popular cards in Blitz and Classic Constructed in their Staples tab. Here we see the most popular generic cards that are showing up in each deck, which is really useful for deciding which to invest in as you are getting into the game, since these cards are being used for sure across multiple heroes. Similarly, you can see class staples on this page here, and don't you know it, I'm going to go ahead and click on Brute. Now, as expected, here are the most popular cards by type that are used across each Brute hero, including our favorite, Leviah. Now, we'd like to thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Sant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Leviah, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
Imagine a world where you create your own card sleeves. Leave the crayons Your phone? I don't think so. No time for arts and craft. Please don't. What? A blender? Stop! Look here. I'll show you. Use the sleeve crafter. Upload your own images. And print it on a Dragon Shield sleeve. Dragon Shield Sleeve Crafter. Power to create.
Good to go?
We should be. People are getting the first look of the brand new favorite caster duo. This guy, Bryan, I don't know, I kind of just found him on the street. And the one and only, less than TommyFresh man Sant. But no, Bryan, honestly, huge pleasure.
Dude, pleasure's all mine. I've been watching from a distance, checking out the stream. You're doing an incredible job. I know the entire community is with you, stoked to see what you're doing. Everyone in New Zealand is stoked to see what you're doing. We're so appreciative.
That's so insane.
You're doing all this, and you've done a fantastic job thus far today.
Well, it means the world to actually have you sitting right next to me, because you, like we all know, are the pro here. I might just shut up and learn from you. I don't want to. I've got all the giddy energy.
I don't know about that. I think you have very much proven yourself to be as much, if not more, of a threat than I am to win any tournament you enter. And some people would say you're doing it with maybe a handicap. Although I'm going to tell you, I don't buy that. I'm actually a huge...
game designer opinion, because now you are officially, like, that's public now.
Yeah.
Goddamn game designer in the house. Levia.
She's great.
She's great?
She's great. She is legitimately great. She can do things that no other hero can do. Is she the best hero in the game? Absolutely not. I'm not crazy. But
darn, well, we did know that one.
She is a very solid middle of the road hero that demands mastery, practice, understanding. So when one person continues to succeed with this hero where everyone else is having a hard time, that's not to me there's something wrong with this hero. That is, someone has put in the time, gotten that mastery. And Flesh and Blood's a tough game, man.
Yep.
You
Flesh and Blood is hard. That's
work.
Michael Hamilton's goddamn quote. Like, he's got that tattooed on his forehead. Fab is hard.
It is really hard, but you 100% have put in the effort. And I think, if people had the same love for Levia that you do, they would find their effort very well rewarded.
Well, that's what we try here at the League of Levi's. Let me just gift you something here. Don't sue me for copyright. But here, you may officially join the League of Levi.
Oh, I am stoked. I would love to join the League of Levi.
Next time you draft in-house, you can just school people with those sleeves.
Very cool.
Whatever you want to do.
Very cool.
But I think we're ready. Let me jump right over. They were getting set up. All right, shoot. We got some bots in the chat. 1 second. Damage control.
Hard to keep the robots at bay. Given the amount of dash here in this battle hardened, that kind of makes sense that the robots would come and try to take over. I get it.
I don't know. Has it been the Mech Construct dashes?
I heard that there were some players playing the Mech Construct version. I don't think that's the default of what has showed up here in this tournament. I do think we're looking at a more traditional boost dash. You guys saw that Hanabi blaster. My good friend Jeremy was the one playing the Dromai side of that matchup, and him and another friend of mine, Mark Morrison, a local from the Ohio region, have been working on that red line Dromai deck for a very long time. Mark actually at US Nationals lost a win-in for calling top 8, and I think they're onto something. So I'm telling you, keep an eye out for that deck list. It's something special.
I would agree, and it's a list that I think made the rounds more in the Blitz format. There was everyone saying, like, in that early skirmish season, this deck's crazy, this deck's even beating Wizard, like on and on and on. So if that's already happening, there's definitely some juice there. Like there is, but to see it pop off in CC. Even pull off those cards that get written off so readily, like Red Hot, to come in for 11. I hope you saw that.
Yeah, I heard about it. I didn't catch that part, but yeah, I think they've been doing that with Red Hot for a while now. They are very high on that card, and just building the deck differently from everyone else. Both very experienced card game players, very smart dudes, and have been working hard on. Both fell in love with Dromai. Dromai incredibly popular actually in my local area, and have so many players working hard on it. And I do think it's the hero, maybe besides Levia, with the most untapped potential. I think that hero has so much more to offer to the format.
Maybe that's why I gravitate toward her so much, more for the mini game that you're playing with Ash. I like the extra game states you need to be checking for.
Yep.
It's not just what's this turn cycle damage wise, it's what is it doing for my Ash count, what's it doing for my sticky board states, this, that, whatever. And it doesn't have the immense anti-fun that Spectra could bring to a game, which for me was always a huge issue in my local play group. Just the amount of prisms made a lot of early and new players in their journey into Flesh and Blood just kind of not grasp the game like they should.
It's hard. It's hard because it is important. Flesh and Blood has so many different modes of being played, and they're all important. Everyone loves something different about Flesh and Blood. I mean, look at the League of Levia, right? Woo-hoo! Some people think you're crazy. I think you're very much in tune with an awesome hero because you found what works for you, and Flesh and Blood is all about that. And look at how devoted people are to Prism, right? I think James has said it multiple times. He feels that's by far our most popular hero in Flesh and Blood, and I think that's true. despite that fact, you do hear people with the same complaint you're saying right now. Spectra, a very interesting, unintuitive mechanic, but I think the heart of Prism is so good that it kind of makes up for that little bit of unintuitiveness.
For sure. And I mean, overall, Prism definitely sold so many people in the game. For the people that it might have scared away, I mean, I don't know if that's actually true, anecdotal, but what we've seen is that it really did sell people in the game. The fandom that people have for Prism, for even the artist behind her, Livia Prima, who was just swarmed.
Incredible art sells Prism up and down. It's so beautiful. And, you know, something like the Invoke Soraya from the latest set, it's just a gorgeous card. That Marvel version, I was at Worlds and Olivia Gobert-Hicks brought her copy that she used for her preview, and it's just a stunning card in person. I don't know if you've seen it. It looks so good.
I've not seen it in person, but I've heard, you know, some people have messaged me. I had someone say, I'm the first person in Hong Kong, first person in Singapore to open a Soraya. I'm like, that's amazing. Soon there'll be 3 of you.
Yeah, it will expand rapidly, but it feels good. I mean, everything about Dynasty feels good right now. Everyone's having so much fun opening these packs, myself included.
Hold on. What am I supposed to be excited? I open my pack, I see Skullcrack, and I'm like, sweet, I can run this. Do I want to? Oh, Berserk, I can run this. Do I want to? I keep digging for that Shadow Landmark that just is never going to be, apparently. Oh,
Look,
my God.
Everything comes to you if you are patient. There are large Levia fans within LSS. We love all of our heroes for sure, but in particular, Levia is extremely loved. I promise you that hero will not go forgotten forever. There's no hero that we're looking to abandon. This stuff just takes time, we've had so many interesting heroes come down the pipeline. You look at the Uprising heroes, that trio, and how much they've defined the metagame. You know, they're so exciting. We've now gone back to Dynasty with the supplemental set, trying to fill in things, but we also had to devote a lot of space to our newest class, Assassin, which obviously I am stoked about. I was hoping we'd catch some here, but you know, I'm fine with the slow uptake for Assassin. I didn't want to see it jump out the gate, like maybe like Bravo started the show, our last hero to show up in a supplemental set. So it's fine. People figure out Assassin. I do think the hero has something really awesome to offer the metagame once it gets figured out.
Well, I just listened to your podcast with Flake, and hats off. You were behind a lot of what is just such a flavor win.
I don't like to say that. It just doesn't work that way. Like, nobody's short of James White. Like, nobody deserves singular credit for anything that comes out of Flesh and Blood.
Okay, not singular credit, but Regicide. Okay, we played Shapeshifter Draft last night. I opened a Regicide and I got so excited that I didn't even read that if you close the combat chain, you lose.
That's a wrap.
I went to play it, and I just double checked what it did. Oh, sorry, never mind.
Yeah,
never mind.
Take that one back.
We're not going to do that. We're not going to like lose on turn 1. But it's such a flavor win. I really do love how you articulated that.
I love
that. It's
I
your
love
one
that
shot. The information that takes time and time. You close the deals. You learn about your opponent. And you go for the kill, and if it doesn't work, then Yoji just busted your ass.
Yeah,
that's just what happens.
What are you going to do? I mean, you're not going to get a second chance to try and kill the Emperor. The Emperor's going to beef up security, hire someone competent, unlike Yoji, who's just the most disappointing Guardian of all time. Can't even do his job. But yeah, you get one chance to go ahead and take down the Emperor, and I thought that was really important to emphasize with the gameplay, and we got there. We figured it out.
I unfortunately don't think we saw one in the stream game we had for Arakni. The stream game with Arakni definitely was a bit of a roll. Dash it was a mid-range dash that found all her high octanes and just rolled over what Phil McKay, all the way from Australia, was trying to do with Arakni.
Nice.
But he had a game plan that I really wanted to see work. He's been tinkering with the deck a ton. It's all about even bigger than that, to try to abuse what the Spider Bite is adding for your damage. And then he was playing with, I don't know, some questionable cards like Sunkissed Moonwish, going back to the Arcane Rising days, trying to make the Quicken enable cards that are just for value. Didn't quite get him there, to be fair, but I think the dash was down to like maybe 6 cards in deck, so close, close-ish.
It's cool. There's so many ways you can build Arakni, honestly, and I'm so excited to see more and more of them come out, and you know, to hear its inspiring cards like Sunkissed Moonwish, that's pretty incredible. I mean, those are cards that don't see a ton of play, so I'd love to hear that.
As far as I know, he thought he had like theorize that it was the dev sauce. Like going back to Arcane Rising, what wasn't quite used to full potential that Arakni maybe was supposed to do, since he was originally slotted for Arcane Rising, and that's what he figured.
Okay.
That's what he figured. Maybe you're laughing it off, so I guess he was
No
wrong.
comment. I mean, maybe. I wasn't there for Arcane Rising, so I don't know what their intentions were there. But yeah, maybe he's cracked the code.
Well, unfortunately, we won't get to see if he was right or not in this top 8. He did have a short run of it, but it's still some exciting games. We made, out of those 3 dashes in the top 8, 2 of them made it to top 4 already. Now, to be fair, it was a dash mirror, so that was definitely going to happen, but then Pierre took that game right from the clutches of that amazing Redline Dromai player, Jeremy. So now we're facing down Brody, the Wonder Kid, who keeps winning these games that everyone's been walking up and telling me are just lost games.
Yeah, I
just
mean,
like, how's he doing it?
This kid just does not lose. So consistent, so calm, composed. He's wise beyond his years, and you know, maybe it's just because I'm an old man these days. Whenever I see someone his age that's so composed, it just strikes me as such a special thing you're witnessing. Like I think about where I was at his age, and it would not be stream appropriate. You would not be seeing it in front of many people. And I certainly wasn't displaying any intellect the way Brody is in these matches. And I love to see Brody also picking up a new hero, moving off Briar. You know, we're creeping on the doorstep of living legend for Briar. Maybe Brody's saying, you know, I'm going to have to find a new playstyle. But I am very confident Brody going to land on his feet.
Maybe
Very
he did that
capable.
poignantly. He didn't want to play Briar at this event so that
Maybe.
he doesn't LL.
Didn't want to be the one to
Didn't
go
want
ahead
to
and
be the
push it
one.
over the edge there.
But Lord
yeah,
knows it
I have a
could've been
feeling.
him, really.
I have a feeling in our ProQuest season, it's almost a done deal. It seems like Briar's a certainty to hit Living Legend, and I think it's time. It feels like it's about the right time for maybe even more Rosetta Thorn than Briar to actually hit the old dusty trail. But we'll see how that season goes.
Well, we didn't actually catch it, but I've been loving some of the like slower looming doom, these
Yeah.
like crazy, you know, Heralds of Doomsday type Viserais that are just out there screaming about the coming of Ursa. I love that playstyle. So cool, so different than what we've seen before. And they even run, I think, the book more than they even start looking at cards like Rosetta. So if that's what comes from the Rosetta rotating, I think that's a huge flavor win regardless.
I'm so
I love
excited, so excited to see these different modes of these decks. One of the things, you know, I listened to my friends over at Arsenal Pass, and they were talking about what they really wanted to see out of a supplemental set, kind of holding up Crucible as one that they were big fans of. Everfest is one that they maybe weren't as excited about. But one of the things they kept coming back to was they wanted to see these heroes get multiple playstyles enabled. And I think, like, you're seeing a good example of that down in our future match area right now with Dash and being able to do nitro mechanoid stuff, or going ahead and shaping things in a more Hanabi blaster way. Of course, Pulse Harpoon being a huge part of that strategy. Just
How'd that
wondering.
card get through development?
It is an incredible card, very powerful. But look, we make cards that are powerful. We make cards that are exciting. That's something we do. And you know, does Dash look really strong in this tournament? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But we also given players a lot of tools. That almost certainly, if this meta game over the last few months has taught us anything, it's that the tools are there in Flesh and Blood to adapt. You can change your deck. You can change the entire metagame. And, I mean, it's happening not only on a week-to-week basis in Classic Constructed right now. We're seeing it on a day-to-day basis. Compare something like the Classic Constructed rounds from Worlds versus the calling that took place over the very next day, and you get to that top 8, and we play a Reinar versus Bravo mirror, where the main event is just absolutely full of Icelanders and Oldims. It was just completely different, and I think that's being reflected time and time again with this particular version of our metagame.
Right, and actually shout out to Chandler, the guy who won with Reinar. His take on the deck is also a bit of a reinvention of how you would normally look at Brute. Everyone talks about the discard base being like kind of an awkward cost, about the reliance on scabs, yada yada. He went back to just, let's value grind, let's 2-card hand it, let's still have our Blooders turns, but let's also build around Pummel and just do things that don't fit in a lot of other Reinar shells, but he blended it perfectly, and that goes that extra layer in adaptivity, because it's not just Brute plays one way. It's not just like what deck is right for the metagame, it's how do I craft potentially even the deck that you want to play, the deck that you love, the deck that you're maybe a little too like narrow-sided on, to still play better into a set metagame. And that's why I love Flesh and Blood. Like, Levia is not straightforward, she's adaptive too. We can all flex that in our heroes, and actually Rose, in particular with this Dash build, is doing that to great success today, because she's on the kind of hybridized bit of control, maybe pivot more to mid-range when she needs to. And I would assume in this matchup in particular, she's trying to go as aggressive as possible. Just burn down the Iyslander, because playing the slow game, I don't think should get you there, right? Because Brody can play the late game to like an OTK that Dash can't, right? Is that, am I reading right?
It depends. I mean, one of the things about Dash is that it depends so much on the setup of the Dash player, and I think it asks the opposing hero difficult questions immediately. Like speaking to Jeremy about that last round he played against Dash, he thinks as soon as he saw Hanabi Blaster, he was actually supposed to move to full fatigue, and he thinks he can win in that spot. But you need to make that decision immediately. You cannot waste even a point of life. And I think Brody's going to have to decide very quickly, can he afford to try and play long? Can he afford to try and play fast? And Rose kind of gets to be the wild card. She gets to decide how aggressive she wants to be. What set of weaponry is going to be put forth? What item is going to be put forth? Obviously, Teklo Pounder versus Induction Chamber, a very real discussion at this point.
Man.
We see both of them.
And it's the first choice you make.
Yeah.
It's a huge one.
It is.
And very telling in, like you're just saying, the dichotomy of how Brody's going to respond to how Rose is going to respond right back on top of it. But the choice does lay with Rose first. What does she reveal? And we should be jumping into that. I know it's been a bit of a setup. I think Brody was eating his chicken nuggets. But look at that reveal. It is Teklo Pounder.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, leaning a bit towards a longer game, a quicker game, and Goliath Gauntlet also in the arm slot. You see, of course, Visiertronic Model 1 ready with some AB, good to go.
Yeah, so this is going to be, I mean, there is a lot of disruption that Brody can throw into a Dash that tries to play aggressive like this. Hypothermia, for one, just being absolutely killer.
Yeah.
There is not a single card in Technologist that has printed go again.
Yeah,
it's not how it works.
Now banned in the Blitz format. What do you think of the latest changes to the Blitz format? How do you feel about it?
So I actually owe Blitz a true formal apology, and actually, since you're a game dev, then this is it. This is the formal presentation. I really love Blitz now.
Me too.
I think what my problem was before is that I played Blitz maybe too casually. I played Blitz as truly a locals format.
Yeah.
But my goodness, playing it against high-level players, it was not the variance game I thought it was.
No.
It was not at all.
Well, just look at who wins these Blitz tournaments. It's incredible players time after time. So, and speaking of incredible players, Rose with a real banger of a start here. Job getting her own offense in.
Okay, there we go. All right, looks like we cut out for just a couple seconds there, but Brian's absolutely correct on that. And actually, I missed it as well. Rose was still holding like an extra, I think, 2 cards from that position. So the life lead there was not correct yet to even chime in on, because it is still dipping from this turn cycle.
Yep. It's still going to go ahead, do its pew-pew thing. Shout out to my buddy Flake. I know Flake loves a good pew-pew going down.
All right, Rose is so calculated with her draws, with her placement of the steam counters. Everything about this just screams, I play Dash.
Oh, yeah.
I play her a lot.
Custom steam counters. Look at those gears, ready to grind.
Definitely. I do wish they'd use the attack markers. I put a lot of effort into those 3D printed thingies. They look beautiful.
Now, did we find our third Teklo Pounder as well for Rose? It looks like that is the last card which has entered the arena, and now we're 3 deep
no way.
on this 0 to 60, which is going to be boosted up.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
These 2 Teklos are going to hit the bin, but that third one ready to go, and this is a big +6 on this 0 to 60.
Wow, that is incredible, because the other big part of just making those Teklo Pounders hit the field is that now you never even have that little mental tilt of, I boosted one away.
Yeah.
They're there. They're not only presenting damage, they're preserving some of the mental anguish that comes from boosting them. And this 0 to 60, this 0 cost, coming in now for +6. But is that 10 total?
Yeah, 0 cost 10. Is that good?
They call max velocity good. That's sucker cost 2.
Not bad. And Rose still with the full grip. Beyond that, of course, go again on this 0 to 60. Let's see if Brody has any disruption here. This is a really good spot to slow this turn down from Rose. Otherwise, Brody could be in a world of hurt.
To anyone watching, commenting on the lag, there's nothing we can do about that because we are 2 stories underground. I would recommend just bumping back by about a minute or so, and you'll get rid of the buffer. If you're trying to watch live, yes, it will stutter. That's just the situation. But the VOD will be perfect, and if you want a better viewing experience right now, I know you're excited. I know you want to see this potential Dash mirror in the finals. Can't count Brody out, to be fair. But that is exciting in its own right. Then yes, just bounce back for like 1 minute, please. and you'll be okay.
Yeah, as someone who has broadcasted from the Valley Forge Casino many, many times in my life, nothing here goes easy.
No.
So I promise, Ethan doing the best he can, and hell of an effort, hell of a stream thus far.
Well, you know what goes easy here, Brian, is your wallet. You go
That is
upstairs,
true.
You hit that casino.
That is true. Yeah. My wife and I are gonna head to the casino floor after I hop out of the booth here. Maybe we get a nice bite to eat. Valley Forge Casino. It's an interesting place. If you've never
Yes.
been here, I think everyone should come to an event here one time and then decide if you want to come to a second one. But you got to do the first one for sure.
I've loved it. I was here for the kind of debut of Starvo back in February or whenever that was at the SCGCon.
Charles Dunn taking that event down.
Oh yeah.
Starvo, yeah.
Oh man, Charles really. He thought he cracked it again. He and Pat were on the. Actually, I don't know if Charles was here, but Pat at least was on their shared list of that Tiger Katsu.
Yeah.
Which almost clawed its way to a victory off of a horrible start into Bravo. That's another exciting deck out the gate. I don't think it's having the showing that really proves it's the next Starvo by any means. But I love the ingenuity they bring to these early brews.
Yep. No, it's got legs absolutely, and another great new addition from Dynasty. Speaking of great new additions, I saw a BIOS update hit Rose's Graveyard. That's a card that I think is just pure upside. Its floors is totally acceptable. That +3 going to go ahead and empower attacks at a fair enough rate. But when you hit that item, man, it feels like you're free rolling. It's so powerful to get something for free off the BIOS update.
You said she blocked it, or where'd it go?
I believe it was boosted away.
Oh, it was boosted away?
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But that card is pretty insane for sure. She can't high roll with the Teklo anymore.
Yep.
Those have now all been played out. But if she is running any of the plasma purifiers, induction chambers, definitely running the Teklo core, then yeah, that is free value coming up at some point in this game.
Yeah, I thought I saw a purifier possibly banished as well, but it may have been an overload. It's a little hard to tell sometimes. You know how it is, Ethan.
Oh, I get it. And the unfortunate part is our little portable monitors are not even 1080p. So you all get a better view at this than we do. We're squinting a little.
And I want to point out a really big play now from Rose. Back-to-back T-Bones. These Iron Rock Gauntlets have already been committed, and I believe they went unpaid for, so they will stick around. But now, another piece of equipment has to be put into the fold. And look what we have here. We have Coronet Peak, Feyendel Spring Tunic, and Stormstriders. Brody going to have to give up one of those 3 critical pieces here, and it looks like the Stormstriders are going to be the one to go ahead and go forward.
Are Stormstriders? They're not Blade Blake.
Oh, they may not be. I'm so sorry, Ethan. You are correct.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
So Brody getting away with one there. Big block from those. Just going ahead and eating up the requirement on that T-Bone. Teklo Plasma Pistol going to go ahead and clean up this combat chain.
You know what would have been so juicy at the end of that is even a forgotten card like Magnetic Shockwave.
Yeah.
God, I love running that card.
Yep, eat those pieces of equipment. I thought Rose had found it, but you are correct. No Blade Brick on that Stormstriders.
No, unfortunately, no. But there was definitely a line there where she Magnetics and just eats Tunic and Coronet. I don't know if she's running it. I didn't track that in her pitch before, but we definitely saw. Maybe it was even Pierre who pitched it last game, because I remember commenting on it, so it must be Pierre.
Powerful card.
Yeah, I love that card. And it's terrifying as someone who plays Husk.
Yep.
Right? Even when they play out like one little T-Bone, I'm terrified.
Absolutely.
Because,
no, T-Bone's a scary card. I mean, again, a card with its ceiling just sky high. And I want to point out something about this dash so far, which has gotten Brody down to 11. No new cards influencing this whatsoever. This is just Dash, and I think Dash was already a very good deck. It could very well have catapulted itself into tier 1.5, maybe even tier 1 stratosphere with the addition of these new cards from Dynasty.
I think if you make the right meta call for the event, if you're building Dash because she's so flexible to have the best matchup spread it can on that day, and of course get a bit lucky with your pairings, she's always going to have the potential to be the best deck in the room because she's so fluid and adaptable to beating almost any strat that she's that's thrown into her. But you need to be on the right build. You don't get the sideboard of 100 cards like Dash players really want to be completely adaptable. You do have to go into an event with some calls already made, and I think Rose is on the right one today.
It certainly seems like it, and I want to say this is a real scary spot for Brody. On the last turn, Rose just went ahead, blocked that Wounded Bull, with her Teklo Foundry Heart, and now Brody is going to have to go ahead and try and slow down this high octane turn, and does have the perfect answer for slowing it down. Channel Lake Frigid coming out. The response to high octane.
That is so perfect for Brody here, because even a card like Hypothermia, High Octane will just push around, right? It's action points. It's a huge play into some of the baseline disruption that Brody's trying to bring into this matchup. I mean, I guess to be fair, he's running that most of the time. But the Channel Lake specifically is going to be huge in taxing this out and making sure that Rose doesn't just get to pistol whip Brody down to lethal range just yet. But it's coming up.
One of my favorite openers when I have my pounders ready to go. That combustible courier coming down. It just puts your opponent in such an awkward spot facing down a combustible courier that has been buffed up. Do you go ahead and commit 2 cards to this right now? Do you want to save yourself a problem for the future?
It can also be tricky, right? With the way that Icelanders are built right now, they don't always have clean 2-card block 6.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what we're seeing right now. Brody's hand looks to be, he's at least looking to block here with Findles, and then he does have the sync to make it the sync. To make it the sync,
finds
he does.
the clean 6 block, and that's so important for this
Yeah.
combustible courier. Otherwise, the next attack possibly getting out of control.
But
Should Rose have the resources?
Well, I think that other card actually was a Woundedable, so there's a world here where if that's not a sync,
Yeah.
he's in trouble.
Oh, it could be a huge problem, like a game-ending type
Oh, yeah.
problem.
Oh, yeah.
Without, I mean, just very, very key answers from Brody on this turn with an already precarious 12 life. Did need to find them and was able to answer the call thus far. Let's see if Rose has a follow-up attack here.
What's really great to see, though, is Brody doesn't have a clear game plan yet on how he's attacking Rose's life. So Rose is still very much in the driver's seat to just keep playing the way she is because it's working, and then just make Brody at some point realize, well, I do need to win.
Yeah.
And what line is he going to go for? Because no matter what, it involves keeping cards. And as long as Rose is doing what she's doing, Brody just doesn't keep cards. The pressure is unrelenting.
Yeah.
But what is he trading the life for? It's not much of a board state. It's not much damage dealt yet either.
No, and I think too, Rose working through some pretty critical disruption in those Channel Lake fridges. You mentioned Hypothermia, though. That's got to be the card you're really fearing if you're Rose, kind of like a 0-cost Arclight Sentinel, if you will, able to just shut down turns out of nowhere. So I do think it's important that Rose builds this lead in the early game. She absolutely had to find some damage to Brody's life total with those Tech Low Pounders. They've now added, let's see, let me do a little old man math in my head, 16 damage to the assault thus far, 2 power, still left ready to go with that final Tech Low Pounder. That is a lot of offensive output.
It is, and when you look at what equipment's been traded as well, Rose is still holding on to the critical turn where she can push with Goliath and Achilles. Those are huge enablers in getting over the blocking capabilities of a normal 12 block hand. And that is something that will absolutely come up in putting Brody to kill range. It's just damage that she has on board that Brody will have to fear, and especially fear in these kind of spots because he doesn't arsenal. He opted for, luckily actually, the sink below, hit that wounded bull to the bottom, drew that blue ice guard, sticks channel. Is it enough to buy him into another arsenal so he can keep the cycle going?
Yeah, critically had that Coronet peak to demand what looks like BIOS update from hand yet another time. And here we see a Tekla cord being pitched to play payload, I believe.
I believe it's payload just for 6 here. I mean, it is through channel, right? So you make the plays you have to. At least 2-card hand 6. I mean, that's looking like a brute rate right there. Can't be too unhappy about it.
Sure, yeah, that's kind of the baseline efficiency for Flesh and Blood. You generally are happy if you're making that play. And, you know, like you said, you have to sort of temper your expectations on Channel Lake frigid turns. You're not going to get that massive boost turn, but if you can find 2-card 6s arsenal up for the next turn, as it looks like Rose should be able to do here, that's completely acceptable.
And actually, very, very key play by Rose here. Rose is opting to hold the throttle in Arsenal, right?
Yep.
Throttle is going to enable the turns that she doesn't have to worry about these tax effects coming from Brody. On top of that, it lets her save the Teklo Pounder to unlock a 5-card hand to maybe even push Brody. I mean, he's at 11, so I doubt he dies, but that's quite the turn.
Well, look, with that Goliath Gauntlet available as well, there is a lot of still power additions left for Rose. And Brody at a precarious 11, maybe we'll see if he's going to leak some damage here. I see a Brothers in Arms in hand, perhaps ready to block, but there's no Feyendel's Spring Tunic willing to charge that up, making that a more efficient 1-card 4 block. So it is a little awkward right now if there's nowhere else to use those resources. And without an arsenal, Brody's kind of stuck here. This is an awkward hand to block with. Thankfully, has that sink below. Maybe it's just going to be a sink below Brothers in Arms block. Let's see how Brody chooses to play this one.
It would make sense. Just protect the life, right? Buy the block out of his cards while he's not under too much pressure to do anything else with them. But it's so interesting that he's going for that because he didn't really have a strong arsenal, so he definitely had to go sink on something to maybe dig into a better disruptive play into this amazing turn Rose is about to get. But he chooses to take the 2 there on a hand that's going to turn... I mean, sure, he turns it into a 2-card 7 Arsenal Polar Blast. Sure. Is that going to do anything, though? Pushing 7 damage on Rose right here is as easy as take it.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe Brody was trying to find a window where possibly there was some combination that would allow that Channel Lake Frigid to stick around for another turn with the 2 ice cards in hand. I don't think there really was. You would have to filter through Coronet Peak.
No, I think what he was going for, if he drew 1 more blue, right, he'd be able to cast out
Polar Blast and then Waning Moon.
Sorry, what is that card? The Ice Bolt?
Ice Bolt.
Ice Bolt Waning Moon
Yep.
would do it. It doesn't buy him the Arsenal back, but it sticks the channel, and then maybe he can buy Arsenal into an actual disruptive.
Yeah, he would have had to hit blue ice in that spot to run that. Yeah, so I
think that's what he's going for.
I think Brody's behind right now, and maybe leaning towards like a higher variance play like that does make some sense. And look, this isn't a disaster for Brody. I think offering 7 here is totally acceptable, but shield's going to be pretty low down. That Polar Blast, not the most disruptive effect on the next turn. And if Rose is able to go ahead and just put together that big explosive combination of Teclo Pounder, Goliath Gauntlet, Brody's going to be put to the test on this next turn. Could be headed to that Dash Mirror Match, but it looks like a 2-card block here from Rose.
Rose just acknowledging that her hand wasn't quite there.
Yeah, maximum velocity. I'm assuming maybe no way to get to that critical boost juncture because you would have gone for that in a second.
Would have. What scares me, though, is if you waste this last Teclo Pounder on a turn that doesn't break the blocking capabilities of Brody, it's just going to be wasted damage. Brody will be happy to trade his hand to get equipment off the board and get that Pounder off the board as well.
I think so. I think that's going to be the name of the game here from Brody, and it looks like we are going to queue up this Goliath Gauntlet now, so we're expecting a big attack here. Rose trying to find a window. Brody does have the opportunity to respond to this Goliath Gauntlet activation, add some Frostbites over to Rose's side. So let's see if we're going to go ahead and fire up that Polar Blast. Now, looks the answer is yes.
Yep.
Frostbite added. Going to draw a card as well.
On this draw, the only thing he can really get to disrupt here would be Blizzard. Because, okay, to be fair, Stormstrider's Aether is definitely a play he can make too.
It's an option.
As far as disruption goes, like he drew half of what he could have. This one's just going to demand Stormstriders if he wants to do it. But I don't think he should be that scared.
No, that's a huge
cost. Really blocked so readily there that I think Brody...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so she does boost it, so it is going to be pumped up to 10. So I've been behind on the card pop, and the game's so exciting.
That's right, you got a lot to cover.
All right, stream probably cut for a second there, but hopefully everyone's back. Bryan just making an excellent point. On once lethal is presented, which, as we see now, it clearly is, 10 damage off this throttle, insane. Choices are forced. Choices must be made around actually staying in the game, which is something you want to do. Right? I would assume you want to stick around. So Brody really under pressure here to never keep another full hand again. But that is something that Iyslander's not too keen to do overall. Like she wants variability in her hand to block, arsenal, pitch to moon, on and on. She normally will use her hand across both turn cycles and still have room to block. So it's just coming to the point where maybe that last 5-card push just can never happen again, which honestly I'm not too much of an Iyslander player, so I'm not sure what that hand even looks like. Maybe something like proactively playing out a channel will just never happen again for Brody, for example.
Yeah, definitely going to have options limited from this point. You know, we talked a little bit earlier about heroes offering something for everyone. So happy Iyslander, now an adult hero, big part of our game, a very meta hero. I love wizards being real, a little different than the very explosive, very ethereal Kanos that show up from time to time. This is just a good old-fashioned Flesh and Blood deck. It plays very differently from almost everything else in our game, but it's such a cerebral, such a thoughtful deck, one that obviously rewards mastery to an insane degree. So happy we've seen so many Iyslanders in our feature matches over the last few months here in Flesh and Blood.
Right, and I think to note, Iyslander is like the least frustrating control deck in terms of, she doesn't really have the Arclight Sentinel type your turn's gone.
Right. A little bit with hypothermia, but that's in limited cases.
That's true. Versus some decks, that's definitely it. but she says, here's a different way you need to interact this turn. Here's a different way you need to pay for this turn. Here's a different way you need to think about, like the cost curve or like holding an arsenal because of cold snap maybe. Like there's the little decision points she adds that are more than just turn gone.
Yep.
And I really enjoy that. And I love seeing her played this much because it also forces respect across the board for people to actually bring Arcane Barrier again. And I like that when I play a hero that doesn't deal arcane damage. Cool, you waste some sideboard slots into me. That's
absolutely,
all right.
absolutely.
I like
mean,
that too.
a big part of the balance of the game is those different forms of damage, being able to account for them. And look at that life total from Brody. Decides to keep the Coronet peek around. And Brody, I will say, watching Brody's last game up against Bravo, very comfortable moving to these low life states. Trusts himself to make the decisions to find a way to win. And with so many options taken away from Rose now, all 3 Teklo Pounders, that Goliath Gauntlet, those breakpoints are going to be really, really challenging to hit now for Rose. And Brody knows that. And he says, if I put together offensive turn here, that is exactly what I need to do to go ahead and try and turn the tempo. And if Brody's correct, this is the moment where we're going to see this game turn in a very different way, where Brody's going to start exercising control over the game and actually put Rose to the test, which is almost unbelievable, given Rose has 28 health versus Brody's 2. But I am telling you, it absolutely can happen. This could be the moment where Brody gets his way back into this matchup.
Definitely, I believe it. And one thing to note, which I can't quite see from the angle here, luckily through that hand cam, we look at her deck on the left side here, Rose's deck, and it seems to be pretty healthy still.
Healthy-ish.
So Brody is actively saying, I'm not going to fatigue you. Like, I need to proactively do something to win. And that's what this last turn cycle was for him. It's the flip. It's the potential to, all right, big stuff gone, we block you out now, and return damage where we can, because, yes, with that amount of deck, it's not likely that he'll truly fatigue, but he can at least still block what he needs to survive and return his better rate hands than Dash is going to be able to, as the deck just loses reds on and on.
Yeah, a critical piece of the equation in hand for Brody, should he make it through this turn. Hypothermia, potentially at the ready on the next cycle. That could go ahead and really limit Rose's offense. Let's see what's in the arsenal this go-around, though. I think that's going to be a really critical question for Brody. What kind of disruption going to be offered on this turn where Rose chose to use the life total as a resource, make a block with that Tekla Foundry Heart, and otherwise just eat that damage, try and play back with a 4-card hand, maybe get to that critical point again where Brody does not get to make the decisions. Rose is forcing the decisions for Brody. That is her goal here.
Right, and someone in chat is commenting, least frustrating. I made the comment. But critically, at the same time, now that Brody is in this more aggressive spot, as you pointed out, taking 7 is a lot scarier. But at the same time, blocking with cards is also a lot scarier.
Yeah.
It's tough choices.
This is the squeeze that Iyslander puts you in. It's attacking on multiple axes, but it is going to be 7 damage taken by Rose, looking to try and again find some lethal with that 4-card hand. And I have to say, playing a turn against an Iyslander with no arsenal is like night and day versus an Iyslander with an arsenal. You feel like the world is your oyster. Of course, there are still many ways Brody can find to interact, be it, hopefully not if you're a Brody fan, cashing in the Storm Striders, but something like Blizzard can be very impactful here, can slow down Rose's turn. So let's see if Brody has an answer rolled up without use of that arsenal here.
It is a scary spot. It's a scary spot. From what I can see on the hand cam here, I think he's holding a Blizzard still. Is that one of the cards he's flicking? Come on, help us out, Brody. I think it is. Far left, right? Far left. That definitely looks like a Blizzard.
I believe you're correct. I think a couple of Enlightened Strikes in hand for Brody. Those, of course, going to be mostly useful for their block value here. Can Brody make it through with a card in hand? I think that's another important question, too, because you don't want to face down multiple turns in a row without that arsenal. And Brody going to go ahead and fall to a very critical one here. Scary, scary point. Anything which is representing more than 3 damage, now demanding 2 cards. This is how you get ahead on that math. You just go ahead and demand extra cards from your opponent, get those pistols going. You'll take every option away from them, and then you can finally close the door if you're in Rose's seat.
Absolutely. I could have sworn that, to me, looks like a yellow 0 to 60, but Brody took 1. Perhaps it's a red? I don't know.
Yeah, when I find in these
been red,
spots, you just got to go with the life totals. It can be challenging to go ahead and spot red versus yellow.
Yeah, thank you in chat. People are backing up. Yeah, the people who tune in haven't hold the whole internet spiel, but we're doing what we can. There's going to be the VOD, like immediately accessible after the fact. So if you can't stand it, come back in like an hour. The VOD will be immediately posted. Will be wrapped up with the top cut because there's just one more match to play, just one more. But if you do stick around live, I've got a bunch of sleeves that I'd like to give away, and we're just going to power through that. So if you do want your chance at sleeves, then stick around live. Otherwise, hey, nothing wrong with just tuning in later. It's all the same. It's content for you.
Never criticize free content. That's what I say. This man traveling across the country with this huge setup to bring y'all flesh and blood at every single juncture. It is an absolute service to our community. We're so lucky that you've taken on this task. And, as a newly anointed member of the League of Levi, I'm proud to have you leading us. It really.
And we're back. So stream's gonna catch up. You probably lost some of it. Sorry. But God.
Rose moves to the arsenal. Does not find the Achilles line there.
That can't be right, because Brody would be forced to block with that card. He otherwise blocks with Tunic and dies. So it had to be the block from hand. If she went for Achilles shoot pistol, what else is the Spark gonna do? Oh my goodness. I guess at worst it cycles a card, like she doesn't get the search off, but at some point maybe she plays it out and draws something new for Arsenal.
Yeah, it definitely could not move to the turn with that card in hand. It would have severely limited offensive options. So it is either the Achilles play or it has to be moved to Arsenal and then basically cycle to end the turn.
Yep.
There is some merit to holding the Achilles there because you're sort of in the same position anyway. The difference is like giving Brody the Arsenal. Is that going to punish you? Or do you want to play for further down the road? And look, Rose is in the driver's seat right now. She's the one sculpting this game, trying to figure out how to bring Brody down to his knees, advance to the finals. It's completely up to her how she wants to go about it. And one of the things about Flesh and Blood is that it's so
disconnected again. Oh God, what? Nothing we could do. Yeah, it's every single decision is just at its apex here because he is dead otherwise. It's make the choice or you die.
Yeah, and you see Brody reaching for that Feyendel Spring Tunic. Is it time for blocks with even more equipment? Of course, that resource is available for Brody. Reaches for that. Going to get the resource floating and commit Tunic at this point to defense.
I do have a question about this because I play Talishar a bit too much, I think. Does priority pass if the turn player tries to close the chain, or does the chain just close? Because on Talishar, the chain just closes.
I think the chain just closes. So I believe.
Okay, so this is the thing, right? Rose could just say close chain. Tunic is gone.
Yep.
Tunic trigger is gone. Because by doing it this way, Brody can, at whatever point, with Tunic not broken yet, say, okay, gain resource.
That is interesting. Look, I don't profess to be a rules expert. I know the function of the rules, certainly becoming more and more comfortable. But when you have these really finicky rules interactions and you want the authoritative answer, I'm not the guy to go to.
Sure.
Maybe you found a really interesting line there.
Because it's something I always try to do against Dromais that are on their last legs when they block with Furnace.
Sure.
If that's the last block, I'm closing that combat chain.
Yeah.
I don't want you to maybe generate Ash off of this is my Oasis turn, whatever. No. We're going to stop right there. We're going to get that thing off the board. But I guess I just don't know if that's actually how it works. That's how Talishar lets me do it. So.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
But we do see Brody use exactly that, right? He gained that resource. It's enabling this Aether play, which taxes with a bit of a Frostbite. Not likely to really stop.
Just too many resources from Rose's side.
Although, you know what Rose drew, and it's not something I track, she's running triple Techlo Core, but she actually just drew the Techlo Core, so if she uses that as part of pitch this turn, then the Spark is back to life. I could have sworn in my head Dash is just run 2,
okay,
but she is on the 3rd. So that's relevant. Spark can do something, actually. We missed it.
And we do know how critical those resources have been for playing through Brody's Disruption. Also, at some point, they're going to be critical for going ahead and producing some AB, protecting that life total a bit. And it looks like Hypothermia going to be committed to defense here. Blocking 2. And the follow-up, is that our first... That's a Magnetic Shockwave, isn't it?
Ooh, it is. Now, to be fair, Rose caught that she had to pay extra, but she didn't catch that, oh, I should now load pistol in that case.
Yeah.
So, little rough. I mean, she still might go for it if, like, this is just game presenting, right? Because I think it just is. Now she's going to get the read that if I Achilles...
And then, during reactions, waning move.
Yeah, heart pitch.
Okay, but the... I mean, the unfortunate thing is Brody had to do that to get the heart to actually give him something in this turn cycle. Otherwise, he just dies, right? Because he's at 1. But now Rose just gets the read. Okay, Achilles, you die.
Turn his face up. Now,
that's it.
The other question, though, is Brody's life total accurate right now? Because we did have that Fangos fighting spirit. I don't know if that's reflected on the life total or not.
I take 1.
They did just tap it, so I do believe... Yep, okay. It looks like it is correct.
Yeah, down to 1. There is the Achilles accelerator.
No way!
Says attack and gets the fist bump. Rose takes down Brody's Spurlock.
Good God!
What an
awesome amazing
game.
Bryan, thank you for doing this. What a freaking knocker of a game. And this means it's a dash versus dash finals. Right out the gate. And they're very different.
Oh, yeah.
They're very different.
And a very different metagame for day 1 of our post-Dynasty format. Love to see it. Can't wait to see what the players come back with next. Is it Dash's turn at the top? Certainly of this tournament. Dash versus Dash in the finals.
Wow. Incredible. And Rose, to her freaking credit, knew the deck better than we tried to read. That Spark of Genius in Arsenal, not the correct read by me at all, in terms of tracking like the amount of tech loads she's running. She's on that third one. She knew it would come back around. And if anything, saving the Achilles line just guaranteed game once Brody played face up.
You play to your end game, you go ahead. And one of the things I find so much about the best Flesh and Blood players, patience. Patience, such a virtue in this game. And we saw it there from Rose.
You know what you just said, though, Bryan?
Guaranteed lethal.
You said best Flesh and Blood players. This is Rose's breakout tournament.
Yep.
Incredible.
Absolutely.
She's playing like this.
Yeah.
Like, this is her second event ever. And look at what she's doing.
Incredible finish thus far. And still may have even more to go. Has already gotten that PTI. So we're going to see more of Rose in the future. Headed to more of our big events, our premium events here as part of Flesh and Blood OP.
Freaking done. And I know we have a lot of Rose fans in the chat from when she was on stream last time. Just super meticulous and well played by her throughout. I know Bree is good friends with her as well, so you got some support in the chat on her end. A lot of Dash fans who I know are elated to just see double Dash in finals and also be played so differently. This is going to be exciting.
Another very popular hero, and I'm happy to see it get its moment in the sun right now to kick off this new format.
Yeah. All right, we're going to cut a little bit so I can coordinate and so Bryan can peace out. But let's say official goodbye. All right, everyone. This will be it for a bit while we coordinate for the last match. And I think Michael, Fang, Yongji, someone's going to be jumping in back here too. But we'll be closing it off strong, doing some giveaways right at the end. Once again, apologies with the internet. It is what it is. And if anyone would know, it's Bryan, and he said it too. Like, look, sorry, just feel we are 2 stories underground.
Yep.
From a casino.
We will survive
It's so
any
strange.
nuclear fallout. That's the good part of being in this basement. So we have that going for us.
That's fair. But look, once again, Bryan, thank you so much.
My pleasure. And again, thank you for what you're doing. This is an awesome service to the community. I'm so glad you were here to bring us day 1 of this metagame. And I'm sure you will continue to do this, and we will continue to have your back. The community, honestly, do everything you can to support this man. I see lots of donations coming through in the chat. This stuff is not free to do. It's really, really hard. And if you want to see more of it, you got to support our boy here and the League of Levias. So go ahead and make it rain on him. And again, I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. LSS, everyone watching at home, everyone in the chat, everyone who enjoyed these amazing games back to back to back to back to back to back to back. It's been a crazy day. Just one more to wrap it up. And with that, we'll be right back in, I don't know, let's call it like 15. We'll just see. All right. Unfortunately, we did downgrade from Bryan. Or we're back to Alex. Gotta be honest, Alex. Bryan is like insane. The dude is a legend.
Turns out that's his job, huh?
Yeah, who'd believe it? He designs cards, he casts, he gambles. Like, man's got the life. But we are back with exciting news for you all. First of all, Ravi was actually the winner, which is insane. I love me some Ravi. And he was the one who won that giveaway and had actually chose the Emperor sleeves. So these are going to be gone. They're for him. I did go ahead and give Bryan the Legal Levi sleeves. I think that's warranted. I mean, we want more devs who are in love with Levi, so, you know, whatever. We make the sacrifice we do. So that leaves the 3 dragon sleeves. We've got Miragai, we've got Asvalai, and we've got Uvia. Okay? So the best way to do this, actually, from the shit show of the first stream, there's actually something that has come out of this, which is we now have a related YouTube video that I can have you all comment on. Because if you comment on it, I actually can just pull a random YouTube comment way easier. Like, there's literally generators for that, so I don't have to, like, random number generator, straw poll, count. Like, forget that. So what we're going to do is just draw 3 winners, like, right now, if possible. Wow, it's insane how far behind the stream is. Like, look at this. That's from like 10 minutes ago. So no one in chat is seeing this, so I'll have to type the message. But here's what we're going to do. Go ahead, click on that link, drop a comment on that video, and then we're just going to draw all 3 right now so that as soon as we have the winner, we can kind of just pack up and be done for the day. Because it's been a long day. And I'm sure you all want to close this choppy stream as well. I mean, we love that you're here, but you know, you don't want to stay after the fact just for giveaways. So we will do the giveaways right now. So let me type that up in chat. You can entertain them, Alex.
Oh, I'm entertaining the chat. Ethan is typing, and you guys are going to get some 6 sleeves. I think I would be picking Asvalai. This is probably the best looking dragon. Maybe make some of the YouTube comments what your favorite games have been, what your favorite feature was, maybe some spice from the format. Put something interesting in there too. Could be cool. The finals is going to be a Dash mirror. One of the Dash players we've seen on stream twice will be a 3rd time, and then the other one, this will be the 2nd time we've seen. So it's pretty cool to be able to watch like people compete through the tournament. And it's wild that we had double dash. So, yeah, finals is double dash. Would not have called that. I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card.
No, that's crazy. And actually, quick update. They're jumping right into finals. I think everyone here is also ready to go. So we won't do the drawing now because the stream is like a little too behind to really coordinate this. But I typed out the comments, or typed in the comments the instructions, and we'll do the draw right as finals hits. So leave your comments now. Click through it. Like while you're watching the finals, just leave your comment, and then I'll just respond to the comments of the winners. And we'll just draw it. And so, you know, you don't need to stick around, but leave your comment now. You'll be entered. Unfortunately, because of the lack of coordination, probably just give you one at random. Who freaking knows? But same deal goes on the giveaways. If you're US based, I'll ship it to you. It's fine. Cost shouldn't be that bad. If you're in Europe, then hopefully you know someone in the US, like a friend or something, family member, whatever. I'll ship it to them. Or sorry, not just Europe, Oceania, whatever, wherever you are, South America, Latin America, Africa, all inclusivity, Antarctica, whatever. But if you don't have a friend, then I guess I'll just give it to, with your permission, either re-roll or give it to a random person. Because I'm really not trying to eat like $20 in shipping fee, unless you really want it. Like if you really want it.
Looks like they're almost ready too. So
yeah, so like if you really want these sleeves, they're awesome. But you know, they do cost like $12 or something, so shipping them for 20 doesn't make much sense. But okay, let's switch to the finals now. I thought, was Michael gonna cast?
I'm gonna go get him. He's a Dash expert, so we're gonna have
perfect.
we're gonna have Matthew Foulkes come do Dash commentary.
Okay.
He knows the game really well. Good luck, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Both my top cut match went pretty quick. Yeah. In the sense that I've been waiting a little bit.
I had time to look at it.
Right.
It was a very nice Iyslander match.
Yeah, that was fun. That was so close, too. Like, it was much closer than it looked because I only had one attack left.
Yeah. When I started, did you have... yeah. Feel free to not answer me, but did you have like 3 Techno Ponder at some point at the same time in play?
Yeah, I did.
That's nasty.
Because of it.
Yeah.
That is nasty.
Yeah, that was a happy turn there.
Yeah.
I don't think Techno Pounder is much of a secret in this matchup.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, I'm just fixing things in the background for actually pulling together the Battle Hardened little overlay here. Come on, let's load, buddy. You can do it. We're getting Matt Foulkes to help us out here. Can you fix the life? Yeah, go for it.
What do you want me on?
Matt Foulkes, go ahead, throw this on, buddy.
Oh, fix the light.
Good
Fix
evening.
The life, yeah. I need to do a little housekeeping on some of the overlay stuff, but feel free to entertain the chat in a, as you wish. Talk to them like they're yours.
Sure.
The whole deal is we hear the stream when we talk. It'll lower, so it should kind of like stabilize the volume. But if we don't talk, it will raise.
Okay.
So you don't have to talk the full time if something interesting is going on.
We live now?
Yeah, it's live
Awesome.
now. They hear us.
Awesome. Have you talked about the matchup at all?
No, I'm trying to juggle some things in the
Awesome,
background.
no worries. I'll talk about the matchup. So,
Dash expert.
I
baby.
think this is a weird matchup between the two dashes because I think if they go boost, they can get fatigued because there's just so many 3 blocks in the dash deck. Like, so you end up in this kind of weird place where like you want to keep equal on life, but you also probably need to go pistol-y. Like, if you go full Hanabi Blaster, and you don't just hit the nuts first cycle through, then like you can get fatigued pretty easily, I think, by the dash. I think if they go pistol, they're probably in better shape.
Sorry, Matt. I'll jump in a second.
No worries. Watching.
It'll come back. All right, stream died, but we're back. Absolute blessing here. Pierre ends his turn with a Techlocore, not even getting a counter on the Hanabi, which is fantastic because he did commit twice on boosting to not even lead into that Hanabi.
So just chip
counter.
2 is not ideal.
No.
And
Rose getting the freedom now to drop that Techlocore from hand, almost no punish, because that's otherwise a huge non-block liability in this matchup. Chat loves you, by the way. That's good. That's a first, I think.
it's a first.
That's a first.
There you
You're
go.
coming around.
The tide is turning.
It's your sweet, sweet voice. It's all the crack on,
But
mate.
it's not about me. It's about the dashes that actually did well today.
Right. Not you,
and
Scrub Lord. What'd you do? X2, X3?
I dropped to X2.
Dropped at X2?
I lost to 2 Bravos. I'm still.
Ooh.
I think I took the wrong plan. I think I should have played pistol as a secondary plan. I think I really messed up. I got lured in by the Giga Mech, you know? Mechazodia.
Well, when you are a Giga Chad, how can you not try to go for the Giga Met stuff?
Yeah.
It's true.
It's true.
Did we see any Pulse Wave Harpoons on stream? What's crazy, D-Mono, is we've seen at this point like 9 copies of it. None of them have been played. They've either been boosted away or blocked with. But the card has been around. Like, it's definitely in these decks. The card's too good not to be. We actually just haven't seen it swing. So
And
maybe we'll
interestingly,
get there.
we see a tome here.
Color was that? Yellow?
Yellow, yeah.
Yeah, he blocked with it, right?
Yeah.
That was just a straight 2 block on the tome.
Which speaks to him not wanting to Arsenal it here.
Oh, yeah, that is odd. I mean, to even include the looks like a max velocity is in hand, so that's probably what he's going for instead.
That makes
is to
sense.
set up
That
the
makes
damage push instead of rely on the combo potential of high octane. But it is interesting. I'd feel like in a Hanabi deck, maybe you are cutting every non-mech card, just because you're so committed to boost. So I'd be interested to know what his exact count of that Findles is. Maybe it's just the one of.
This is really nice.
Oh yeah.
So like, often you don't have the ability to go, like, to really use your hands efficiently, and like it's hard to get a triple boost turn without like burning out of resources. But like the fact that he has 2 Techlos and a max velocity, like he's guaranteed to push, like, as long as he can draw like a non-terrible hand, like guaranteed to push like
probably 10 damage next turn.
Definitely.
Going this far without... He's burnt like, let me think, 1, 2, 3. He's burnt 3 cards to boosting. Or was it 3 or 4? Yeah, 3 cards to boosting. Played like 4 cards block with 1. And he's thinking about his blocks here, which is...
That's also a bit odd, right? 'Cause
That's
this is-
concerning, right? That's not... You want to look at your hand and say it's rolled up. You know, it's all coming in, but...
Definitely. Maybe he's taking the moment to just think a bit more about his aggressive play lines, but I think that's a Teklo... Is that a Teklo Pounder he has in hand? I almost feel like it is, which is maybe what stunted his just...
It's interesting.
Is good.
All right, stream having issues at the end of the day here. It's all right, but we're coming in now for 8 go again. He's being really face up about this.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because you think when Rose is committed to blocking, you can kind of cheat out.
Yeah, maybe wait
the
till...
pump, right?
The second one, yeah.
Right.
I guess he wanted the pounder pump. He wanted everything on it, you know?
Right, because, to be fair, if it doesn't get the pounder pump or the Goliath pump, it's just a 4. So it's hard to be cheeky about it unless Rose really did commit the Teklo Foundry out to like an earlier attack in the chain. But maybe he still could have pushed inefficient block out of it by making a card plus Teklo block 5 on what is otherwise a 4. So that could have been something.
Now we're going back up to...
That is 3 resources total.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have 3 now.
Okay.
I had 2, I used 1, so I have 3 now.
So many resources without pitching. Insanity. Now, to be fair, it's not UK Nat stream. He actually did boost and then...
Yeah, that's... Yeah, he hasn't got the UK Teklo Foundry heart. It's a massive upgrade, actually.
People in the chat are actually asking you specifically, how does the Belittle Briar do in this meta? Like, what's your thought? No reason it's just nowhere anymore.
I think it struggled a lot into Oldham in the previous metas. I think the banning of Pulse made that better. I think there's not a... It's also a really difficult and like unfriendly deck to pilot. Like it just butchers your mental playing that deck.
That's fair.
And yeah, we have seen the pump this turn. I mean, I just looking at how he sequenced these, I would have loved to have seen 5, 6. And yeah, we have a D-React from Rose, which makes me think the fact that those are in our arsenal, we might have another D-React in Arsenal.
Could be.
That would really be a boon for her here. That would be absolutely huge.
Definitely.
She's taking the damage, which makes me think probably not a D-React in Arsenal.
Probably not, but the other thing it does is, I guess a little bit rewards Pierre for leading with the combustible the way he did, because it guaranteed 8 equipment. Whereas in other lines, if he did save it in the middle, there was the punish from Rose. She did just have the fate. So if that didn't come in pump, then that's 1 card block. She doesn't even actually have to waste equipment on that. So Pierre at least demanded the equipment there. But for a turn that, for all the resources he had, didn't have the huge payoff in damage because he drew that blue zipper hit, and I think that was a yellow, 0 to 60 maybe?
Yeah,
so
it was a yellow and a blue. But like that's part of the deck. You got to play yellows and blues. You got to accept it. He did get the Hanabi counter, which is like kind of another 2.5 damage banked.
Yep.
The fatigue game kind of comes down to whether Pierre can efficiently cycle between like taking like building turns with his items, which is probably what we're going to see next turn, and then pumping turns with Hanabi. He has a pounder still in Arsenal, so like I hope that he probably takes maybe 1 turn, like a small turn.
Yep. Little half turn, just build up the
just build up a pounder.
Go for it big on the ensuing turn cycle on the next turn.
You need to give up some life to be pounding. Rose is pretty clearly committed fully to the blocks at this stage.
Yeah,
it would appear to me. So,
well, actually, speaking of blocking, she boosted away an induction chamber, which probably feels okay, right? Her late game damage is already better than Pierre's is going to be because she's just got 4 on board. That doesn't require anything else to happen to trigger like Hanabi does. And now she's just trimmed an extra non-block out the deck. So if she really is going for the block out, then she should feel really happy with getting 3 non-blocks so quickly out the deck.
I think the induction chambers probably do want to be in there from Rose. It's probably a good decision for her to have them in there because if it is pistol versus pistol, then like you want to be winning in the arms race, as it were.
Yep.
But now she's basically locked into it like a slow grind fatigue plan.
Yep.
She's definitely happy to see that go.
Yeah, well, because she just knows.
Just gained 3 life, basically.
As long as Pierre doesn't have that many, like, more than 12 damage turns, Rose should just win by what's presented on board, just like this. Because that Hanabi is not going to scale with these resource sinks like Plasma, like Induction. They don't function that way. Hanabi needs the boost to deal the damage. So in a game of attrition, Rose has the stickier damage. So with those defense reactions in hand, I do think she's clued in that is completely the game plan to pursue. Pierre here being super pensive about his turns, which is...
Well, I mean, these are the turns where you, especially as Dash, where your turns cost so much, you really have a limited amount of... You have a limited amount of actual cards to play in your deck. You need to really wait, plan it out, and make sure, I'm not sending my load too early, as it were. Because if you're like, oh, I didn't need to take this, if you get to the end of this turn having boosted 3 times, you didn't do any damage, or you dealt 2 damage, then you probably, it wasn't worth the boost. Like, in a weird enough way, I feel like in these games, sometimes there can be quite a bit of boost, like attack no boost, like just to pass the turn, or just play out the pounder, like take a bunch of damage back.
Interesting. The harpoon there. Sure,
and he's tech loading. Wow, he's really. And I mean, I'm surprised to see high octane in the deck here.
Yep.
I guess that speaks to his sideboard slots, because high octane isn't exceptionally effective with an RB blaster. You can't shoot this twice in one turn. So.
No, I get he might have just been playing it specifically to combo with Tome. Because we did see that block already. So.
That's a good combo, but very niche. You need.
It is niche, but he is in the final, so he's been making calls so far that have at least worked. Maybe they're not the most consistent calls, but it's definitely been his day because they are working. They did bring him here. So
and I'm really impressed by Rose here. She said, she's not a regular tournament player, and to come into this final, which is a big pressure moment, and then just like what I think is really the correct plan.
Yeah.
And it's. You've been playing Boost Dash all day. It's not correct to sit. No, it's not intuitive maybe to sit down in the final against another Dash and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna block and fatigue you, bro. It is what it is. That's really impressive. I really like that.
I think Rose is really showing off that someone who just rolls up on the scene that is playing a deck that you've mastered, a deck that you clearly put a lot of love and effort into. Even
look at these tokens, she's got the altered Dash. She's got all her mech tokens.
She did it herself actually.
That's really awesome.
That's a bit of the 3D altar.
Wow.
Always really cool to see that. It's very meticulous to actually cut out all that and get the layers right. I can't do it. But I love it because what I want to see one day is a Levia player, an Azalea player. The heroes that, sure, the heroes themselves are a handicap, but the player love, the dedication can be there to get the right person to just roll up, have their day, and end up in the finals like Rose has. But Rose is just on the apparent right deck for the event and playing it just perfectly so far.
Yeah, watching her play against Brody in the semifinal, she was so patient.
Yep.
She played really patiently. I got to give a lot of respect to her.
I even called some absolutely incorrect lines that she was way ahead of on just knowing more about the her specific build of Dash.
Yeah.
Making assumptions like double tech low core when there were actually 3 in the deck, and so playing Spark the way she did was just better. Like things like that show absolute mastery of the deck, no question. Whereas someone like Pierre. I think you told me he's just playing Dash now, like his first event.
I think I'm fairly certain this is his first Dash event. Is what I said. I'm not 100%, but I do believe I heard him say that.
So he might be playing hand by hand, might be playing it really well, obviously, but perhaps the mastery of the entire deck just doesn't quite line up to where Rose is. And just in revealing of the weapons here, I think already we saw some of that.
And this is going to be a really big turn because. Like a really important turn because if he doesn't push damage this turn, it's relatively doomed. I think we really need to see a max velocity or a pounder come out or a Hanabi blaster turn come out here.
Yep. It's got to be, but even then, Rose is ready on the defense because you leak a little bit, but there's not hit effects coming.
Yeah.
So not a big deal.
Starting with a red zipper hit. A blue zipper here, actually, with the pounder is
that's
not.
True. Oh, we already had that pulled up from last turn. Dang,
not a. And we see a T-bone, a throttle.
And that's a yellow throttle again. He's not drawing the reds so far as consistently as we've seen some of the dashes do on the day.
Yeah, not sure how many reds he's boosted. And we're seeing all the D-reacts come out.
Oh yeah.
from Rose. Clearly, she know what's up. She knew what's up. She committed to the strategy, which is a risk because I don't know if Pierre has the pistol in his list, but if Pierre had submitted,
Just sink below this. Yeah.
if Pierre had submitted a pistol in the chamber, then these D-Reacts might not look so premium.
Yep. No, for sure. Because yes, it buys you life, sure, but the inevitability would just be there in who builds up the items first, who gets ahead first, and just the straight damage trade that kind of matchup becomes. So at least this one's more dynamic. But I think Rose has to just feel so happy. So happy. These D-Reacts are not even getting punished by not blocking the full value, which sometimes can come up, especially against Dash. Their attack values are all over the place, and sometimes you draw your D-Reacts on a hand that's just 3s, 2s, whatever. But getting absolute full value out of these just feels amazing.
And I think this is a crucial moment for Pierre. He has to really think hard about whether he wants to use the Hanabi Blaster this turn. You haven't managed to push a lot of damage. They still have a card in hand. You're pushing 2 damage if you blaster. I think you want to keep the tokens and save them for a better turn later on in the game. And if that turn doesn't come, well, you're doomed anyway. But if you fire this and only push through 2 damage, I'm not sure what the last card in hand is, but you need to be...
Looks like another T-Bone.
Yeah, I'd be happy to Arsenal a T-Bone, set myself up for an almost guaranteed. And he does fire here, and this could prove costly. We'll see. We'll see.
I mean, there's always the chance as well that when a dash is blocking so early on the chain, it can give a tell that maybe their last card in hand ends up being something like a non-block, where they need to just get rid of their blocks when they can, because their hand's a little bit forced anyway. That's not what Rose actually has in hand, but that could maybe be the read on Pierre, where he wants to just perhaps push through a free 5. Perhaps. But there's so many of the items already gone that, nope, Rose had the 3 block and is happy
this
to
is
just
the second
2.
pounder as well. I don't think we've seen...
I haven't really played with it yet. I probably should.
I don't know what that comment was about. But
Rose just
it's pretty
commenting
funny.
that she's never played with a Hanabi Blaster, but it seems cool. you
Oh,
know?
that's what it was?
Yeah, as she
Oh,
just...
that card that's not really winning the game for you.
Seems cool.
That seems all right. I'm glad you're having fun.
Yeah, that's maybe some nice little rub-ins. I'm sure it's all in good humor.
Oh, yeah. Love it.
And
there
yeah.
we go. Leading with that. It was a red T-bone, so damage that was going to land if they did go for last turn, but spreading out the value.
Just trying to keep the Hanabi Blasters coming, and I think at this point we can be relatively certain that it's not a D-React in Arsenal. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's been sat there for almost the entire game.
Yeah, I didn't get a peep at it. Sometimes they cycle out so fast I just don't even look, because I assume, sure, we'll get a look at it later, but it is just happily being kept down there.
Could be an item. She could have just accepted if she ends up keeping a card in hand one turn, she'll play out the item, and then she'll just,
Sure, if it happens, it happens. It's at least a way to get that non-block out of hand.
it's one way to get a non-black out of your hand, that's for certain. Maybe she would have ended up pitching an item, but who knows.
All right, so finally drawing some reds here. Coming in for...
And these are the turns where you want to have Hanabi Blaster. So, like, when you're playing the reds and you're already pulling all the cards from hand. And it was a sink. Wow, Rose really showed a lot of...
That was patience.
A
My
lot of
God.
patience. I guess she just knows the full life will coming, the blocks will be good.
Yep.
Maybe she's used a sink there to pull out one of the non-blocks from her hand to keep her...
True. I didn't peek that either, but that is a huge line that sink allows
Which makes
you
a
to do.
lot of sense to keep a sink. Wow.
Yep.
Really clean play from Rose here, I think.
Yeah, just awesome. I don't know if CNC is in the list, but I love even in these defensive dash lists when you take Goliath just for that, oh, you let me keep a 2-card hand? CNC Goliath.
And you're just like,
it's
but I wanted to
so
attack
big.
with these cards. These are my good cards. Yep.
It's so big. And in a
Absolutely.
fatigue matchup like this, it just takes away so much. So maybe that's why Goliath is in the list. Maybe that's the only slot that was available.
Again, Rose
We're
just
not
commenting
sure.
about Hanabi Blaster. Gives it a read. I think she was just understanding that with Hanabi Blaster, you don't actually need to have boosted the third time.
Yep.
You just need to play a card
Just
which has
play
boost.
the card with boost, yeah.
And she goes, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that's nice. This is great to watch Rose.
Interesting. Blocking 6 on the 4. I guess they just were clear that that was the last attack in the chain.
Yeah.
Because Pierre did not boost it, right? Like you just said.
And Pierre's priced into not boosting. He needs to to keep what is looking like a relatively
my God,
thin
that
deck.
deck is so small. No way. We can see from the hand cam angle, actually. that deck is already smaller than his graveyard, so there's not much, not even counting his banish, so there's not much left to go there. If I had to guess, that's maybe a good, like, little sub 20, maybe right under sub 20.
Yeah, we're gonna need to basically see back-to-back velo turns if we want to. Maybe a velo blaster turn utilizing the boots or a high velocity. That's kind of what we need to see.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a spark of genius, so maybe it's just a turn off for Pierre. Maybe this is a turn just to say, you know what, the high octane is in Arsenal.
Octane Arsenal. That's kind of the wrong order if you're trying to combo that. Or the Findle should be in Arsenal.
Yeah.
Just for a bit of free life gain. But honestly, life is not what's under threat. It is cards and deck, so it is okay to have it in that way. I guess we just don't know if Pierre is on another tome or not. He definitely blocked with the one. We haven't seen another come round, unless he pitched it, I guess, and I just missed that.
And with the spark, we're going to see whether Pierre's willing to be patient here or is trying to get this show on the road, as it were.
All right,
it does look... Oh, he's pitching.
He's paying for acting with the yellow. It's ambitious.
It's aggressive, that's for sure. But unfortunately, Rose is not here for a good time. She's here for a long time. So maybe this... we'll see whether the aggressive approach to the spot will pay off.
Yeah, once again, we see kind of the wrong ordering of what Pierre had there. He plays out the yellow to boost away a red throttle.
Yeah.
So when you are on the full aggro game plan, there's a lot that's just left up to what's in hand versus what you banish off the top. There's a bit of variance when you play into boosts like this, which is why some Dash mains just will not touch boost, and we're not excited about Hanabi. They were not. They put the foot down. It's not a card for me. But for Pierre, it's been a card that got him a PTI. So it's been at least successful enough for that. But into the fatigue strat, is it enough?
Has he got the tone?
Starting to see it fall.
He does have the tone.
Does it? Is it tone? Oh.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Oh, I missed that card in hand. Perfect. Looks like he drew cards that are not quite life for. I think that was a Magnetic plus a High Octane. So that is not what you want to start ripping into with these draws. You want cards that convert to damage. These cards do not convert to damage, and double High Octane doesn't even do anything without Pistol in play.
Is that 2 more High Octanes in hand?
Oh, is that really a third?
No.
Those are the cards I just mentioned. He's got that blue Magnetic. He draws a card. Sure.
It looks like a red-yellow 0 to 60, but the color could be blue.
Very pensive. Very
not
pensive.
on easy street here for Pierre.
No. Now, I think we already saw that one card block with the early attack on Rose's defense there. So she's on a 3-card hand into the rest of this defense, which is normally something that a stacked pistol would just get quite a bit around when you have this double Octane in play. But it's not what Pierre's got to play with. These action points likely just won't convert. I mean, he gets to kind of get around boosting, which... Right, so I guess that's an upside, right? He plays 1, boosts that 1, gains another 2 action points anyway, so you don't have to waste the cards from deck. So
yeah, and you're still going to get the Hanabi counter, so there is some upside here. He does boost, okay. So he needs to boost at least once, yeah. Not a card you're missing to see from your deck. So
I think that's a 4 again, though. It's just a blue throttle. Unfortunate.
And he
has
has
that a max velocity? That is what that card is, right?
Yeah, and he would have just been 1 resource short here on this turn.
Yeah.
He could have used the thing, but he's going to Arsenal it, and I'd like to see him hold it. I'd like to see him hold.
Yep, I agree.
Oh,
shoot. Oh, no. Well, you just don't need to boost. The boost just doesn't do anything.
I mean...
he just wasted a red 0 to 60 in deck.
Yeah, and that's one that you would really like to have seen in the hand for next turn. Red, like the 0 cost boost cards when you're trying to triple boost velo, are so important.
Yep. Rose.
An
Rose
embarrassment.
noting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 4 action points. That's cool, bro.
An embarrassment of riches with the action points here, but unfortunately without the pistol, little to do with them.
That's cool. You want to break Achilles? Just go to 5. 5's a big number.
Well, I
Why
mean,
not? Go for it.
Sometimes 7 action points is pretty good. And again, just blastering for 2 damage, letting Rose use that last card in hand, which would have been, effectively useless. I would like to have seen Pierre be a little more judicious.
Yes, good word.
With the Hanabi blasters.
That's good.
Look at that deck, by the way. After that boost sequence plus the draw, the deck went from being about the size of the graveyard. You can see here. About the size of the graveyard to, like, what, a hand left? That is so crazy.
I would say we probably have 10 cards there, which
yeah,
is,
that's...
for Dash you have one hand, but he has the velocity in graveyard, which
That's
is kind
fair.
of why I would have liked
That's
to have
fair.
seen the Blaster here, because one way that you can really just turn a game is, like, a good boost hand, like, usually starts with a 0 to 60 red, which we can see banished,
yep,
unfortunately,
yep.
but like a big boost hand and a combustible courier here, which I think Rose still has armor to
No,
efficiently
yeah,
block
she
with that.
still has the one left on the tech list, so it'll be an easy block. Easy block.
He's not boosting. Wow, he's started to really pay attention
now
to this
he's-
situation.
Now he's worried, but
It
how
might
do you
be
pull it
too
off,
late in the
then?
day. He's waiting for that perfect velo hand. I would have liked to have seen the velo held. His opponent would be on 16, and he.
Okay, also, this is, oh no. Actually, people are gonna hate this. I think the stream... Oh no. I think the stream just disconnected and reconnected. And with the reconnect, I think you all missed the finals. Are you freaking serious? I'm pretty sure that's what just... Because when it reconnects, it skips everyone to the beginning of, like, the new reconnection, which is right now. And they hadn't actually wrapped up the game yet. God, are you serious?
No, surely.
Stream, why you gotta do this? Why do you have to do this? This is so annoying. I'm about to flip this damn table, Matt.
No,
I shouldn't, but I'm about to.
What are we? So when do we lose?
No, so it was like the last maybe 2 turns.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
Should we can sum it up for them?
Oh, yeah, we have to.
It was an exciting finish, and Rose took it down. Pierre was left, and it got close. It was just one Hanabi blaster away from the game ending. But Rose took it down, fatigued Pierre in the final in this dash mirror.
Oh, God.
With a really patient, really well planned out strategy.
Look, as soon as the stream is wrapped up, which will be in like, I don't know, like 10 minutes, you can watch the VOD. But that is so frustrating.
I'm sorry, man.
I
That sucks.
hate the internet here, and SCGCon won't let us access their internet. So, you want to get upset? I would love consistent internet. We just don't have it. Okay. Anyway, yes, Rose did win. She's gonna jump over to open the gold foil and chat a bit. Also, you're not Alex. Never updated that. You are.
It could be, you know. He's a handsome man, just like me.
Foulkes. I'll just put Matt F. It's bleeding a bit. So anyway, what we're gonna do now is the giveaways. Wrap that up because Rose is handling the money, handling the PTI. And now that we're like a bit caught up, sure, let's go ahead and do the raffle. Oh, God, it's so frustrating, though.
Don't worry, man. All the fans at home appreciate you. I appreciate you. We love you, bro. We don't deserve you.
I hate that there's just nothing I can do about it. It's
Yeah.
the worst part. Like, I can troubleshoot anything. I have overcome so many hurdles already on this, but I can't fix the fact that we're like, 10 feet underground.
Yeah. Are you on the? You can't get on the casino Wi-Fi.
The casino Wi-Fi completely crashed. I'm on it on my laptop, and it keeps just absolutely dropping.
Oh, okay,
it's worse. It's worse than what we have with the 5G hotspot. The 5G hotspot just can't connect consistently.
That's fair.
To the, it's the feed that.
They put us down here where we belong, in the basement.
Yeah.
So people.
In theory,
the dwellers.
As soon as I end the stream, it will be fixed in the VOD. Like,
yeah.
I think that's how it works. Like, I'm pretty sure. We'll find out in a second.
Yeah, and also just round of applause for Ethan, everyone in the chat, guys. Come on. This man is a fucking hero.
Thank you.
Imagine loving Flesh and Blood so much that you spend your weekend to come to a tournament just to create content to help you guys at home be able to enjoy it. That's insane. That's insane. What a guy.
Thank you. Well, you know what it is? I just realized I can't win.
No, you.
Buy it anyway. So
I mean,
it's
bro.
like, fuck it. I still like these.
We
events.
have the same record at Worlds. Mine paid, yours didn't, but we have the same record, you know?
No, hey, how can you bring that up? You know how upsetting that is? You know how upsetting that is? I was freaking 10-6 and bubbled out the money.
If they're going to open it, tell me.
Over to the stream, they're opening it on the...
Oh, they're opening the golf on stream.
Oh, shoot. Switch back.
Scenes. Is this on? Okay.
Okay, tell them they're good.
Wow, we're going to get a live golf floor opening.
Oh shit.
What do you guess?
I was about to draw the
Take Left
sleeves,
Foundry
but you
Heart?
know what? It isn't that as exciting. This is true.
Give us just a second to get the video rolling, and then once we're done here, we'll get some photos over by the banner. Awesome.
Okay, we're all good to go.
All right,
What's your guess? What's your guess?
Can it be anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna guess for a skull cap.
Skullcap? Now that's boring.
What? Skullcap's the hit.
I'm feeling New Horizon.
New Horizons?
Let's a little bit of a throwback. We didn't see any Rangers do well today, which I really wanted to see.
I thought there might be a little Azalea contingent, and
I
there
thought
was
so
a few.
too. Were there? Were they
yeah, there
doing
was.
well?
I saw some. No, I don't know about that, but there was some. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Cornet Peak, someone says. It is
A Tiger
Stripe
Stripe
Shuko.
There you go. One of the new
Tiger
ones.
Stripe Shuko.
Fresh off the presses.
Yeah, very playable. Is there a top 8 list anywhere? The list will likely go out on the FabTCG website. I don't have access to them. But there you go, Rose opening the gold foil that she very deservedly picked up today. Just showing up, fresh tournament, masterclass on Dash. We'll get her over for the interview once she's wrapped up there. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and draw these sleeve winners. All right, I'm going to. From everyone, let me drop the link one more time in chat for everybody.
And you got to. What do the people got to do? They got to comment in there.
They just leave a comment. Leave a comment on that link, and then the beautiful thing is, I'll be able to just random comment picker. It's way easier than these other options. It's not the best one. Like Twitch makes this a lot easier, but at the same time, yes, it's functional. Okay, so we need to draw 3 times for Maragai, Uvia, Asvalai. First up, we'll choose Asvalai. All right, the Asvalai winner. Asvalai winner is. All right, how do I do this? YouTube comment picker.
It's super easy. He says, "Trust me, guys.
Hold on.
He's got this."
I just like literally can't see the button. What is going on? Start raffle and pick winner.
You have to enter the
get YouTube comments. Oh, I got it.
You got it, boys.
I understand. No, it's not exclamation point giveaway. Click the link and just leave a comment. No, stop. Just don't do that. Chat.
If you want to enter, there's a link above. I'll put it in the chat one more time for
Get
the people.
YouTube comments.
Paste.
8.
Everyone's entering giveaway.
That exclamation point giveaway doesn't do anything because we're not on Twitch. I wish. No, that won't work either because that's not the full link. Let me do it on my end. All right, people in chat, whatever. You had your chance. I spammed it. Stop doing hashtag giveaway. You are not actually in the full. But here we're going to do live. All right, we got 49 comments to pick from. Start raffle and pick winner. All right, let's see. Jonathan Pohl won the Asvalai sleeves. I'll go ahead and leave a comment. Jonathan Pohl, you won Asvalai. DM me on Discord.
I think we got Rose popping over now.
Oh shoot, we gotta be
She's making
quick.
her way.
8218. All right, let me just copy paste this and we'll just draw a couple times. Copy, reply. All right, next winner for the Uvia sleeves. Pick another winner. What can you see? Oh, Jonathan Pohl in the chat right there. It is almost Tarek. It's not quite Tarek, but almost Tarek. Almost.
It's just
Tarek.
like about a minute, and then we'll have you on.
All right, we got you won.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Uvia. All right, one more. Uvia. All right, last one. Random comment picker. Hey, almost Tarek. Look, he says congrats, Jonathan. Look, the good karma comes back around. He won. All right, this is for the Maragai.
Big E.
Exit music says ye. All right, exit music.
Everyone's jumping in to say congrats now. They're trying to farm that good karma.
Exit music. Ye. All right, there we go. You won Maragai, and now you all, as a chat, win the privilege of talking to Rose and your most recent Pro Tour champion, Matt Foulkes.
Yeah, get that in there. Thank you. I need the ego boost after today. You know.
I mean, you scrubbed out everything else, but the one event you did well at least it was a Pro Tour.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Hey, look, exit music says ye.
Ye.
All right, beautiful. Let me get Rose. Let me change. Rose.
If you have any questions for Rose, get him in the chat.
Rose. That Foulkes is a way better dash player than I am. Just ask some questions. We're also gonna, get what we can out of chat.
Okay.
Go ahead, take your seat.
Sure.
There's nothing to actually listen to with the headphones, so
Okay.
it's just Matt that's
Yeah,
going to be talking to.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow, you played really well.
Thank you.
I was just in your semi-final and your final. I was just really impressed with how you played. You against especially in your semi-finals. It seemed like you played so patiently, and so controlled. Have you been playing Dash for a long time?
Dash is the hero I started on, and that was not long after Tales of Aria came out.
Okay, so about a year.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
And when Iyslander came out, I think she's gotten about equal attention to Dash. But yeah, that's
just great.
Yeah,
That's what I played today. I just started playing Dash this week, so getting to watch your semi-final and final for me was a real treat. I was wondering, when you went into that final, did you plan to fatigue from the very start, or?
So I went in knowing there were two possibilities. If he went control, the control mirror is all about getting the items out, and it is not really fatigue. You actually are trying to kill each other with
You're grinding out, yeah.
But if he went boost, absolutely, fatigue is the way to go.
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah,
and I guess a little look back to a semi-final. What was your general plan going into the semi-final for Iyslander? I'm just asking for myself, actually.
Yeah,
I'm just asking because I'm curious.
I generally find that against Iyslander, you just have to hit her very hard. There's not much more to it. You have more blues in your deck than you want to because there aren't enough mech cards to have as many red boost cards as you'd like. I think if I could run more than 3, zipper hits and stuff, I'd only be running 19 blues. But I'm running 21.
Yeah. I guess that speaks more to it. You only run the pistol as a weapon in your deck, right?
Yes, I don't play any other weapons.
Not messing around with any of the new toys. Didn't fancy Giga Meching this weekend.
I almost brought that.
Okay, I did.
It seems really good, but it's just a little bit slower than the cores and the normal item package for the boost plan, and I think that it's going to be very good in the matchups that would normally fatigue you because of the overpower on the Mechanoid. I'm going to be playing it in Blitz a lot more than CC, I think, because the matchups where it really shines in CC are the ones that you switch to control for.
Yeah, I found into Dromai, it turned what is a kind of a tough matchup in Dromai into a complete high. I played the mech and then double high octane, triple boost 7 mech attack someone. Yeah. So that was that was my only highlight of the day. Oh man, you played so well. I feel is there anyone you want to thank or shout out? Because you said this is one of your first competitive events, right?
I've done some pro quests and stuff, but this is my first second big one because I technically participated in nationals, but draft isn't my favorite.
That's fair enough.
O2 drop on the draft, and then in calling, I did the calling as well. But so other than that, it's just
anyone you want to thank or give a shout out to?
Jasper and everyone at the Adventurers Academy, I guess. Yeah.
There you go. Awesome. Well, thank you very much for doing the interview, and congratulations, and enjoy your evening.
Thank you.
There you go. Round of applause for Rose. All right, you have a great evening.
You too. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Yes, that is Matt Foulkes. Awesome. There we go. And what a lovely winner. I was just picking her brain. I was just trying to absorb as much.
Moment for you,
I was just absorbing as much Dash information as I could.
But there we go. We're gonna wrap it up here because it's quite a bit to pack up. We're not gonna be streaming the event tomorrow because I'm gonna be playing. I know. But also we won't have the hotspot tomorrow, and we still don't have access to SCGCon's internet. So I'm gonna pack it up. It's not like I can really leave it overnight anyway. Interview with Pierre also. That's a good question.
I think he's out of the venue.
I just talked to Pierre. Pierre's gonna link up with us and try to do a webcam thing and talk about it later. He wanted to go get food and stuff.
You did ask him?
Yeah, I added him on socials and stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, it's been a long day for everybody. Not everyone had enough friends at the venue to like shuffle them, like shuttle over some food. So I think yeah, he just needed the sustenance. I get it. So we're gonna peace out. We're gonna peace out.
Look at this.
What happened?
Someone said they don't recognize me with clothes on. It's the worst.
You wanna flash the?
No, I'm not.
Like,
I'm not getting my tits out on camera for free. For money now. That's a different question. And on that note, on that very appropriate note.
That's right. So plug your OnlyFans. What do you want to tell people?
No, just I don't need any plugging.
No?
No,
Okay.
just plug Sant.
Thank you.
What a wonderful man. I love this boy.
All right, folks.